Hello everyone, welcome in here. We're gonna be starting the end of the tournament today with the semi-final of the winner bracket. We're gonna be we're gonna have today's casters Mugiwawa, Digi, and Falcon if he managed to fix his computer. And now I'm just gonna send you the team presentation for today, guys. Okay, we are back. I'm gonna let you guys in the hand of Mugiwawa and TGTG for the start. Let me introduce you. Hello guys, we are now live and I let you talk to the people.
Thank you so much, Kana. Welcome to the casting desk. My name is TJDJ. I've got Mugiwawa alongside me to begin today's broadcast with your first best of three. This is the upper semi-finals. The winner of this will go in towards the grand finals. Team Immune, your reigning champions, versus No Names. A best of three sets awaits. Mugi, welcome. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for the introduction. I can't wait to see those match. We have the only two undefeated team left in this tournament. And from what Team No Name has done against OPD earlier in the tournament, which is like the third team that we will find again in the losers final bracket, I can't wait to see what both team has to offer.
Yeah, it's interesting that you say that as well because as we're in the upper finals. So talking about how many games have been played, of course, we yesterday was working our way through that double elimination bracket in best of ones. So Team Immune and No Names winning both of their games from the bracket. Just having a little look myself here as well as I just bring up the bracket on my other screen. So Team Immune defeating Team 6 and Cheek Clappers to get here, whereas No Names defeated Germans and the Omega Police Department as well. They will await the losers from this set. And we have got some information as well. It's going to be No Names are going to be the first pick for this set as well. And I think that's a great place to start here, Mugi, because No Names, we didn't actually get to see them on broadcast either, just very silently in the background, picking up some of those dubs.
Yes, and I would argue that actually No Names had the harder bracket towards getting to the upper semi-final because they had to beat OPD and Germans. That Germans finished fourth on the tournament, and OPD is waiting in the loser bracket where Team Immune had a relatively easier path toward this thing. So reigning champion, yes, but maybe No Name can maybe upset something from what we have seen so far in the tournament.
Just feel that No Names are going to be a bit of a dark horse. I think we mentioned it yesterday when we were previewing a few of the teams throughout the day, that No Names were a relatively new team, actually, only a couple of weeks forming and having some pretty decent performances in the scrims as well from what we were able to gather. So this is going to be a very entertaining one because, well, they go up against Team Immune. They've already had quite a tough start, as you say, defeating the Omega Police Department and also Germans as well. So they're going to be no strangers to the test. But surely against a team like Immune, this is going to be the biggest test.
Yeah, and I'm really waiting for the draft. I know that despite not seeing Team No Names yet on the display, I know they value a lot the Muriel pick for Cyanide on the support role. That allow them to have very, very strong team fight. And I would say that's the biggest strengths of Team No Name is like they are fantastic in team fight. Like they really work as a unit as 5, and I think they will try to play to their strengths against such a strong contender as Immune is.
Yeah, just looking towards that Muriel. I'm having a little look at the tournament win results as well. So the Muriel in this set is ever present from yesterday, and also they love the howitzer inside the mid as well. It seems to be the common thread. They've also been drafting things like the Grux, the Steal into the offlane, Rampage jungle, Chimera, and their choice of ADC. The draft will be getting underway very shortly. The teams cannot wait to get started, and neither can us as well. But you know, this is a gauntlet against the reigning champions in Team Immune. So No Names do get the first pick. They will get your first ban as well. And going by what we saw yesterday, quite a lot of bans, you know, towards the likes of well, we had Sevrog being banned a number of times, Muriel being taken off as well. So where do you think they're going to start here, Mugi?
I really don't know. I think that Team No Name will try to keep both the Muriel and the Sevarog open. So I would say they're probably going to ban something else. Maybe the Daker can be an option, because we know that Team Immune is really proficient with the Daker and have 3 people that can play her. And I would definitely see like Team Immune probably going towards the Sevarog or the Muriel ban against Team No Name.
Yeah, just getting a bit of information as well. Looks like there is a small technical issue on the side of Team Immune, just waiting on a client restart before the draft can begin as well. So I want to quickly highlight the match that happened yesterday off stream, Mugi. So this was No Name's victory against the Omeda Police Department. So their draft for this one was Steal off lane, the Chimera jungle, Howitzer mid lane, a Drongo and a Muriel inside the duo as well. Is this something that do you feel that they're going to lean towards that Howitzer Muriel combo once again?
I think if they can get it, definitely. Like I said, like I think they really like value Muriel for like the strengths that bring into the dual lane to have pressure, especially against a team like Team Immune. That Team Immune is very, very strong at just winning the straight 2v2 on the dual lane or the 1v1 in the mid and the off lane, and taking this pressure and converting it into objectives. So like this Muriel pick both provide like pressure on the lane and also like kind of a guarantee for the late game team fight that Team No Names are known for.
Yeah, I'm probably going to need as much safety as they can as well, because in terms of duo lanes, especially in the EU predecessor scene, none probably come better than Neft and Clearcast, right, as a duo side. So let's turn our eyes towards reigning champions in Team Immune as well. And we've seen a lot of different flavors from them from their previous tournament history. They're also not afraid to throw out some of the more interesting compositions and ideas. I know that we did, myself and Falcon got to cast Team Immune playing the Drongo inside of that off lane as well into the Crunch matchup. And Tang just became, the full-on raid boss essentially throughout that one. But a lot of common things. They've seen like the Gideon, the gadgets, Countess popping up every now and again. Neff getting Revenants. That just seems to be a very tricky situation to go for. So what are we expecting to see from Team Immune's draft?
Well, I think that will be like where it will be very interesting, because I really feel like Team No Name is really a team that is trying to get like a very well-rounded composition that can team fight well. Where Team Immune, I feel like they're more focused about like getting like an edge directly in the lanes and try to have like advantageous matchup from the draft. So it's like 2 different philosophy that will kind of clash, and probably like Team No Names don't want to lose so badly in the direct opposition in the lanes, while keeping their like identity of having very strong team fight team. And you mentioned like the Drongo off lane. Like I think one of the key components that allow Team Immune to do this kind of strategy of having like to draft strong opposition is like comes from Tang and Empty, that can basically like play anything on their lane. We even have seen like in some screens Empty going for a several mid laner. Tang is playing like whatever character you want him to play on the off lane. And that's also like one of the big strengths of Team Immune is like until the last pick, and even after the last pick, you're still unsure where every character is going to go. So that's very hard to draft against them from this reason.
Yeah, it does feel like such a such a foreboding team to play against, right? As you say, that their flex potential feel like true flex potential with where each of these heroes could go, and also like their prowess inside of the laning phase as well. There is a reason that Team Immune are your back-to-back champions. There's a reason that they won ATS in February as well, is that the drafts that we've been seeing from these tournaments have put a lot of priority in that early game, those first 10 minutes. This team draft these winning lanes, and they have been just winning them quite hard.
And also that makes me remind that taking the advantage of the little technical difficulty from Team Immune to remind that this will be a best of 3. The next match afterwards will be also a best of 3, the loser bracket final, to go into a best of 5. And basically here, both teams, they're fighting for 2 things: not having to play the loser bracket final, because that's an additional match, and also to already start the big final with already a game won, so with a huge advantage for the big final. So that's very important for both teams to try to get this win, because that comes like with the advantage of having a game and also not being too exhausted, because I'm pretty sure that OPD are waiting in the losers bracket final, and that will be no easy match to come back into the big final if you lose here.
Yeah, I'm sincerely hoping that the Almeida Police Department have got their notebooks out, got their Google Sheets up, and they are watching both of these teams, because, as you say, the loser of this set will be facing against them in in a maximum of 3 games time. And it's a very important thing that you did bring up, that the exhaustion as well, especially if this game, with how close we're expecting it to be, it's not going to surprise me actually to see either sets going in deep into game number 3, or even the first 2 games, if this is going to be a 2-0 set, going past the 25 to 30 minute mark as well. Team Immune, especially in their games as well, looking at averaging game times above 25 minutes throughout as well. It's going to be a tough one as well, so there is so much onus on these teams to get a good strong position here, so they can at least get a break before the grand finals.
Yeah, definitely. But we can also say, like, the counter argument, there is some team that kind of prefer to be like into the groove and like chaining the game, and so they're already like ready to fight. Like sometimes the team that's reached the big final, even though that like they're more fresh, they're also kind of cold, to say the least, because like they didn't play and they maybe could take like the first game to get back into the groove. So that could also be an issue, but I think those teams are well prepared. And we are getting into the draft, and there is a first ban, Revenant, from Team No Name. They don't want Neft on Revenant, like definitely a targeted ban here.
I was gonna say, like, when we come into the drafting, into the ban phase of these drafts, 1 ban each for either team. You'll also notice that Kira is unavailable for this set as well, and for the entirety of FangBooth 3. This was a player vote due to some performance issues with Kira, so Kira is not eligible to be played. But I was going to wonder, are we going to be seeing, pretty standard bans or targeted ones? And yeah, Revenant, an immediate takeaway by Neft, and Team Immune going to take away quite a lot of flex potential in this steal, which has been played in all 3 lanes across FangBooth 3.
Yeah, and now we kind of have, like, I think, Sevarog, Rampage, Muriel, like a Decker. There is a lot of priority pick for both team, and No Name can only have 1 of them, and then Team Immune will be able to pick 2 of them. So they have to really choose wisely which pick they want, and they decided to secure the Sevarog. Endo is very proficient on the Sevarog in the offlane, and sometimes can just singularly win team fight by the pressure it applies on the backline.
Yeah, we have seen what this Sevarog can do is when it gets ahead, when it's able to get online. Granted, a couple of solo kills always helpful in the left-hand side, but Ando going against Tang is going to be quite an interesting matchup. Team Immune will answer back. Rampage and denying the howitzer away from Acid as well. So we've got to see a different flavor of mid laner coming out for the side of No Names as well. But this Rampage feels like just ever present in this draft. We said time and time again just how strong this hero can be.
It just provides everything you want from a jungler. Like, you're really resilient to invade, you're very strong for invade, you have a very fast clear, the gank potential is super strong with the boulder throw and the pounce to close the distance, and you're still also like pretty good at securing objective because you're really tanky in the jungle and you still did a great amount of damage. Like, Rampage has no weakness in the jungle, and he's also like one of the rare big front laner that you have, that I consider only Sevarog, Steel, and Rampage can really fill this role. And so yeah, no, it's normal that Rampage is almost there at first or second pick in every single game, if it's not banned.
Yeah, always having to respect that potential. And what we have been seeing from teams as well is actually utilizing a lot more long range. We saw this from the Omega Police Department when they were playing around the idea of stasis bombs into the R2000 rockets as well. So there's a lot of setup and a lot of ways that we can go. Cast our minds over to the left-hand side of your draft for the 4th and 5th pick coming out for No Names. They're going to take the Bellica, another flex pick in of itself. Could be played support, could be played into the mid lane as well. So a lot of things really up in the air right now, and I do see, I feel like this is really good draft etiquette as well. You don't want to give away your game plan immediately. You want to wait until at least 3 or 4 picks down. With the Muriel going into support, this Bellica most likely is going to be popping into that mid lane.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit surprised with this Bellica mid lane. I know that a lot of players think that Howitzer kind of crush on Bellica in the early game, and letting Empty having the priority in the mid lane can be a scary thing for Team No Name. But we see like the pick of Crunch and Murdoch, so they're already securing the Murdoch pretty early, probably because Nev think Murdoch has a better matchup against the remaining carry, which is like Drongo or Sparrow, and the Crunch is very strong on the offlane, probably going to pair it against the Sevarog. And immediately like a Chimera, which is like when Crunch and Rampage is already picked, if you don't want to go for like kind of extra flavor pick, like Chimera is very strong as a jungler, provide a lot of things, a little bit slower on the clear early game, but besides that it's still a very, very solid choice.
It feels to me that this team from No Name's really eyeing that mid game, right? So when we see the skirmishes starting to break out, so this Chimera and this Muriel combo, which feels like a combo in a Taylor's Holder's time, right? The idea that Muriel is going to be pocket shielding whoever's going in, playing in and around the shields as well, and the area denial you can get as well. That reversal of fortune brings a lot to the table as well. So, you know, it's quite a scary draft, all things considered. And No Name's going to round it off here with the remaining ADC pick, having the choice of the Sparrow or the Drongo. They're going to opt for the Drongo.
Yeah, and I know that Cabo Dani, the carry for No Name, is a big aficionados of the Sparrow, but decided to go for the Drongo because there is a lot of like dive potential in the enemy team, and Drongo is super strong against Crunch and Howitzer. And we wrap up the draft with a Decker pick, which surprisingly got picked last when she was like so contested in so many previous games. So that's interesting, and that should probably be I would say the support for Team Immune, I would assume.
Oh, well, you know, you could always have, I don't know, Howitzer going into the support, the Decker mids, which seems to be the flavour of the tournament as well, been whipped out. It's probably not going to be that, I'm not going to lie, Howitzer and Decker in their respective original roles, shall I say. But, you know, that is definitely a surprising thing. I like how you brought out, Mugi. We saw Decker near enough not being first pick for the team on the left-hand side, but actually in that immediate first rotation, it's always been Decker plus X hero as well. So for it to fall all the way down to the bottom does surprise me, but with these compositions, it feels like the right pick as well. Like the Decker just suits this style that Team Immune want to go for. And there we have it. Your first draft for the first game of the upper semi-finals. As I say, the winner of this one going into the grand finals with a match advantage as well. Mugi, I've got to throw the weighted question to you, and I'll also throw it to the chat as well. Let us know which team won the draft.
It's so hard to say because I feel like both teams got what they wanted. Like you see Team Immune, you have probably the Howitzer into the Bellica, which means that you will have priority in mid lane. The Crunch into the Sevarog, at level 6 you can get priority. The dual lane is not falling behind even against a Muriel because you have the Decker Murdoch. So I feel like Team Immune got what they want, like pressure in lane to try to snowball from there. But when you look at Team No Name, they got the Sevarog and the Muriel, which is like super strong team fight potential and super great scaling, which this is what they want. So yeah, both teams, I think on this first match, they're just trying to go for their strengths and see which strength is the strongest. Immune playstyle or No Name playstyle. And I can't wait to see what happens here.
That's a very roundabout way of dodging the question. I actually respect that immensely. But hey, this is what you want to see for a game one. Both these teams going toe to toe, bringing their own flavor of Predecessor and what it can do. A best of 3 set, so whoever loses this one still has one more game left. And I'm interested to see where the adaptation is going to be, but already I'm probably getting a little bit ahead of myself because we need to be in the here and now. You should be seeing on your screens that the players are loading in. Looks like Clearcast is back in the game as well after a restart. The countdown is among us. Welcome everyone to the first game of the finals day here for FangBooth 3. And Mugi, as these players loading in as well, where should we be focusing our attention as viewers?
I think we should probably focus our attention on either the dual lane or the off lane. Tang loves to be aggressive on the off lane, but against Sevarog that can be a little bit rough, but still crunches a lot of damage. And I think both dual lane will try to get their advantage. They both have lane that can actually out pressure the other lane. So I would assume dual lane should be a great way to start. I'm wondering if actually Clearcast, yeah, so Kanai saying in the chat that actually we have Jaybin that is stepping up as a player for Team Immune, because apparently Clearcast did not manage to get there for the first game, so a little change of plan at the last minute. Hopefully it doesn't hinder too much their strengths. And so we're looking I think we have the point of view of team, sorry, no name. So we have here Gabodani on the Drongo, and yeah, Cyanid trying to look at a ward, I think, in the river. The camera starting on the red side. Classical start. No invade made by any of the team. They don't trying to get ahead from a little cheeky invade in the early game.
Yeah, and you have to respect that as well from the level 1 potential here, especially with the Rampage Boulder Toss and even the Stasis Bomb as well. You could see the Decker throwing that one out from behind the Shadow Curtain. Did not find Purchase, did not find the stun at least, but something that's you have to be careful of, knowing that Decker has started the Stasis Bomb. Probably going to lose a little bit of that prio as well, without having to go for that ion with the Photon beam.
But no, they have to be a bit careful because the wave is very pushed out, and even if they manage to get the push, they can lose the level 2 pressure from that. But still, Muriel, Drongo that have so much prior on the lane compared to Murdoch, because Murdoch needs to be close to the wave to use the buckshot.
Yeah, and also not able to get the stasis traps down yet, and that's what you want to see from these players. So it's actually going to be the level 2 going the way of Team Immune. Instantly, that trap is going to come down. It will be hitting on towards Cyanide on this Muriel, but damage trade looks like it did actually favor the side of No Names. But an early rotation, you can see the Chimera coming in, the ambush lead down on towards this Murdoch, the buckshot away into a static trap is going to buy a little bit more time. First gank of the set, and it is not successful, at least the Chimera showing early.
Yeah, but an interesting thing to point out here is that the camera, even with the Decker being close to him, is just gone for Neff, the Murdoch. He knows that's the danger, and killing the support is nice and well, but taking this flash potentially on the Murdoch is much more important in the early game. And you see the top tier level of EU team where they know where is the danger and what they should try to shut down here.
Sure. Casting your eyes over towards the other lanes as well, I can see at and is going to be Ando pushed underneath the tower as well on the left hand side, dealing with this Sevarog matchup. The mid lane seems to be in relative equilibrium. I know that we both went towards the river buffs secured as well, but this is actually a bold choice coming out here from Sarge. He's going for a return gag onto the Murdoch, but immediate buckshot once again. The gag grenade did come down to try and stop that peel away, maybe force a blink, but with 3 members are going to at least get a secure on this gold buff. And over towards left hand side, Raw Twice has appeared in the solo side. He's going to be picking up that XP camp.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised to imagine that in the meantime, Immune Jungler actually doing an invade, taking advantage of the pressure that the Crunch was putting onto the Sevarog, and the camera staying on the right side. Ooh, a nice Stasis Bomb. Muriel is low.
The shield comes down. Is anyone going to commit to it? But no, you've got Kabadani just keeping the pressure away from the support, but that's going to be Cyanide having to get a back off very early as well, and with very low HP and low mana as well, possibly risking the jungler popping up. We don't actually have eyes on where the Rampage is. The Stasis Bomb, but Neft is going to blink on towards this Drongo, looking for a blink away, going for the outplay, but can't find it. First blood will go the way of the duo lane. Neft with the Murdoch pick gets the first kill of the set.
Yeah, and they actually tried to really shut down Neft very early on, already 2 gank from the camera, and yeah, it didn't matter, like just Neft doing Neft things and managing to get the first blood of this game despite being like very highly pressured. That he had to use his blink to get there, so now he's a little bit like more prone to being killed from any gank. But it's still like a lot of gold, and any advantage can get there. We see the Phantom Rush away from the Sevarog, like Tank trying to box a little bit this Sevarog, trying to limit his ability to stack.
Yeah, there's no pun intended there. They're quite literally boxing, because Crunch does like to punch, as the voice line goes. And just having a look here at where Sergeant is, trying to get involved as much as they can. Over towards the left-hand side, Tang actually going missing as well. Might be a bit of action inside of the jungle. It seems to just be a handshake at least. The river buffs did come up just about 30 seconds ago. The jungle's rotating around. Actually, Jabin on this deck of war did get spotted over by the Fangtooth Pit, but for now, Crunch finds himself very low on the mana going against Tang, looking for a solo kill, but it's going to be the way of Raw Twice are popping up there. The kill credit goes towards Tang, and that's 2 kills for the immune side laners.
Yeah, and I don't know if you noticed, but this trying to put a little bit of pressure on the dual lane, but the Sevarog is only at 7 stacks 6 minutes in. Like Tank probably is putting a humongous amount of pressure and can't really do a good stacking, and that's bad for the Sevarog.
Oh, Stasis Bomb going to land here as well. Cavadani steps up, trying to keep Neft away, so can't apply the remaining damage at least. But, well, aside from that solo kill, both, there's a lot of heavy trading coming out from this duo side here. Jabin just near enough, like throwing that Stasis Bomb on cooldown and seeing who they can catch. But they are going to back away as well. And with the lack of ward vision down as well, it can be quite difficult to see what Team Immune are really planning. But we did see Jabin pop into the left-hand side and looking more towards these lane states as well. But after 7 minutes, it still is only the 2 kills going. It looks like Neft actually got the reset off, recalling down by the side. But gold buff going to be picked up by the no-name duo side.
It will be very close, but I think they just secure it. They decided to not fully take the wave because they recognize that they won't have like the priority enough otherwise. Very well played, very good use of their time, and to not take any risk. In the meantime, I think we've seen the Sevarog manage to get the Cyan buff, which can allow to catch up a little bit in terms of experience against this Crunch that was getting ahead from the kill. And now we have a fight into the jungle between the Camera and the Rampage, but the Rampage is already level 6 with the BMOs. And,
yeah, Raw Twice going in very deep here, but the Howitzer is at least going to be able to back up. There's going to be a blink over the wall as well, and actually now attention turning towards Empty on this Howitzer as well. Is going to pop the first health pot, just getting a lot of damage down, but is kind of stuck here in between. But no, Tang enters the fray, trying to turn things around once again. A lot of damage on towards Sergeant, having to blink away for now. But you know, Crunch, the Howitzer, and the Rampage still wailing in the damage inside of that jungle, very close. But no one surprisingly goes down after that invade, even though Raw Twice got caught out.
And that's what I really like about like top level team is like they just know that they can go in, but then they can disengage someone else taking the advantage, and then they just switch back like that, coming back, and in the end nobody dies.
Ando's in. Well, I thought Ando was the one in trouble. Looks like Raw Twice attempted a bit of a tower dive, but it looked like a blink cooldown being used. I'm not sure if you saw that one, Mugi, over towards left hand side. So maybe able to see a blink actually coming out by Ando as well. So trade of resources over in that left-hand side. Both of these junglers getting incredibly involved early on as well, and this is what we want to see. There's no farming junglers allowed in this one. It's just gank, gank, gank.
On this side, like since the Camera backed and didn't like force any more fight, I think it will be nice for him because he can now catch back a little bit the farm he had behind, because he was level 5 in this fight while the Iron Trust was already level 6, but probably getting the level 6 from clearing the blue jungle, and that should like equilibrate debate. And we have seen like a lot of fight, but actually getting a kill is not so easy. Catching someone out of position or forcing something is not enough. The enemy team rotate perfectly, trying to collapse and protect their teammate, and so you will really need to fight to get those kills in this game for both party.
Yeah, and one force as well I want to dwell on is it looked like that invade happened before the reversal of fortune was available. I think Cyanide was on that level 5, so if the Muriel had been able to come in, that knockup going down with how low those health bars were after that invade for Team Immune, that could have very easily turned sour, but thankfully that ult was not available. We go back to the standard trading at least. Jungler's going to go into the farm as well. Actually, Raw twice popping over towards right-hand side, but a good ward will spot that one out. And the no-names duo lane will concede a little bit of pressure, but Chimera over towards the red side. Jabin does land the stasis bomb, the Iron Strike as well, and a blink coming out from Kabadani. Consecrated Ground shield as well. Raw twice leaping forward, but can't find a stun. And another gank forced out as well. No blink down on Kabadani. The Muriel holding down, but Chimera is still looming around here as action happening towards left-hand side. But we're going to keep over towards this duo lane as Sergeant is going to try and make something happen. The reversal of fortune will knock up the rampage to keep them away. Containment fence going down. Sergeant once again leaping onto Jabin as well. The shields coming down. Muriel doing their best to keep everyone alive. Focusing fire on towards Raw twice, but Neff with the bookshot is able to find the damage onto Kabadani. One kill in the duo side, and also a solo kill for Tang on this Sevarog.
Yeah, a lot of action going on. Team Immune getting the better out of it, winning the 3v3 on the duo lane and winning the 1v1 on the off lane. This Muriel a bit unfortunate because she took the Boulder's throw once. The Murdoch managed to dodge it from the flash and she didn't see it coming, literally, because the Murdoch was just in front of her. It was very close, could have gone either way. But here we can see like the strengths of like the chain CC from the static trap, from the stasis bomb, from the boulder's throw that actually like managed to out shield, go over the shield of this Muriel that was like almost no mana in this fight.
Yeah, and off screen as well, Immune went straight to that Fang Tooth. I nearly called it the Fang Booth. That's probably why we call it that way. But the Fang Tooth goes down. And that's the first one secured for Team Immune as well. And we did actually see a little glimpse at that scoreboard as well, just with the general levels, this, kill lead, objective lead, and also just the farm lead as well. I think there was about 350 to 280 across the board as well. So Team Immune starting to develop a bit of a lead as a gank is happening inside of the mid lane as well. You can see the junglers coming down, and that's going to be a pick as well. Tazid getting a, that's going to be a kill onto Tazid, empty on how it's able to pick that one up as a gank, and also a very deep invade coming out inside of the blue side jungle as well.
And I don't think they can react to this invade. Like we have seen that Neft is alone on the duo lane. The Muriel will be very, very late to the rotation, and I think the Reversal of Fortune is still on cooldown. So they're trying to send the Muriel here, but a lot of damage is taken on the tier 1 tower. Maybe they're trying to force the mini prime after the kill, and you see that the rampage is on it. Decker trying to completely zone the enemy team, and that's a free mini prime, and already 2 objectives done by Team Immune, and Neft getting the 1v1 also on the duo lane after the Muriel left.
Well, this is what's going to happen with that reversal of fortune. It kind of feels like a bit of a balance check inside the right-hand side, but no, we want to keep on fighting. A tower dive underneath the no-names mid-tier 1. It's going to be Sergeant going to find something with the cull as well, looking for the stuns, but has to back away because he's already lost Tacid. 3 members pushing down, half health bars on the backline as well. It's only Raw twice. He's playing bodyguard as well, make sure there's no further egress. The talents come down for the slow field as well, but here comes the subjugate. Now no names wanting to get something back, and Raw twice having to blink away. Sevarog's still looming around. The duo lane is here as well, but Immune got what they want and they leave the scene.
Yeah, they managed to get the mini prime, using the mini prime to pressure the tier 1 tower. From the dive on the tier 1 tower, they managed to get the kill. It was close, but they managed to disengage completely cleanly, and so now we're kind of 7-0, probably a little bit better farm, and also like 2 objectives done, plus a tier 1 tower in the mid lane, a tier 1 tower on the left lane also, I think. And they have to be careful, no name, because that's what Team Immune are known for, is getting an advantage early and then never letting it go, and they just like snowball out of there.
Yeah, the credit has to go to Raw twice as well, and the overall shot calling from Team Immune. It's why they're such a difficult team to go in. I just say that's the second time we've seen invades happen, just pulling away that farm. And when you have an invade on the jungle side, not only is Raw twice getting extra farm, but it's actually worth twice as much because that's less camps available for Sergeants on this Chimera as well. And they're gonna actually see Immune going towards the center side once again. It's Jabin finding the stasis bomb from behind the shadow curtain, and it's going to force Ando back under tower as well. We are going to stick around, so you can see the rotation possibly coming out here. Muriel and Sergeant rotating over towards that mid lane, expecting more action. But the blue side is where Immune are currently camping out here.
And here we can see like Team Immune using to the fullest the mini prime that have better duration, and they try to go onto the Muriel, and the Crunch managed to find the Muriel. Several coming from behind with the subjugate, but he's 1 against 3 people. I think trying to gain time for the Billica to rotate, but no counter kill can come out of that. And
meanwhile, actually, Neft and Cavadani is the airway is going to go wide, but the kill credit goes to Raw twice as well. Their honorable 1 versus 1 has been interrupted, and even a blink away from Sergeant in towards enemy territory, but he will be chased out. Empty makes it rain with the ultimate. He's going to confirm that one. 10 kills in 15 minutes. Team Immune really setting the pace here, and they destroyed yet another tower.
yeah, really like putting a lot of pressure with this mini prime. Like I was saying, they managed to get the FangBooth first, which means that this mini prime have a longer duration, and they really use this duration to the full of its extent, managing to get also tier 2 tower only 16 minutes in. It's super early and putting like the goals of the whole team even further ahead of Team No Name.
Yeah, and just keeping our count on the Sevarog stacks as well. Actually, currently at 49, it's going to most likely hit 50 very shortly. As I say, it's just any kills with abilities will do it. There's the 50 stacks as well. And, you know, this is more just on Immune, actually, with how well they are playing. They are just slowly suffocating No Name's team comp here. It feels like every time No Names want to be proactive, Team Immune are just waiting for them, and they're actually going to be, you know, proactive themselves. They're going to pick up their second Fangtooth, and that was completely uncontested once again.
Yeah, I think Team Immune was there at the exact respawn timer. You see that the Crunch has no care in the world, like this jungle is his, and the Sevarog just trying to steal the stack and getting engaged afterwards. The combo have to phantom rush away. I don't think there will be like kill potential here in this situation, but...
Oh, hold on, right-hand side as well.
They can't really answer this Crunch that will just knock on the door, trying to put it under the inhibitor with the Colossal Blow, but the Brutal Axe is used, and
yeah,
that's a dead Sevarog.
That's the 1v1 sorted, but meanwhile in the right-hand side jungle are all kicking off as well. Boulder is going to land on towards the support, and just the kills, the dominoes starting to fall. They're going to find 3 in the right-hand side, the solo kill on the left as well. Team Immune finding 4 kills across the map, and actually with Sergeants looking to try and stop this inhib will at least dissuade Tang from further pushing at least. But with how Team Immune are doing, they're answering back. Right-hand side tier 2 is already under siege from Empty and Neft.
I feel like one of the saving grace from Team No Name is that it's not even 20 minutes in, so they can't go for the Orb Prime, which is kind of sad to say.
Glass half full, Moogie, glass half full.
Yeah, exactly. But they managed to get Immune the tier 2 on the right side. They really like opened the map. Definitely, like they probably are going to go for the mini prime when it's spawn again. I think they will have a timing before the big Orb Prime, and so that means that they can get their advantage, a mini prime, to fight for the next Orb Prime. I think Team No Name kind of have to contest that, but otherwise it will be very, very hard to defend the inhibitors against a team so far ahead with Orb Prime.
And just with the deficit starting to build as well, as I say, it looks like the preparations in place. I would imagine that Team Immune have just done a bit of a quick reset, spend some of that hard-earned gold from their recent shenanigans inside the right-hand side jungle, and preparing for this mini prime, as you say. Currently Sergeant sniffing around in the jungle as well, trying to catch someone out. There's going to be engaged onto a Raw twice, going to pop the Bayon off, but there's a lot of lockdown coming down as well. He's going to throw a boulder towards Cavadani on the Stronger, trying to keep away, and actually it's going to be the first kill going away of No Names, as Bellica is able to pick off that one with the Neural Disruptor, but the rest of Immune are going to respond Crunch taking down Cabadani on the Drongo, and now Empty will pick off Ando as well. They get one back, but they lose two. Might even lose a third. A containment defense merely holds them in place for Empty to find a second kill in that fight. Free fall around the mini prime pit.
Yeah, the team fight started well for Team No Name. We see IR tries like forcing a little bit too much to try to get into Cabodani on the Drongo. Managed to get killed. Cabodani almost disengaged, but everyone was a little bit like too low. And there is a lot of like chase potential from Team Immune with the Decker, with the Crunch. And so they didn't manage to have the clean disengage. And that's in the end like 3 kills for Team Immune for only 1 kill for Team No Name. But glass house full, like you said. That's the first kill for Team No Name, so maybe they will start there.
The kill going on to Raw twice as well, so there is going to be a shutdown, and this is what you have to worry about as well when you have a team that's sitting on a lot of kills and a lot of shutdown gold, is that if you can find that pick, if you can find it onto Neft, Neft has to go down in this fight. I imagine that the shutdown that Neft is currently sitting on must be well over 600-700 gold at this point.
Yeah, especially with the specialty of Predecessor that have also like creep bounty score. And I would assume that Neft is like super high in terms of like how many creeps he has in comparison to Cabodani. And so that adds up on top of the kill bounty. And so yeah, every single kill other than Iroh twice in the future team fight, I think will be very juicy for Team No Name, and they should look for it. Even if they trade like 1-for-1 or 2-for-1, I think it's still like value for them here.
But well, it's gonna get even more difficult because the orb prime stolen just a minute after it spawned, and now Ando caught out inside the right jungle, having to blink away. But at least reinforcements coming out from No Names. You see Raw twice pops the Behemoth, just gonna go onto the back line, and there is nothing that No Names can do to stop the dive. It is devastating. Nef finding multiple kills. They're going to drop 4, look for the perfect wipe. 5 will fall, and this has got to be the death push coming out for this all primed up Team Immune.
I would assume so. Like Muriel is the first one to get alive in 5 seconds or so, but Muriel can't really like defend against like such strong team. She's super far behind, 1 CC and she's dead, and we see that Team Immune is trying to go directly onto the core. A few people will respawn. I think they will try to defend, but the core is almost dead, and that should be game 1 for Team Immune.
Team Immune are very, very clean and a very strong start to today's proceedings. They're going to take game 1, put themselves on match point and 1 game away from the grand finals. And if you want a Team Immune, Mugi, just showing why they are the reigning champions there, that was clinical.
Yeah, it felt like there was like some great struggle in the early game. They still managed to get the kill ahead, but they weren't like flying away. But as soon as like this solo kill on the offlane and the 3v3 won by Team Immune that collapsed into a tier 1 tower on the offlane and the FangTooth, then they just like press the gas pedal like full throttle, and they just never stop, and Team No Name just couldn't resist to the strengths of Team Immune when they're ahead. Like their snowball is like impeccable.
Yeah, the gauntlet has been thrown down by Team Immune, 1 game away from the grand finals. It's going to be down to No Names. They will have to take 2 games off Team Immune to reverse sweep this set. It's going to have a very short break, and we're going to be back with game 2 of the upper brackets finals. So, going by that first game, you do not want to miss it. We'll see you in a few minutes. And welcome back to the casting desk for our continued coverage of this first best of 3 set in the upper bracket finals. A spot in the grand finals is up for stake between Team Immune versus No Name. I'm TJ DJ Mugiwawa alongside me, and we just watched Team Immune really set a precedent here. A very strong first game in this set as well.
Yeah, very strong showing, like playing to their strengths, and Team No Name couldn't do a lot in that game. And what are they going to do against that? Like, I think like they had to change something from their draft. I really feel like the part of the duo lane and the jungler wasn't really like such of an issue. I think like the 3v3 could have gone either way, but this Severog getting shut down so hard by the crunch, we have seen like at 6 minutes only 7 stack. At 16 minutes, only 50 stacks. When you're a Severog that are free cruising, you can almost be at 120 at this time frame. So maybe they should try to change something. What do you think they are going to try to change on the draft, TJ?
Well, that's an interesting one because, you know, especially when you have a game like that, I think the 17 kills to 1, and it kind of felt like everything that No Name tried, Team Immune were just one step ahead as well. I do agree that probably the solo side is going to be a good place to start. You know, Ando on that Severog. I mean, Tang just, that's not to say Ando was playing bad on the Severog. I think Tang just played absolutely lights out on the crunch. He's having an incredible tournament in that solo lane as well. So for me, you know, with this Severog and you know, the draft for game 2 is going to begin. Team Immune having that first pick and first ban, and they're actually going to take away the Severog from the likes of No Names as well. So that's at least one thing that Ando doesn't have to worry about. So I'd like to see him maybe lean towards maybe taking the crunch himself, or even going towards that Grux, which he's already played inside of this tournament.
Yeah, interesting to go for the Severog ban because they really like managed to shut it down in the previous game, but I'm pretty sure like Team Immune has their draft like very well oiled and they know exactly what they're doing. The difference here is like this time Team Immune is the first pick, where No Name was the first pick the previous game. And I think it's interesting that I think it's the team that has lost that choose if they go like second or first pick. And so it seems that Team No Name prioritized to actually be second pick in this situation. So maybe they could have a better draft because that's what they prefer to do. And they go for the crunch ban. Like Tang was an absolute monster on that. And so they don't want to have to deal with it again.
No, I think from what we've just witnessed, that ban is absolutely A-OK. For the side of No Names, but this is going to leave a lot available. So the Revenant and the Steel were the first bans from game number 1. Both of them are now available as well. Raw Twice is going to get another game on that Rampage. Once again, we're going to be first picked as well. But No Names, with going for the second pick, they get to at least get 2 of their heroes down and a bit of priority. And this is, you know, getting that Howitzer, I think is going to be a big one as well, because it has been a lot of their success in the early games of this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. They managed to secure the Howitzer. The Steel is very flexible. As an answer, we see directly Team Immune go for the Decker. Decker is very strong to be a nuisance to the Steel. Can also, like, if you're very good, like, go for the Stasis Bomb on the Howitzer when you use Make It Rain. So a very good answer to both pick of Team No Names. And they also go for the Gideon. So probably on empty, I would assume. A very good counter into the Howitzer. Be able to outpoke him and outpressure him, and also having a lot of great rotation in the early stage of the game.
I'd say with that first game with the rotations coming from Empty, it felt like Empty wasn't necessarily standing out. I think Empty just did their job in that one, just being that consistent source of AoE damage, throwing down the R2000 rockets, the team firing pressure as well. I mean, all of that game really coming off from Tang's show-stopping performance on that on the crunch as well, being very crushing, shall I say. But now, you know, with the mid laner, that still having that flex potential, could be going into the supporting role as well. But Ando has previously played this inside of the solo lane, so it could be an option. But No Names just going back to what has worked before. Howitzer, Muriel, and Chimera are all picks that they have brought out in their previous games.
Yeah, it seems that they really have their core strengths with at least like one more front laner that could be like either Sevarog, either Steel, either Rampage, the Howitzer as their mid laner of choice to have like a lot of damage, because that's one of the risks that you can have if you go like with front laner and Muriel as a support, is you kind of lack a bit in the damage department if you go for a more utility based like mage like Belica for instance. So with Howitzer, you're definitely not gonna like damage, and you're definitely not gonna like disruption from the slow grenade and the landmine. And we see that double carry composition from Team Immune, like going for Revenant, Drongo, only leaving Murdoch and Sparrow available for Kabodani. Interesting choice, because like probably we're going for a Drongo offlane, maybe a new solution for tank. And we see the signature pick of Kabodani with the Sparrow that needs protection but can have with the team she has, and is very, very strong in team fight with this pick. So Team Immune can have to be careful of this Sparrow, because Kabodani is very strong on it.
Yeah, and then even with the backup picks as well, I'd say the Muriel pocket, the Chimera, the space, the area denial that you have from so many other picks as well. Again, No Name's just drafting into their strengths, which has been like this team fighting composition. But as we saw from Immune, looking towards this early game of those first 10 minutes, again, these are lanes that we've seen them dominate on. And, you know, if Tang once again is going to be taking the Drongo into the solo lane against this Steel, by the looks of things, what do you think of that matchup in the off lane?
I think like Drongo is very strong into Steel, especially with Tang that is very well known to know those matchups very well when he play a range against a melee. And even more than that, like I think having the Chimera as a jungle is a bit of a detriment, because you kind of want to punish the carry probably around the level 3, because you won't have the push as the melee guy, so you kind of want to gank the carry when the wave is going to push back, when your melee managed to get all the farm under the tower and gets his own level 3. But Chimera is not a rampage when you gank a carry. Okay, you have the ambush, but if the enemy carry just like create a little bit of space, it will be very hard to kill. And so here, like I'm a bit scared for Endo, because Tang is super proficient at that. I don't have like the perfect jungle to punish the carry pick on the offlane.
Yeah, and even just that range as well, right? Boulder toss, stasis bomb. You've also got empty roaming on the Gideon as well. It's another draft that it feels like Immune have just got what they wanted. Again, granted the crunch has been taken away, but them seems that they're pretty more than happy to do that, actually. But once again, Mugi, the players, you know, loading into the draft. I throw the question to you once more, and also to the chat as a whole. Do Team Immune book their slot in the grand finals, or do we go to a game 3?
From what they've shown in the previous match, I can only go with them. Like, it was such a beautiful display of skill. Everything was perfect from them. The macro, the snowball, the little things in the team fight. So I have to go with Team Immune, especially when I think they still managed to get the draft where the mid laner and the off lane will have priority, and that play to their strengths.
For sure. Well, you've heard it here from Mugi. We're going to drop down into the game as well. Game number 2. Team Immune 1 away from a spot in their 3rd consecutive grand finals here at the FangBooth. But of course, they've got to get through No Name once again. Having a look here as well, like other things I haven't touched on really, you know, is that Neft getting the likes of that Revenant as well, as that was the first pick taken off them as well. But, you know, considering the draft that No Names have actually been able to develop, going back to what they've used in this tournament, this is probably their best bet, really, of trying to force a game 3.
Yeah, and also, like I think, like Team No Name, the Muriel Sparrow lane is arguably like the strongest dual lane you can draft. It's just that Sparrow is very hard to make work in a team, so that's why it's not picked that much. But I think if they want to have a chance to get into this game, it will come from this dual lane. But I'm pretty sure Team Immune is aware of that, so I would expect IR tries to try to shut down this side of the map.
Yeah, because we did see Sergeant actually paying a lot of attention towards his duo lane inside those opening 3 minutes. This time, Jabin's not actually going to go for the stasis bomb from the Shadow Curtain. Just going to walk into the lane. We do not know what the decker has started just yet. And also worth noting as well for the viewers watching, first of all, thank you for showing up. You're in for an absolute treat, I assure you. But we are going to be following No Name's POV for this set as well, as they are the team on blue team, and Team Immune, your reigning champions, are going to be the team in yellow, orange, whatever that color is. But you know what I mean, at least.
Yeah, the enemy team. We can see that the camera is starting red and going directly into the 2 camp, and a great stasis bomb trying to engage with the obliterate, and we see like the power of Revenant early game. Like 1 Q spell and yeah, half of your health is gone.
For sure here, and we know how proficient Neft is as well. But meanwhile, on the left-hand side, it's going to be a rough start as Tang picking up first blood on that Drongo pick, and it looks like Raw Twice actually just ganked there early as well. You can see Sergeant on his Chimera is in the left-hand side jungle, but unable to really help their laner. Immune, once again, off to a good start.
Yeah, and we saw that the camera decided to be present to try to help the steal early on with the passing from the red into 2 camp into the blue camp, but Iron was a little bit too fast here and managed to get the first kill, and that's scary for a team No Name.
A lot of damage going on to Jabin, but Neft is starting to throw down damage of their own. That was a blink coming out from Cyanide to get away from Neft. I did lose track of what bullet they were on, but if that was a 4th bullet, that would have been a kill at least. A very long-range stasis bomb coming out from Jabin on the decker, subbing in for Clear Cast. As pushed under the wave as well, but aside from that first kill, actually no, with Empty, an extremely early roam as well, and this is what we were expecting. Probably, I must admit, not at 3.5 minutes in, but Empty already showing that they are willing to rotate over towards his duo side.
Yeah, and Cyanide not getting surprised by that. At least it was like far away to not get hit by the Cosmic Rift, because without any flash and no ability on Muller, that could have been a kill. Empty using the timing of the river buff to go on for the right river buff and trying to be a little bit sneaky about it. And here we see another kill on the offlane in a 2v2 situation, I would assume, because we see also the camera and the Rampage were in the lane. Having this Drongo getting ahead of this steal is a huge problem for Team No Name, because then he will require a lot of babysitting from Sergeant, and they can't really afford that in this situation. They need to have the Muriel Sparrow go ahead in this game.
Yeah, and also having, I say, Sergeant looking towards that left-hand side, trying to just get Ando through this early game as well. And it just feels like that it kind of bleeds into the rest of the jungle, right? When you have that lead inside the solo lane, immediately that blue side camps, that side of the jungle near the Orb Prime, it actually just belongs to Team Immune here. When you have that much pressure, when you have the wave coming in, that's just near enough a free invade, and this is what Team Immune were doing from game number 1. But this time, though, is actually going to be a return, as Ando looks like they got a solo kill on towards Tang, but right now in the duo lane, you can see more abilities throwing down, a containment fence coming out as well, health pots being thrown, a lot of heavy trading, at least Neft having to back away, as No Name with that Sparrow starting to hurt.
Yes, the combo of Sparrow Muriel, you have a lot of damage, but a lot of protection. You win almost every single trade. When they go for a fight, trying to catch out the camera that was trying to come to the lane, almost 1 HP, and it's not for Neft. And the Sparrow is
like a cage. Ooh, having to blink away the obliterate. And he's going to go forward and finds the Cosmic Rift to finish that kill away. 4 members from Team Immune just drop into the duo lane, and they're going to find a pick.
Yeah, and as we said, like the saving grace for Team No Names from this draft will likely come from the Muriel Sparrow, and we've seen that in 6 minutes, the mid laner Empty was already 2 times in their lane, so they know where they had to pressure to really like stop any chance for Team No Name to get a foothold into this game, and they're just like pressing hard.
Yeah, speaking of pressing hard, Ando underneath their tower once again. I do wish we actually had the perspective of that kill towards the left hand side, but that's gotta feel good, right? Actually being able to answer back, and you can see him trying to go aggressive onto the Drongo, the gag grenade at the feet as well, and just having to wail until the duration goes down. There's the first stun, the light stream comes down, and he's gonna block the projectiles, but actually it's Tang winning out on that trade as well. The gag grenade caused so many problems for Ando there.
Yeah, and that's one of the things when you're playing a melee against a range character, like you need to play perfect as the melee character, because if something is a little off, here the bull rush not connecting, then you're gonna get punished hard, and that's what's exactly what happened. Bull rush not connecting, you can chain with the shield bash, and Tang has the time to use the gag grenade, and then you're kind of a sitting duck inside this grenade.
It's a tough old start for Ando, but you know, glass half full, playing on that steel that even if you are behind, you still have a game-changing ultimate, the shield screen you can throw down to block all projectiles. When we're looking towards these objective fights, if Ando is able to get in a good position to use it, it feels like they still have, they're still useful throughout this game, even if their ultimates or their bull rushes may just turn out to be one-way tickets, but that could be all they need for this Sparrow. So as you say, so much pressure on Kabadani and Cyanide, as they have to be the players that No Name have to rally around.
And they have to be careful, because that's already the second gold buff going to the hands of Neft. They try to engage on the Muriel, the containment fence, but I think that's just a clean disengage. Like the sacred shield is way too much for to go through. But a rotation into the jungle, and probably they're on the FangTooth. I would assume that Irotrust was already on it for a few moments, and I think that will be the first FangTooth for Team Immune in this situation.
This seems to be a common playbook as well, as soon as you're on the objective, just push out the duo side, and there is going to be containment phase empty as well, coming in from the mid lane. But Nev is going to blink forward. The Reckoning Brutes will find a pick onto the Muriel, and that's going to be the first pick. Sergeant on the Chimera jumps on towards Aurora twice, but I think No Names don't really want to commit too much to this one. They've already found the pick, and Immune are just going to take just going to reap the rewards.
Yeah, and it feels like, as we have called during the draft, like MT on the Gideon against the Howitzer, having the priority to clear the wave and rotate first, and that's 3 times that MT is ahead of this Howitzer, and it paid like a lot of dividend, because except the first rotation, every single time it was a kill for Team Immune, and putting this dual lane even further behind. That's a rough spot to be. At least in the meantime, we've seen that Tang has rotated in the mid lane, so that left a little bit of dressing room for Endo to try to come back into the game. But he knew just to invigorate to counter the stun. But a very good containment fence. But I don't think there will be a lot of follow-up from Team Immune to go onto this camera. But she's going back in with the ambush just to say, like, no, it's my jungle, don't come here.
Just getting the wards down, and this is the point that Sergeant's in, actually. Meanwhile, though, on the right-hand side, got to talk about that one, as Neft is going to go down. Jabin rotated, meant the Revenant was the only one left here, and a blink coming out from Jabin as well. That landmine placed right behind the Decker would have knocked them back into the jungle, and that could have been 2 kills, so Immune not exactly easy going as the first game, still having to pay a little bit of respect, but that kill for Kabadani on towards Neff has got to feel amazing, and you can see even just rotating towards Empty on the Gideon, a very difficult mid laner to pin down. You need your CC chain to be absolutely perfect. But the duo lane starting to have a good impact for No Name, and looks like they want to go towards Mini Prime.
Yeah, and we've seen that Kabadani managed to get the kill on Neft, but still have the inner fire available, so they can definitely like force this objective with everyone around it. We see that our Trice is looking to go for the counter engage, going in with the BMOS, probably trying to steal it with the Hunt, but a lot of CC has been used on it.
Yeah, going to be knocked up by the one as well. Going to be a blink away, and it's actually stolen by Iroar twice. He gets it with the Hunt by the looks of things, and now they want to try and keep up the fight. You can see Drongo getting the first pick onto Sergeant. Tang is in the fray. Razorback being popped as well. It looks like a full retreat coming out for No Names. It backfires, and Immune are able to counterattack extremely well, as only 4 members are needed here. Tang getting a second one, going to pick off Ando to add to his tally. And actually cutting them off through the jungle as well. They want more. The reversal of fortune will get the Muriel out, but Tahazid is the sacrificial lamb. 4 members, the Mini Prime onto Rampage. A blink away from Kabadani. They have to retreat from this one because Team Immune, they want more.
And the crazy part about that, it was a 4v5 for Team Immune, because Neft was just on the right side split pushing, but Camera managed to get the kill here, so at least a little consolation prize for Team No Name. I'm really surprised that Irotrice managed to steal that, because when he was close to get the hunt out, the steal used all his CC on him, and we have seen that he was very, very far away. Maybe the camera got CC in the meantime, or kill in all the action wasn't very easy to see, but very well played from Team Immune. I think that was a good way for Team No Name to start to get a foot in this game, and unfortunately, like Team Immune said, nope, and they got kind of the 50-50 in this situation.
Yeah, the door was slightly left open for No Names, but Team Immune just slam it shut, as you can see. Actually just that pressure bleeding in towards the mid lane. Teacid having to retreat through the left-hand side jungle. Raw twice, and the rest of the Team Immune squad really staking their claim around that prime pit as well. The mid lane seems to be their next target, utilizing the mini prime on Raw twice. The very textbook play, at least. 20 seconds on Ando's shield ultimate. Would have been a very big knockup, but it looks like the call is to back away and maybe just sit under this tower. Tang, though, starting to split push on the Strongo. And he's actually going to find Ando in the jungle as well. Here comes some of that CC. The ult is available, at least having to get away from the gag grenade. He's going to dance around the screen, and also Sergeant as well. A 2 versus 1. The shield slam goes wide as it looks like Tang is able to get away, but the ambush comes down and a shutdown going the way of Sergeant. Just get the 4th kill of the game for No Names. A huge shutdown going the way of Sergeant. And now Team Immune in full retreat here. Sergeant once again ambushing on, but Empty in the black hole is going to climb onto multiple members, and they're going to lock down Kabadani. And now you thought it was No Names and taking the attack, but instead it's Team Immune with another huge counter-attack, and they're getting multiple kills. They turn that around. They find 3 kills on the back foot.
The hunters getting hunt here. They saw they had an opportunity, and it sure looked like it, but like as soon as they go on the rampage, the Behemoth is used, Empty coming back with the Torn Space into black hole, and this poor Sparrow was just there in the black hole trying to damage a true silver and just died, and then the whole damage from Team No Name was gone. And in the end, they managed to find a pick on Tank, which is a good thing. Tank not really respecting the enemy jungle, thinking it was his own home, and got punished for it. But afterwards, like Team Immune just getting ahead, rotating to the FangTooth, and second FangTooth on the online for them.
Yeah, there's a reason that seeing the Gideon picked up for Team Immune. We expected this from Empty as well, like that big black hole, and you have to feel bad as well for Kabadani, still sitting on the sharpshooter crest, so didn't have the pacifier or even the liberator. There was no way to get away from that black hole, and just a very well placed black hole it was from Empty to turn that fight around. Again, highlighting the strength for Team Immune here is that when the call is to go in, they commit wholeheartedly, and they're able to find multiple kills. But for now, as you say, shutdown comes onto Tang. 50 minutes in, still towers available for members of No Names at least, so something to play around. But and it might be in a spot of Bob. He's got Tang following him around. It's going to commit on towards Empty as well. The ball rush, the CC gonna stop the Empty from getting away. It's actually got a black hole immediately above. I think he had to blink away from that one, and No Names are going to turn around a reversal of fortune on towards this Chimera. The shield slam towards Tang as well. They want to find this pick onto the solo laner once more. The inner fire popped as well, starting to do the damage, but the first member drops Sergeant. It's going to be one, the CC chain coming out, and they can't find the bull rush, and goes down inside of the Reckoning as well. Team Immune starting to clean up, but Kabadani at least answers one back. Teacid will get another as well, but a Razorback, a hunt for Kabadani on this Sparrow. No blink, no movement speed. Raw twice will even blink behind and confirm the pick. And now the last one left, Teacid on this howitzer. Sergeant went down at the start of the fight, just got to hit those autos, but it's going to be Jabin who finds the killing blow. Team Immune find another huge team fight win.
Yeah, and that was like, I think, very well played from Team No Name. They got an opportunity on this Gideon, almost like killing him before he can do anything, but because they're a little bit too far behind and Empty is a little bit too far ahead, they just like miss like the last 5% health. And once he's in the sky with the black hole, Team No Name has nothing to stop it. Like they have absolutely no CC that go into the sky. And that was the differential here, because I think if the Gideon like dies super fast, then they turn on the Drongo, and we see the Drongo also was at 5% health, almost dead. but just missing a little bit of damage, missing a little bit of itemization. They're a little bit too far behind. But Team Immune has to be careful because like those CC combo can be dangerous, and if they execute them perfectly, they can still find a few picks on the squishy target.
Yeah, and Ando's CC towards Tang is not just feeling personal. I imagine there is a little bit of dopamine for every single stun that lands onto the Drongo, considering the past 15 minutes of existence that Ando's had to have inside that solo lane. But, you know, this is what I said moments ago, is that even though Ando had such a tough time in the solo lane, you see what he's doing in these team fights as well. Just so much CC that this steal can bring out, that even when they're behind, still having a huge impact as well. And I 100% agree as well. Just if they were a little bit further ahead, Team Immune would have lost more members. You see Empty in the black hole. The inner fire is going to be popped as well. A good stasis coming out from Tetris. They're going to turn the attention towards Empty as well. They're going to find the pick at least, and now towards the left-hand side. It's Drongo and Raw twice as well. But, you know, health bars are a little bit low. It's only Kabadani that can really step up here. Raw twice playing bodyguard, but it's going to be the engage as Sergeant goes in. We're going to back away immediately as the Rampage Behemoth comes out, and all the attention, all the focus onto Acid. Tang trying to do what the damage they can, but look at what Kabadani can return back with the Muriel Shield. But now it's just Kabadani versus the World, the Reckoning in a 1v1 duel in the Shadow Realm. It's Neff that comes out on top, and two more members drop inside the base. Team Immune finding multiple kills. Sergeant trying to pick onto Neff, but the CC comes down, and that's actually going to go the way of the Revenant. A boulder toss, the shield coming down. Immune just cleaning up house. It's a delayed team wipe across the board, and the base is all for Team Immune to take.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna open. They see they have all the wave pushed up. They managed to get the inhibitor on the left. We have to comment like Team No Names there, managing to get the kill on the Gideon. The counter engage was nice. The problem is, as we said, they're super far behind, so they had to commit so many resources on that kill. We've seen the shield slam, the reversal of fortune, probably to make it rain off the howitzer, and so in the end, you kind of like the rest of your resources to kill the rest of Team Immune's team. But they almost find a counter engage. It's just like this Rampage with the Razorback into Behemoth, and too hard to kill.
Yeah, just a little bit too far gone as well. But that just, again, it's just a theme here that you know, if No Names were just had a little bit more XP, had a few more levels, maybe a few more item components built, or even just full items as well. You can see Tainted Rounds picked up by Kabadani as well, just to deal with the lifesteal coming out. But meanwhile, they're based in tatters. They've got to look towards Tony's minion waves, and the third Fangtooth is going to drop for Team Immune. And with the All Prime spawning in 35 seconds as well, you have to feel that's going to be the next target.
Yeah, and getting this third Fangtooth mean that now they have the 8% permanent stat buff, so they were ahead, and you just like add a multiplier on top of that. That won't feel good for Team No Names at all. But they will have to try whatever they can. They still have a lot of damage, a lot of scaling. Unfortunately, like 20 minutes in, you don't have time to scale that much, especially with Team Immune just like getting into your jungle, taking almost everything. We see Kabadani going for the red buff. Surprised it's still up there, but you take every single little win you can in those situations, and they pinging for the All Prime. Maybe going to try to do something here, but that will be very hard, I think.
Yeah, having to deal with the waves. You can actually see Empty just chilling in this mid lane as well. Not really needed for the All Prime that's currently, but most likely being taken as well. Yeah, we do get the vision. The ward's come down at least, and now members going to collapse. It's going to be another 5 versus 5. Sergeant trying to start the fight with the ambush, but already a teleport coming out from Empty, and inside the containment cage, so much damage on towards Kabadani. The black hole over the top, and to make it rain just straight into the point blank of Empty. But Team Immune just dives so well, and they've already taken out the saving grace of No Names. In fact, they take them all outside the All Prime pit. Once again, they find all 5 members in an instant. Team Immune turning up big here. Minions on the core as well. An All Prime going to go their way, and you can see actually they're going to go straight towards the core. It starts to lose the HP, and well, and everyone, Twitch chat, your first grand finalists. Team Immune make their 3rd consecutive finals in FangBooth.
Yeah, They just shown why they're the best right now in EU, and they just delivered despite great effort from Team No Name and trying to find a foothold in this game. Like Team Image was just too much to chew for now. Maybe we'll see No Name later on, but they have first to face Team OPD in the losers bracket final first. And right before that, we will have a short break so everyone can catch their breath to prepare for the next game.
Yeah. Few moments for the Omeda Police Department versus No Names in the lower bracket final.
Yeah, we are.
And welcome back for the FangBooth 3rd edition. I'm Mugiwawa and we'll be joined by Fralcon for this match, and we are going to watch the losers bracket final, which will oppose No Name that we have just seen, that just lost to Immune against Omeda Police Department. And I think this match kind of have a color of revenge because those both teams already like faced each other earlier in the tournament, and No Name won against Omeda Police Department. But here it's a different beast. It was a best of 1, and now it's a best of 3. How are you doing, Falcon?
I'm doing pretty well. I've had a bit of a manic day, I'll be honest, but I've managed to make it. And I am very much glad that I have. And as you said, it's going to be a very interesting game, a rematch of sorts, a best of 3 format. And I think the main thing I'm most interested in is how well will No Name come back from that pretty hard stomp by Team Immune. Then I think a lot of people would say it was pretty much a stomp there, and see if they can mental reset for themselves to play against OPD.
Yeah, they definitely have the advantage of already being hot, to say the least, because they already played like 2 games. But like as you said, like it was pretty too taxing game mentally. But they have to. It's behind them. Now it's a new set. They need to fully reset and focus on this target that they already beaten once. So they just have to do it like twice again. I say just like it's easy, but we
Just
all
beat
know
him.
that.
That's all you need to do.
Yeah, we all know that Omeda Police Department is not an easy task to overcome, so that should be like very, very interesting game. And from what I heard, we didn't get the chance to cast the game yesterday. It was a very, very close game between both teams, so that should be a very entertaining set to watch.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I think these 2 teams are definitely the best contenders to play against Team Immune. We've already seen what No Name's done, and obviously depending on what happens here, we might see OPD get their chance to play against Team Immune, or No Name run it back and get that revenge, best of 5. But I think the other interesting thing is how OPD is going to do, considering how many games they played yesterday. They got knocked out into the lower bracket quite early on by No Name, and did play quite a few games yesterday, so see if any of that fatigue from yesterday still remains, or if that actually helped them get together, helped them with this tournament, and see if they can carry on that momentum from yesterday as well.
I think they will be absolutely fine. From what I've seen, right after the tournament ended, Cynic and Julie Latina were back into the game, like going into some normal queues. So I think they weren't like tired at all, and so I think they're really ready to fight right now.
Oh, absolute madmen, honestly. But it looks like we've got names in as well, so hopefully our first band is going to come through soon.
Yeah, and I would assume that once again we will see like No Name trying to draft the Muriel, which is a signature pick, but on Omeda Police Department they're also like pretty known for their Decker. And so I would definitely not assume the Decker being the 10th pick of the draft as we have seen in the previous match. What do you think of how the draft are going to go, and what would you assume will be the first ban?
I definitely think we're going to see bans quite similar to what we've seen previously. I'd imagine Severog is going to get banned, a very strong solo laner, Seth Ray. I don't think we'll probably see a first pick Rampage if that's not banned. And I think a Howitzer ban. I was going to mention that as well, as we've seen a very strong mid laner this entire tournament. Surprised that No Name decided to ban it though. As we'll see if OPD decides to ban the Rampage or the Severog here. I think that's going to be the 2 main priority points. They might ban the Muriel as well, but that does leave 2 very big picks open.
But I found that this Howitzer ban is amazing because when we started tournament, like most people coming from NA were saying like, yeah, Howitzer, it's sometimes not so great. Like there was like conflicting thought on that, but here we can see that throughout the tournament, like we talk about speak almost every single time, and even here in the loser bracket final, we see bans on it. Like people don't want to have a witcher in the play, and that's why I also love like tournaments, because it can really like we have some ideas of what is the meta, but it really crystallizes in tournament.
Yeah, we can take ideas from scrims and stuff like that, but a lot of the time players are experimenting, teams might be trying things out. They may not be going for these completely OP picks just because they might be banned. As we see the Moo ban, this does leave Severog and Rampage open. What will No Name pick here between the two? I imagine that's going to be their priority, and OPD will take the other.
Yeah, I would assume you have to pick one or the other, because otherwise you can leave both like Rampage and Severog open for the enemy team, and that's a scary front line to face. That means that you will have like a very strong contender in the jungle. The offlane is pretty strong, but I'm saying that, and we have seen that Tang like managed to completely destroy a Severog with a crunch pick, which can also be a solution. I don't know how proficient they are on it, but Rampage first pick, you can almost never go wrong with this solution.
No, we saw in Iwar in the last series how strong it was. Immediate pickup by the Severog for OPD and the Steel as well. Steel can be going into jungle or support role here. We're not too sure yet. No, an OPD. I imagine this is probably going to be a jungle Steel, honestly, because I think they would still want Decker. But No Name might take that away just to counter this front line. As that is all the tanks picked up for both teams already. As we can see, the priority of this tournament being solely on them, as No Name then picks up the Decker for the support or the mid lane. We don't know yet, as we wait for the 5th pick up.
And I'm a bit surprised by OPD, that usually in this situation they have a tendency to go for Severog Decker, because they kind of like to leave the steal to the enemy team when they have the Decker. But I think they value to remove like both tank. I think maybe trying to target Endo's champion pool, because like we've seen that Endo has played like Severog and Steel, and they just like took 2 of those characters. So maybe that's a strategy on the Omeda Police Department side. And we see the Gideon pick with the Decker already on your team, which remove like one solution to counter the black hole. But the Belica is still open for Omeda Police Department. The Revenant is still open, and that's 2 solutions that is good for the lane and later on good for the ultimate in team fight. So let's see what PD decide to do.
Definitely, and we still have the crunch open for Endo as well. If he wants to take that into the Severog, then it's going to be a good answer, especially level 6. Never mind, OPD takes that away as well. So Ando is definitely losing a lot of champions he can play here.
And here we see also the Drongo pick alongside it, because I think if they took like Crunch, Steel, Severog, all picks that are really strong to go in, but that can be completely shut down by a well-timed Gag Grenade, and decided to not leave this option open for Team No Name. So I really like the combination of removing like another pick from Endo. So he probably is going into the Grux, which I think it's one of his last pick available for him. And also like the Drongo not available to counter those front line that loves to dive.
Yeah, another thing Ando could have gone is the gadget was still open, going that in the offlane, do a good tank special there. Especially against this front line, get the black hole and get the gadget ult on top of it. Might have done quite a lot of work, but obviously gone for a bit safer pick, as we see the Sparrow picked up. Kamadani's probably favourite champion. We've seen that played last game and did quite well considering the circumstances, but we'll see if they can do something against this massive front line by OPD as they finally round out the comp with Belica in the mid lane.
And yeah, the Belica allowing to be a little bit blue into the Gideon in the mid lane. Works pretty well in terms of like trying to get picks, and we can see like the crunch is good to just delay target. We have the Severog that can bring up people with a subjugate, colossal blow, a lot of solution. We have the Sparrow that can kill like those very tanky frontline with the crunch, the steel, the Severog. But I think like Cyanide on this Decker, we have a lot of work to do to keep this Sparrow alive, because yeah, Belica, Crunch, Steel, Severog, all character that can really like see the Sparrow and say like, okay Sparrow, you're not playing, you're dead.
Yeah, it's definitely the case here. And another thing I think we should notice is on Team OPD, there's no real skill shot CC they can throw out. They've got like the close shield bash by Steel, they've got the knockup by Belica. But if Gideon's in the air, what are they going to actually use to shut it down?
I think they have nothing, but on the same time, there's only the Bellica that is stuck inside the black hole. We have the Sevrog that has the Phantom Rush, the Steel that have the Bull Rush, the Drongo that have the Shrapnel Cannon, and Crunch that have the Forward Crunch. So no solution to stop a black hole. But they can get away. But if they do the combination of containment saves with black hole or with a Grux like smash and grab into Wallace challenge, like a lot of like great wombo combo potential on No Name's side, even with the inner fire of the Sparrow on top of it. So I think Team Omeda Police Department needs to be careful of like little corridor in the jungle.
Yeah, plus Halo Arrows, putting that on top of Black Hole slows everyone down. Should be quite a lot of lockdown, but that all depends on if they can get ahead enough to actually be able to kill these tanks. Just if these tanks get a couple of items and can itemize really well against the Sparrow and the Gideon, then it might cause a lot of issues for No Name.
So we are going to enter shortly into the game. We will have the point of view of Team OPD. I think for this match, which will be interesting, changing from like the previous point of view of Team No Name. And like now that I'm presenting, I can throw the heavy hot potato on you. It's who do you think is going to win this time, Falcon? And I don't have to answer the question.
I was about to throw that to you. God damn it. I think in terms of draft, I do prefer OPDs. I like the idea of No Names comp of threatening Sparrow, making sure they can get through the tanks. But there's not really enough peel with just a Decker. You got like the Grux as well if they want to, but that means the Grux isn't getting on that backline to stop Drongo and Bellica. And I think that if they had one more tank on Team No Names, they would take it. But in terms of draft, OPD has those 3 tanks in the front line. They have the Drongo and Bellica to assassinate any sort of targets. And if everything goes well for both of these teams, I think in a 5v5 fight, OPD will take it.
Nice. There you have it. I think it will be interesting to see because with the Steel as a support, I would assume that Team No Name will have the priority on the dual lane. I would assume the priority go for Team OPD on the mid lane with the Bellica against the Gideon, but on the off lane it really depends. Usually the Grux has the priority the first 5 level, but when Crunch reach level 6, that completely change.
I believe it's a Crunch jungle and a Sevrog off lane actually, so
oh, true.
might be different.
My mistake. Thank you for correcting me here. And so I would assume like, yeah, the Grux will be a little bit early, but it needs a little bit of help because once this Sevrog finish, maybe like the first item, usually like a Raiment or a Tainted Guard, like this Grux is not gonna have a fun time in the lane, and you need to kind of stop a little bit the stacking of the Sevrog.
Yeah, definitely. You'll see later on down the line what the Sevrog decides to build up. So for the moment, they're just building the battle lines, looking along the river, still being quite moved up here, but not seeing anyone, so he's just going to pop down a ward and come back to lane, as it looks like Front is going to go for his red buff, but is just posturing as well, just checking out for any invades. It looks like Team No Name is not going to do anything crazy here, as everyone goes to lane and gets ready for the first minion waves, and first blood goes to Kabadane with an auto attack onto the steel.
Yeah, I think that's a GG, FF, go next, like it was too strong, the Sparrow managed to land the first auto attack with the passive Relentless, but yeah. So we can see here, I definitely think like this Decker and Sparrow will try to get like the pressure on the wave, try to get the level 2, still can't really fight until like level 2 or 3, so they have to be careful, but they're
nice thing, one goes in, but Bullboss comes in along to the steel, doesn't actually knock up the Decker due to a passive, and it leans like an even trade overall.
Definitely. A little bit of damage done into Julie Latina. At least like the wave managed to stay there, so that means that will be a free level 2 for Team No Names. We see that the Daycare was coming close in the situation. In the meantime, the Crunch is just like farming in the jungle.
As we get another level 2 by the steel, gets a nice steel bash onto the Decker, does a good down damage with the jungle with the rad round as well. But that does leave Sparrow relatively untouched and can just free auto on the Dongo. Bringing him pretty low down as well. And does have one person left, I think, so should be able to regen back. But it's pretty even in this dual lane right now. It's not too sure if the Decker has got to cage or the photon beam yet, so we'll have to look at that a bit later on as we look over to the mid lane. And the 3 minutes is coming up, so the river buffs are about to spawn up.
And we see that the Crunch is heading towards the off lane, like not paying any attention for the river buff and trying to go for a gank on this Grux. That's one of the issue with Grux, is that he can be like very abusable, and that's the first blood.
Yeah, it looks like a blink was used by the Grux quite early on, seemed to have spotted Crunch, but Crunch has his good dash and didn't even need to blink to get back onto the Grux and take that first blood, and also takes the XP buff as well. So that accelerates that Crunch quite heavily and allows several to continue free farming for a little bit, which can cause quite a bit of issues coming to mid game. But it looks like in the meantime, No Names has had quite a bit of pressure in this duo lane. Julie actually backed off, so probably has one or two items here, has got a bit of HP again, and it looks like he's going to be able to get the wave here, as Cynic does a good job of just making sure it doesn't go into tower, as No Names duo then decides to back off themselves, and will look like they will back against themselves.
Fortunately, the freeze wasn't complete. Like, we see that the melee end up under the tower, but very well played by Cynic, denying as much farm as possible from the enemy duo lane. I think that's one of the reasons why Grux kind of fall off of flavor on the off lane. Is like, he's a very strong lane bully, but it's also like very easy to abuse him with rotation because it doesn't have like great way to disengage. And he only is strong when he can 1v2 people in the lane, which can happen, but he needs to be a little bit further ahead. And here we see that Team OPD definitely recognizing that and taking the first bot quite easily in this lane.
Yeah, so Grux isn't going forward, then it's not really going to work out for him, unfortunately, as it looks like Crunch is looking towards the duo lane again, is on his 5 camp, so come over if anything happens. We're not 100% sure where the Rampage is. We haven't actually seen him that much this game so far, so probably just continuing to farm up and try and get as beefy as he can. But we're going into another low state at the moment, so we have the first blood on the Crunch. Should be hopefully trying to snowball some of the lanes, as he found a FangBooth, might be looking to do an early spawn or just go towards the mid lane. Yeah, so there's not too much happening at the moment. So what do you really want each team to do at the moment then, Mugi?
I think you can keep like abusing these Grux, and I think you kind of have to wait for timing on the dual lane with the level 6 on the steel to try to completely dominate this dual lane on this timing to then rotate on the FangBooth, while we see that something just the Crunch continuing his farm, probably going for the blue side, and I would assume like another gank on the Grux, likely.
Yeah, and we also see that he's picked up the Greatsword, which is an item towards augmentation, so he's going to just skip Mutilator from the looks of things. He gets to level 6 now, so his ability to gank is much more improved now with the uppercut and the extra dash. As we see, Ray going in for the second kill onto the Grux as he takes it down. A pretty close fight there, but has the more HP, and that just leaves the Grux down 2 deaths, and maybe that lane is already over, unfortunately, as the sweeper comes out for Crunch, looking for this mid lane, trying to look for ganks now, but smartly, Terracid does decide to back off on the Gideon. Or not, they're actually in the FangBooth. We got 3 there already. Cabadani has just come in as the black hole comes onto 2. Crunch decides to go in, gets a knock up onto the Rampage, so quite a bit of damage as the dual lane has come in. He's just continuing fighting on the backline, blinks onto the Rampage, but Grux is here as well as 3 people take down Import. In the meantime, the Dronga has gone down as well and Cabadani takes that out. Our Synergy managed to trade the Sparrow over. So that is looks like a 2 for 2? No, a 2 for 1, sorry.
And very well played by Team No Name there, because like I definitely thought when I saw the rotation with the Crunch being level 6, which is a huge power spike for Crunch, and the Rampage being only level 5, I definitely thought it was going like the way of OPD, but a perfect stun on the forward Crunch to delay the combo from the Crunch into the black hole, and then another stun when he was almost to kill the Rampage. Very good like peeling from each other from Team No Names, and in the end they managed to get 2 kills from 1, but they couldn't finish the FangBooth, unfortunately, in this situation.
Yeah, and the fact that No Name's duo lane managed to rotate over faster did keep catch over Julie and managed to take out a kill as well. So a very good communication for Team No Name. Team OPD just being slightly too late to it and not able to help punish in time. As we get another fight going on, the Brad rounds coming in and Gag Grenade coming out as a blink onto the Sparrow, taking her down to about 1 HP, not able to finish her off. as Gideon's come over as well, leaving the steal quite low, as Belica is in the river trying to take this into a 4v3, but it looks like both teams have just decided to back off here and take their runes elsewhere.
Yeah, both teams trying to get the priority onto the dual lane. We see that Belica got also like get chunked off a good part of her health. I think like both team is looking for this first FangTooth. Like this first FangTooth is not really like that detrimental, but if you looking to get a mini prime afterwards, once again like the added duration on the buff can be really important, as we have seen Team Immune in the previous set utilizing that very well. On the offlane, so both team like trying to get the inch, but so far they're just like trading blows without like completely knocking down the enemy. So very nice.
Yeah, would you want to see Team OPD look for this mini prime with the Severog now? He's got quite a bit of lane pressure in it, and if they manage to get this mini prime, as actually we've seen imports, is he going for it? No, he's just diving over the wall, just getting across as he goes for another gank onto Ando. Poor Ando being bullied here, as he actually has a decent amount of damage onto Ray, has ulted, but sees the crunch and decides to run away, probably for the best. As I'll come back to my question, with the mini prime, would you want to see either team do it before they go FangTooth?
Well, I kind of like they probably like force the blink away from the Grugs, the subjugate, and another kill. And yeah, definitely, I think like the mini prime is the easier solution for Team OPD because they will have prio. Ooh, the dive going in, trying to protect with the bull rush.
Yeah, but a nice gag grenade coming out, stopping the rampage for a second, but just turns his attention onto the steal there.
Yeah, the steal. I think the steal just performed a magic trick. It just disappeared. And I think that now it's opening like the FangTooth for Team No Name, and this is exactly like what I think. I think the mini prime was pretty easy to take for Team OPD, but at the risk and the expense of the enemy team, and they're planning for the fight for the FangTooth.
4v3 here, Black Hole coming onto the Belica, trying to do as much damage as he can. Takes it down to half HP, but doesn't have to kill it, as the rest of the team has been fighting. Cyanide taking down Import, but leaving the rest of the team down. Ando has rotated over, as Ray is also here. Takes down 1, takes down 2, takes down 3. And Acid being on 1 HP, just managed to get out, but leaves Ando on his own for the rest of OPD to clear up. And No Names does take the FangTooth, but loses 4 in the process for only taking 2.
Yeah, very long fight. I was surprised for No Name to stay alive with so many people. With everyone was like at 1 pixel of health, and they still like stay there. And I was like, but they're not playing Muriel. That got banned. So I wonder how they managed to do it. But in the end, everyone kind of fall off. Even with the rotation of the Grux, it wasn't enough. And but still securing the objective, which I think was the main focus here. I would say like trade kind of even in this situation, 2-4-4, but the FangTooth a little bit higher in terms of spike at the moment for Team OPD, but on the long run, this FangTooth can be really important.
Yeah, definitely. And the fact that Ray managed to rotate before the Ando came in was very important. If he wasn't there in time, then I very much doubt that would have gone the way of OPD as they wanted. As we get another gank onto the dual lane, gets a nice double knockoff into the gag grenade. That is a goodbye Sparrow right there. Lovely execution by that as they get the gold buff and might try and push this tier 1 tower. It's only half HP, so if Rampage doesn't come over, that might be a dead tower already.
And here we can see like the perfect OPD execution on ganks and timing rotation. In the meantime, I think that they're chasing the Severag is super far away. Like
yeah, it looks like he had a 3-man gank there and decided to run into the enemy jungle, which works until the enemy follows you and then you die. As they go for the mini prime, looks like only Rampage on it has got the Razorback and the ult, trying to do as much damage as he can to the crunch, but it is a crunch and he's going to punch you and nearly dead as Kabadani actually gets the kill onto Synergy as crunch finally kills the Rampage. But Sparrow is over here, it's got the ult, and that is the power of Sparrow right there, just melting that front line.
And the dual lane rotation really paying dividends here for Team No Names. Managed to get the pick in the mid lane and then rotate to win this fight. In the end, killing 3 people. I don't think maybe they're on the mini
This is
prime.
dangerous. I don't know what you're really doing, Ray. I mean, might get a kill here, but I don't think you're going to get out alive, as we're not 100% sure what's happening here. So he does get the kill on Kabadane. Never mind, he's a actual monster. What in the heck? As he gets a double kill, looks for the triple kill onto Ando. Okay, 3v1. Wait, come on, leave some skill for the rest of us. Oh my god.
Yeah, apparently Severog is a beast. Just goes in. Everyone was pretty low on life. I couldn't see like the mini prime health because we had the spectator bug, unfortunately. So I don't know if it was like super risky or not. Very close. Of course, the rampage was done, so no hunt available to secure that. And here in the end, very well played by Team No Name originally, but then Red just came and saved the day. And for his work, like Import is like, yeah, you've done so much work. Like have a mini prime for yourself.
I think that's fair. Getting the 3v1 clear up and getting the mini prime should easily get that tier 1 tower in the left lane now. I'm not 100% sure how many stacks he has when can't see his spectator, unfortunately. But being 40 minutes in, I imagine he's probably around 1890 stacks if he's done well. So soon we'll probably see that 120 come through and get to that final stage. Now that's both objectives down, so Mini Prime went to OPD and FangBooth went to Team No Name. So what do you think is going to be the next stage of the game then?
I think like they will use this mini prime to put pressure. Ando is already like having a bit of trouble, and we see that Ray is just like trying to bully him to open this tier 1 tower on the left on the timing that the FangBooth is not up. We see Ando flashing away. Belika is chasing for that, and she might find him. And good combo with the obelisk, and that's a dead Grux. So, and they can't even like open something on the right side because the FangBooth is down, and now they will take the tier 1, and that will open the map for the Severog to rotate for the next FangBooth, which I think like both team will look to be on it.
Yeah, definitely. That was unfortunate for Ando blinking out, but having the perfect rotation by the Bellica here, as they do get something back on the duo side, getting the tier 1 there with the help of Rampage and the Gideon. As we see, there might be a team fight here, but it looks like Team No Name are just going to try and back off. Might catch the crunch on the way there, but Luton seems like... I'm saying that, OPD is following along, see if they can catch anything, but it looks like that everyone's going to get out in time. As that is that. As FangBooth has just come up though, a poor time for Team No Name, not able to really contest this, I feel like, with Ray here. As he's just going to ignore FangBooth and go for the rest of them. As that is FangBooth taken by OPD, and they are going to help Ray here. As he doesn't take damage. What in the... He does 1v5. He's just continued following along, gets some nice damage onto Cyanide there by Bellica. As that wasn't really a team fight. That was more just Ray walking up to them and saying, "You can't play this game anymore."
It feels like No Name was just facing a raid boss, and they tried everything they could, but like the raid boss was just like okay, I lost 10% health. Like I'm not even next to my second phase, so we're fine. And in the meantime, like Team OPD just getting this second FangBooth of the game, the first FangBooth for them, really utilizing this mini prime to great value. Despite the lower duration, with taking the tier 1 on the left side and the second FangBooth. And so now it's kind of, wow, Ray 7-1, like it's like now No Name, if they want to fight, they have to find solution where Ray is not involved in the team fight, because this Severog will just destroy team fight at this point, at this moment.
Yeah, but I just had a quick look when they press tab. He has Tainted Guy, he has Whelmont, and I believe he's building towards, as my brain completely fails me, Frost God, that's the one. So Kabadani's not going to do any damage to him. Ando's not going to do any damage to him. The only real chance Team No Name has to kill this Severog is with Karacid in the mid lane with Gideon. But that's not going to really happen. He's got a good team fight ult, but he hasn't really got the single target burst.
Yeah. And I would assume that he was stacking pretty well, because winning in the lane against the Grux, and the Grux can really like stop the stacking from the Severog. So combine that with very high health, very high sustain from the Siphon. Yeah, this Severog is, like we said, Red Boss, and I think that's the correct name here. While we're just looking for picks, maybe trying to open the map, we see there is no more tier 1 to be taken, but they engage onto the Decker, almost dead, and just disappeared.
Yeah, definitely just being out of position there. I'm not sure if he was trying to get some wards out there, but having 3 of those tanks just walk on you, you got a Drongo behind, that is a survival chance of about 0% for Decker. as they are going to look for this tier 2 in the mid lane, try and open the map up even more with it being taken down. As they have 3 people there, with Ray and Cynic being the front line. As goodbye, Cyanide. Oh no, it's Kabadani even, as Gideon does get a nice black hole onto the Drongoos left alone. But here comes the tanks. See how much damage you can do to them. As quite a lot of damage is. It looks like the rest of the team No Name has come over and is trying to start doing a lot of damage as blinks are coming out for Team OPD to try and disengage. As Synergy comes back and gets a nice knock-up onto the Rampage, and Import getting another knock-up onto Ando, taking them both out with that nice CC chain there, as it actually turns for a 2-for-1.
Very well played by I think both team. Like initially the engage from Ray was like superb. The colossal blow into the gag grenade, leaving absolutely no chance to Cabodani. But Team No Name seeing that, okay, we got engaged, we're gonna lose Cabodani, we have to try to do something in the meantime, and they just go in and manage to get a pick on the enemy's carry on Julie. So that was very well played by Team No Name. And then they fight. It was very close. Counter engage, the use of the Epoch to keep the Gideon alive, the Behemoth with the Razorback. They tried to fight 3v3. Everyone was super low. They almost managed to get the Sevarog, but then Omeda Post Department was just disengaging, baiting for the rotation of the Bellica, and the Bellica just like surprising people low on life. She just use Seismic Assault, Void Bomb, Neural Disruptor, and that's 2 additional kill. And in the end, it's OPD getting ahead.
Yeah, really good setup there. I'm not sure if it was intentional, but a good bait either way. As Mini Prime has respawned, imagine this is going to give it over to Ray unless they have to smite it away. As
they
we
have to
see
do it
No
fast,
Name.
though. 5 seconds, I think, before it's just despawn. So will they get it? And
Yes,
yeah,
they do.
very close.
You have to smite it as Terror Acid actually portals in. That was very brave by him. Doesn't actually lose anything because of it though.
Now we have the respawn of the R Prime. I think that Team No Name is trying to look for something. They managed to split Team OPD, but well played from Cynic and Julie in the mid lane to not give any opportunity for the enemy team. And now we will have the FangBooth, the third of the game that will respawn. Not as important for any team, like the out of combat movement speed is very interesting, but it's not a primal. Trying to go in on the Cabodani, the
Nice
Liberator is
movement.
used and flash away.
Yeah, nice route, blinks out with the help of the Liberator there. As a black hole comes in, nice choke point. Unfortunately, only really catches tanks as it continues just a body boxing of fighting. A lovely double knockup by Synergy there as Terror Acid takes down the import with the boss. As oh no, Cyanide just walks into Bellica's ult there as Ray also takes down Ando, and here comes the dual lane of OPD to try and see if they can catch anything else out. It looks like No Name is able to get out there, only losing 2. Meanwhile, OPD only having 1 as Terror Acid actually gets caught back in there with the knockup again. Just Synergy is not missing these. Cynic, meanwhile, just body boxing the Cabodani. Doesn't really win that fight, but didn't need to as Synergy picks up the double kill, picking up Cabodani with just an auto attack.
I feel like I'm having a little bit of a repeat of the previous game I just casted when it was like No Name against Team Immune. I feel like those engage by Team No Name are super good, but they're just lacking a little bit of damage to just finish those target out. Like it took a long time to finish the tanks that were into the black hole, and we see the Steel getting away with a slimmer of HP. And I feel like if they had a little bit more damage, those team fights would go like much better for them. But unfortunately, like Team OPD playing well the early game with the Sevarog being very ahead, taking the early objective, and that makes a difference in those team fights.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those games where you get to the end screen and then you see the Sparrow's done like 60,000 damage. All of that's into the tanks, so they just mitigated all of it. So that I think is the main issue. We're not sure what her build is as well. I would hope to see quite a bit of penetration that come through, but we'll have to see that at the end of the game as the second Frank 2 falls for OPD. Allows them to get the maximum move speed, as it looks like Team No Name was actually trying to sneak at the Orb Prime. OPD didn't have any wards on it, but managed to catch it out just in time. We're not sure if they started it, but it looks like they're quite healthy. As a lovely knock-up again comes through for Synergy, taking out Cyanide. That's the decker down again. Can they pick up anything else as Import has come and found what looks like the rampage as the rest of the team follows up and takes down Sergeant Gak, as that is the jungler down, that is their smite down, and it looks like Team OPD is going to look for this Orb Prime.
And that will be like a very, very hard mountain to climb back from here, but I think we have to comment the heads-up play from Team No Name that see the opportunity of probably OPD going for the FangBooth and trying to sneak out the Orb Prime in the meantime, and that could have worked, but Ray being there a little bit like too early, and they can't even fight him. Like if it was any single other people from Team OPD, they probably turn on it and try to kill it, but it was Ray and the red boss not gonna die, and everyone tried to disengage, but two people got picked, and that's an Orb Prime for Team Omega Police Department, and that's probably mean that they will see the sieging of tier 2 pretty soon.
Yeah, you got to imagine all of the tier 2s are going to be taken down pretty fast by OPD here. As I just had a quick look at Kabadani's build. So he's gone crit again, same build as last time. He's got the Lightning Hawk, got the Painted Round, so has got the anti-heal in place for, I would say, the crunch of the Severog, but doesn't really have any penetration yet, so that might be an issue and might be why they're not able to get rid of this front line. Again, it could be also due to levels, as I imagine there's going to be quite a big level disparity between the teams at this point, and that might only increase further on. As we see Import just pushing up the right lane as the rest of the team trying to group up, making sure they're not going to get picked. Cynic's just going to walk in. He's a tank. He doesn't really care about too much damage from Terra Acid. As Ray gets a nice knock-up ult onto Cyanide again. I feel like I've seen that play a couple of times this game already.
That was a perfect home run from yeah, that was nice. Like just the Seismic Assault on reception, nothing the people that got hit can do about it. Very well played from Cynic, like putting the pressure in, and now they're trying to kind of pressure this inhibitor after taking this tier 2.
Yeah, since he finally missing a knock-up, only took 25 minutes into the game. As Import's just deciding to box Team No Name onto the side with Sergeant Gak. Has a lot of things. As another knock-up comes didn't even need the ultimate. Oh my lord.
This max range knock-up, like kinda hidden from the pillar, like... This Billy guy is a monster right now.
Yeah, 11-1 already, has 191 farm, has nearly 4 items on the board, has... Is that 21 stacks on the obelisk? Oh, yeah, so... I feel like this game way walked for Synergy could run in this. The raid boss just being the front line for Synergy to basically CC the entire team, and we're seeing the power of Bellico, I feel like, here.
Yeah, and Synergy is very, very strong on her, like not missing. Like No Names are no easy team to just stun with the Seismic Assault. Most of the time they kind of manage to dodge most of them, but here like I really feel like we are like a few pixels in range every single time, and when you get hit, when the Bellica is so far ahead, I think we see that she's 11-1, you just disappear. There is nothing you can do. Like you just like enjoy the Bellica experience, which is like Seismic Assault, Void Bomb, Neural Disruptor, and yeah, you're back to the gray screen.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to play against, especially when the seismic assaults have been on point this much. So what can No Name actually do in this position? They've got 1 inhibitor down. 4 Prime should be running out sort of soonest. Can they do anything?
I feel like they have to. I think like we see that Omega Police Department is trying to actually get something else. They can't defend this tier 2. They kind of have to hope to make a good fight, I think, defending an inhibitor, or maybe on the Primal, because the Primal still do a lot of damage, but they need to have nobody that dies before this team fight and having everybody healthy. And we see that Endo is just disengaging to not get caught here in this situation.
As well as we have a couple of seconds, I want to look at Import's build here. He has the Dynamo and the Tectonic Mallet. 2 items that you don't normally see on Crunch. What do you think of that?
That's interesting. I think trying to not get taking benefits from the slow on the Tectonic Mallet and the Dynamo to be tanky, but trying to go on to the Crux. Maybe trying to be a second front laner for his team to just leave the Bellica and the Drongo alone, but I don't feel like they need it, so yeah, very curious. I would have been interesting to be able to sometime interview the player and know what their thought process behind this type of choice.
Yeah, I mean, it might be just one of those developer, inside knowledge that, oh, it's you take knowledge on Crunch, he does X, Y, and Z. But I don't feel like that's the case. I think he's just gone, I want to take knowledge mallet, I know the Lord's flows, let's go and get that. As they continue sieging on, mid inhibitor down to about half HP, and left one being still quite healthy, so it'll probably be a little more push than that. Primal is up, I believe, but they don't care about that. They're just looking for this mid inhib. They should be able to take this quite easily with Drongo and the Belica, as it finally goes down. Way down to about half HP, pops the rage back. Yeah, Sinning goes in with a nice ultimate. Black Hole is on the rest of the team, but the rest of the team No Name is trying to kill this steal. Eventually does, but fortunately they lose the Sparrow in the meantime due to the Belica. As that is most of their damage gone. Another knock up onto the Gideon as the blink comes in. Epoch trying to last as long as he can. Has a nice portal. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to follow through. Another knock up on the Rampage this time. Unfortunately, this one is going to be a bit harder to kill as it is Rampage, but it's 3 down for No Name and 1 down for OPD. As this Delica is just going to hit every single skill slot they have.
And they're going into for the win here on the core. They're pretty low, so they have to be careful because the core does a lot of damage. The combo with the forward crunch, Simic Obelisk, Siphon, and even a Rampage don't resist like that much damage, but I think they managed to defend, at least for now, and I think that will be a reset from Medapolis department. So Team No Name has a final chance to maybe do something in this game. It will be rough because they've lost all 3 inhibitors and everything is open to be taken by Team OPD on the map. But yeah, I feel like this Belica was free the whole team fight, and that show every time like the ability was out of cooldown, someone just lost like 80% of her life immediately. So
Taking the tonic here, very good choice. Has a full inventory, has spare money. You're realistically not going to finish that last item, so just taking that tonic to round your build out. As they go, yeah, Prime, we don't really need that. Let's take another Orb Prime.
and we see that Team No Names were trying to go for a gamble here. I think they thought like maybe if they go for Primal, we can try to sneak Orb Prime for the final defense, but unfortunately the gamble didn't pay off because Team Omega Police Department decided to go for the same objective as them, the Orb Prime, and we see that the Rampage is on the Primal, trying to do it, trying to trade the objective to not leave both objectives to enemy team.
This ain't gonna be fast enough. Cynic, after getting caught out there, does eye to the Cavadane. That Sparrow is going to still do a lot of damage, but here comes the rest of the team. Raid walking in, the Raid boss himself, as he does take about 10 damage as a double knock-up by Synergy. This is going to persuade him out. The Rampage ult comes out to try and keep him alive. As Raid just continues walking on, they have a bunch of Icecorn talents to keep him walking through. Deckard gets a nice stun ball, and though being a bit out of position here, he's going to look for the Obelisk auto attack, does miss it, as he must get the E out. Looks for the knock up between the wall, but that one's going to be a bit too hard to go for, as there's one inhibitor on the right hand side to take, and that might be the end of it. Team No Name kind of has to do something before this is taken. I don't think they will be able to.
They have to be careful, Team OPD. Oh, trying to go for the engage, trying to get the kill. Ooh, 1 HP.
That is disgusting by the ult there. That takes out 2 of them. Team No Name managed to take it out in port, but he ain't your damage carry. These 2 people on your screen are Ray on about 1 HP, but that core is going to be taken out very quickly here. Only really Decker and Terracid left, but they managed to take out Julie. They managed to take out Synergy. Did they manage to take out Ray? Okay, a bit more of an ask, but they take out the damage dealers. That should stop Team OPD in the way. Never mind, a double subjugate into a double knockup by Cynic and Raider. The 2 tags don't need the damage carries. They're just going to walk in. They're just going to auto tag core. Team OPD is going to take this first game in best of 3.
Very well defended by No Name, but in the end it was a little bit too much. The Prime buff and all the damage was too much. We see this Sparrow going in and just a little combo. She was at 1 pixel using the Liberator to try to stay alive, not enough, and then like Omega Police Department finishing the game cleanly. Very well played by them, but they still have to win 1 more to get the chance of getting their revenge and to face Team Immune in the big final of the tournament.
Yeah, so we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Just let the people get a drink or if anything they need. So we will see you guys for game 2 very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
And we are back here on the casting desk. I'm still Mugiwawa and we're still with Falcon. And we're getting ready to get into the draft for the second game between Team Omeda Police Department against Team No Name. As we have seen, OPD managed to win this first game outside of this BO3. And so now OPD just only need one more game to get further into the tournament, while Team No Name has their backs against the wall. So how do you think they are going to react, Falcon, to try to get back into this tournament?
Well, first thing we want to look at is that they've actually swapped sides. So OPD has the first pick option.
I think I didn't say anything this
think about what
match.
their ban is going to be here. Do you want to let them have this Severo again? Do you want them to have this Bellica again? Or
For
do you
me, it
want
doesn't
to
matter if
keep
I'm
the bans
tilted.
they had, get rid
I
of
play
this
like
character,
normal.
which I believe they
That
banned last
doesn't matter
game?
if I'm tilted or not.
So
Obviously,
I
I'm
think
tilted because
the
we
draft
are
is going to
losing
be
every
very
match.
different from what we saw first
But
game.
I'm
At
playing
least I
normal.
hope so, but we'll have to see. Apart from that, I hope that they can keep their chill. They know that what they did wrong last game, and hopefully can implement some changes and try and get better for this second game coming in, as we are just waiting for this draft to start.
I feel like they need to, at least on the side of Team No Name, they need to do something about the fact that Team OPD like really focus on those champion pool, like forcing Endo onto the Grugs and then abusing these Grugs we have seen like with many ganks, and really letting this Severog like run rampant and free, which basically secure the whole early and mid game for Team Omeda Police Department. So I feel like I would like to see like some change in the drafting, maybe prioritizing a pick for Endo to at least not get into the same situation at what happened in first place. And we see that the first band for Omeda Police Department is Severog. Apparently they don't want to first pick it, and they don't want to leave it to Endo as the second or third pick possibility.
Yeah, Ray got bored. He's like, guys, I got my several games today. We don't need to play it anymore. Let's just ban it away. As this is what I'm most interested in. What will No Name ban? Are they just going to ban the Howitzer again? Are they going to look towards maybe this Bellica? Or maybe something entirely different? They go for the Rampage as Howitzer immediately picked up by OPD here. So we have a different mid lane at this time around. But this might spell even more issues for Team No Name, as Howitzer's even more of a safe pick for OPD, but can probably do as much damage as the Bellica.
I'm baffled. Like, if you told me yesterday at the first match during the first draft that one game we will see Howitzer first pick, I would say like no, like front laners are so important. Like Decker is a very good priority pick, and here we are, Howitzer first pick, and answer immediately with Steel Chimera, trying to secure a very good jungle and also the Steel, but leaving the Decker open for Meta Police Department, and we know that Cynic is a big fan of this pick.
Yeah, I just can't imagine them not letting Decker go through here, as we probably get that. And then I imagine it's going to be a solo laner here. No, they go for the Muriel. I guess taking that away from Cyanide, who loves playing that Muriel, as that also means that if they go Sparrow again, they don't have that shield and the alacrity for the buffs on the attack speed, as they just secure the Drongo again. I don't think you needed to pick it up this early. What we know, Julie loves the Drongo, but I think that is kind of going to be a one-way street, as I can't remember Kamadani ever playing it. As No Name picks up the Decker, no surprises there.
I think it's interesting. It feels like you mentioned, to pick the Muriel, probably to put it outside of the realms of No Name. But at the same time, that means that you leave Decker on the other side, and Decker is a very, very strong solution against a Steel. So I feel like you kind of entering into the head of your enemy team, but you kind of like weakening the potentiality of your draft as well. So let's see if that gamble pays out for Team Ueda Police Department later on the match, while we're waiting for the 7th pick for Team No Name.
And that pretty much guarantees a steal in this offlane here. They've got Chimera in the jungle. Most likely support. I can't imagine them wanting to play against the Howitzer, though we have seen some weirder things happen this tournament. But we are just waiting here. I imagine they're going to leave the ADC pick till last, so this is probably going to be their mid laner, as it is their Gideon. Same pick as last time, did pretty well, got a couple of kills, and quite a few decent ults, but just didn't unfortunately have the damage to secure anything. As I really like No Name's comp so far. It is a lot better than last time's, I think. I just hope they don't pick the Sparrow here. Again, there's not much appeal for them. I would much rather see this Revenant pick up, honestly.
And I really like the Gideon here. Like, he already did well in previous game, like you mentioned, but here in this time he's probably like going to be paired against a Howitzer. And previous match he was against a Belica, which is a losing matchup, but against a Howitzer it's a winning matchup, so he can even have even more impact in this game. And a lot of solution to set up those black hole with the shield bash and the containment vest. And we see the Shinbi. That's been a long time since we've seen a Shinbi, right?
Ray is the only person who's played Shinbi this tournament. He played it in the first game we watched of OPD. I can't remember who it was against, but I do remember Shinbi basically solo carrying that game for last portion until Synergy came online. And I think that was on the Howitzer as well. Import picking up the jungle crunch again, as we see the Revenant picked up, as I said, for Team No Name. These are much more interesting comps than last time. Last time we had much more tank front line, front to back. This is going to be a bit different though.
Yeah, that should be very interesting. I like the last pick on the carry, that with Revenant. I think you had two options here, the Revenant or the Murdoch. Revenant allows you to go onto the Muriel, try to just use the Reckoning on her and delete her from the team fight. But the Murdoch was also, I think, a decent pick, because the Murdoch and the Static Trap are very strong against Shinbi and Crunch. So they decide to go for the Revenant, very, very strong dual lane with the Decker. We know that Revenant with Vanquisher is a monster in lane, and a good way to outpoke this Muriel, so it should be interesting. I think the dual lane should be a very close matchup between the two. On the off lane, I don't know if it will be like the Crunch jungle and Shin the off lane, or the other way around. Like you will have to help me there, Falcon. Maybe you have some insight I don't.
Yeah, from what I know, Ray already has played Shinbi this tournament, and I think he's quite comfortable on it. Can bully out the Steel quite heavily as well with the line tempo. So I can't imagine it being the other way around of what with the Crunch going into the solo. But I definitely think Ray is going to have quite a lot of fun in this solo lane again. I imagine they're going to try and focus as much as they can on this solo lane, get the Shinbi ahead, get this mini prime onto him again, and try and go from there. A very similar game plan to last time, but they don't have this front line. They had the tankiest person on that team is the Crunch. So that could cause issues, especially if they get caught in the black hole with the Decades, or if anyone gets ulted by the Revenant.
Yeah, I feel like this Muriel will have a rough game, like no front line to be in front. She's trying to keep the Shinbi and the Crunch alive, but there is a lot of like dive potential on the enemy team. Taker can easily go on her, Steel can easily go on her, Chimera can easily go on her, Gideon can easily go on her, Revenant with the Reckoning can easily go on her. feel like this Muriel will have a lot to do to stay alive, but I also know that Cynic has like godlike positioning on the Muriel, and they're playing very well as a unit when the Muriel is in the backline, so maybe that would be enough against that much dive in the enemy team.
Yeah, maybe Cynic gets a couple kill secures, gets a couple of items on the board, might have enough AP to get to sealed to a point where he can survive any of the high burst. But that is something we'll have to see a bit later down the line. As in terms of comp, who do you think is going to win then? I'm going to throw the question to you this time.
In terms of comp, to be fair, I really like the comp that No Name managed to draft. Like, I think they have like dive potential. I think they have wombo combo potential. I think they have like front to back potential, so they can really adapt their comp of what the enemy team is doing. Where I kind of feel like, okay, you have a lot of damage. Every single target in OPD's team can be a potential danger, but if nobody snowball, I think like the combo can just like easily pick 2-3 people at the beginning of the team fight. So overall, I give an advantage for the composition of Team No Name, but they have to be careful to not let anyone snowball in the enemy team early on.
I agree with that. I definitely think in terms of execution, Team No Names is going to be easier as well. You got the front to back, you got the Steel, the Chimera to jump in, you got the Gideon above them, and Revenant to take out anyone on the sides. But execution doesn't necessarily mean anything until we get into game, as I believe they are starting to get into draft here, so we'll hopefully get into game quite shortly.
And here, like, I really want to see TSC on the Gideon, like having a huge impact, especially on the rotation on the dual lane, like with this Muriel that you can like just black hole away. And having the priority against the Howitzer, I think that could be like one of the solutions for Team No Names to not suffer so much from the early game pressure that they seems to be taken every single game, either against Team Immune or Team OPD. It seems to be a little bit of their weakness here, but I think like this Gideon can be definitely an answer to that problem in this game.
Yeah, did he rotate that last game? I can't remember him actually going around too much. I definitely feel like he didn't go into the third lane. I think there might have been 1 or 2 times he went into the duo.
Well, he was against the Bellica, so it's really rough to get priority against the Bellica as a Gideon because you already have your hands full of just staying alive and trying to win your lane. But in this situation against an Howitzer, we should have like the priority at clearing the wave and out poking the Howitzer. So I would definitely like to see that.
Well, anyway, we're getting into the game now. The quests have been chosen and the teams are on the map. As we're going to see this level 1. Last game we didn't see much happening, only a few scoutings and a couple of wards being placed down. Do you think anything's going to happen at this level
1? From what we have seen so far, it seems that all the remaining 3 teams in the tournament doesn't like to go for anything at level 1. Just as a reminder for the people watching us, we're going into the second game of the loser bracket final. Team OPD is winning 1-0 so far. And we're watching from the point of view of Team No Name this time, like we switch point of view, so keep that in mind. And so blue team is Team No Name and orange team is Team Omeda Police Department.
Yeah, and if OPD managed to win this game, they will go up to the grand final to play against Team Immune. And Team No Name has to win this game to survive in this tournament, so no pressure for them. As we get into this level 1, no real sightings at all. We see something in the lane still picking out the Simbi. Doesn't look like anything's actually happened though. So we've got a couple of wards, got something by the mid lane to scout out for any invades onto the blue buff. Stecker puts in a bit of a deep ward onto the 3-man camp. As we get into the laning phase, mid lane has come together as dual lane has as well. As we started off. I imagine it's going to be a bit more of maybe level 1, maybe some action in the next 30 seconds or so.
I would assume like Daker and Revenant trying to at least maybe go for a Stasis Bomb into Obliterate. Like they have a stronger level 1, but apparently just going for the poke, not trying to pressure too much. Because if you miss a Stasis Bomb, you can just get counter engaged, trying to go for it, but missing between both character.
Yeah, trying to bowl that one down the line there, but unfortunately gets the split. As Drongo has got the boomerang, Muriel has the bubble sealed. So in terms of like dual lane pressure, we're definitely going to see more from No Name. But in this offlane, however, I can't imagine Simbi losing pressure too much. Has a much better wave clear for the first couple of levels and has the poke as well. So something we're going to see quite similar to almost the Drongo on tank, but obviously Simbi being melee has a bit more chance to be punished and is going to be a lot more squishy as well. So if Steel can get a nice gank with the help of Chimera, then they might be able to do something. But until that happens, it's going to be the case of just clear the waves, get the poke, survive the lane. As we actually get a nice blink by Kabadani and blink by Import, not Kabadani there, my apologies, Sergeant and Import there, just trading blinks for jungler. As Howitzer did manage to save the crunch, as he's actually following along. This Chimera needs to be very careful. He's only level 3, it only has about 130 HP, as Team OPD has got much more pressure, takes this blue buff, and unfortunately with Steel's HP bar being as low as his Chimera's, cannot help at all as they secure that invade.
Very early invade, while in the meantime the dual lane was trying to pressure. They were very close to the wave. We see that everyone is pretty low on life. I think the Shinbi managed to get also the blink of the Steel, so Steel has to be careful now. And here they're just probably gonna try to get the pressure, just get the gold buff. I won't imagine any kill happening in this dual lane here, as we see that the Howitzer was also hovering around the right side of the map. But
yeah, as you say that,
that's not correct. Of course.
It looked like, I don't know exactly what happened. Unfortunately, the camera was turned to look towards the river, but it seemed like Decken probably got a stun and the laser onto the Muriel, and Ashley managed to get the kill with not much help from the Revenant, let's be honest. But that is going to be a very good start for Team No Name, and hopefully this is something that they can start capitalizing on, as the rest of the map is not going their way, unfortunately, for the first 5 minutes.
And that's very nice because they managed to get the kill, they managed to get the gold buff, and the wave is almost, I think the wave is crashing as well, so they absolutely lose nothing for this situation. So that put really like the dual lane ahead, and I think like you said, maybe they can take that further. Revenant, when Revenant is snowballing, it's a very scary prospect, and so that maybe be a saving grace and maybe a slight hope in this BO3 for them.
Oh, I really like what Julie's done here. So we see that Revenant here has actually gone towards the Terminus instead of the Vanquisher here. So slightly less damage, but much better sustain in the lane and in team fights. But Julie actually has, well, as now I'm going to know a fight, Chimera getting boxed by the Crunch. They're both not level 6, so only has so much damage and shouldn't have a kill as he continues fighting on. Howitzer actually getting secure on the Chimera, however. Looks like a nice rotation by the Muriel to help with that, as they get their first kill onto the board. As I am going to try and talk about ADCs here for a second before anything else happens. So Julie actually has the Tainted Blade, I believe it's called, as my knowledge of item names fails me. But it's building towards Tainted Rounds and is trying to get that anti-heal online as soon as they can. I'm predicting that the Kabadani would be going Terminus here instead of Vanquisher, as well as trying to stop this Chimera from just regenerating all his HP back, which I think is quite smart. Does mean that they won't have the most damage to trade though.
And here we see that Trey was invading the blue side, having the pressure on the off lane. I think like OPD really trying to put this jungler behind. A camera that is behind, unfortunately, doesn't bring a lot to the table, so that's very smart of them. And taking advantage of, like we said, like the pressure this Ray is bringing on the off lane, while they try to keep gaining their advantage of the dual lane, which is like the saving grace they can have in this match from Team No Name.
Yeah, that Obliterate already doing a lot of damage. Only has 3 points in it, so that's only going to get worse as time goes on. So No Name here doing really well in this dual lane, but we'll have to see from here what else they can do. As you see that they're continuing their mind, gets a nice stun onto the Muriel, and has the Revenant effect of just blowing them up. As a kill finally goes onto the Revenant. There's 1-0-1. As we continue fighting on. I was about to say Chimera looking to get a couple of ganks in. Is in mid lane currently. Howitzer is a pretty safe character though. Has the landmine. It's not going to be able to do anything. As Import actually comes over as well into the mid lane. As Suhungo is trying to fight back. Has quite a lot of damage. Blinks actually in. Blink behind though for the Revenant and does take him out. Minions though! The minions kill! I don't know what the shutdown goes down to, but I think Drongo secures the kill there, so that will be going towards him. As that is not the best. And he doesn't get the kill either, it goes towards Decker. So maybe not the best idea for Julie, wasting the blink to actually go in, but managed to actually trade him off. So what do you think? Was that worth?
I think it's worse because you managed to kill 2 people, and the wave was, I think, in favor of Team No Name. As you can see, Kabulani is coming back and he will get the farm, while Julie won't get the farm. So overall, I think that's a W, and they force a rotation of 2 people on this dual lane to get a kill that was already dead. So overall, I think very well played by Team No Name. A little bit like high aggressive, high octane play, but in the end it works out. They have to be careful though, because now they have let a little window for the FangBooth, but it doesn't seem like OPD is on it, since we see the crunch on the minimap.
Meanwhile, come back to solo lane. Not much has happened here, let's be honest. 47 CS on Steel, so he has been bullied out of quite a bit of CS from this thing. It's not sure how much Ray has, but I definitely imagine it's going to be more than 47, as he has to back it again. Looking towards Magic Resist, probably either Crystalline Curious or Avoid Helm on the other job. It is Crystalline Curious, so going to go for that pure MR and try and get some damage out at least. As Chimera's finally hit 6 as well to secure this River buff, as Ashley maxing right click as well. So we've seen quite a lot of Chimeras in this tournament max right click. Do you know anything about that? Because I personally don't.
I think it's when you kind of prefer to have like a camera that is more proficient in terms of ganking abilities, because that means that you reduce the cooldown on the right click, and so it's easier to chase and get kills, but that means that you can sacrifice a little bit your jungle clear, because then your Q is not as strong. I think that's a possibility here, as we can see that the camera being bullied so hard in the clear of the jungle. I think probably could have been a good idea to adapt a little bit the below order and go for the clearing solution, while the crunch was between the tier 1 and the tier 2 and managing to get a pick on this Steel. Really, like, this blue side of Team No Name is not theirs to take.
Yeah, but they know Crunch is on that side of the map. This should be an easy secure for the FangTooth, even though they have lost the tier 1 in the solo, but that was really only a matter of time. Just like OPD is not going to contest this. They haven't got the jungler nearby, there's no real reason to try and just go in there and maybe die for a secure that they can't really get. So at least OPD has it. Never mind, Crunch has turned up, he's going to start fighting. Black Hole coming in, as the Revenant ult as well, takes out the Crunch. A nice knock up by the Howitzer, and Drongo finishes off that kill as Howitzer takes to the skies and is going to start raining down some missiles, and doesn't actually hit anyone useful there, as it looks like the rest of the team is going to get out. Chimera was the target for that Howitzer ult, my bad, but it does survive with about 10 HP left or so.
Trading objectives here on the tier 1 on the offlane for the FangTooth. After that, I think like it was a great engage by Team No Name, and the Revenant saying like with the reckoning, nope, this is my last hit, nobody is gonna steal it. Unfortunately, I think a little bit overeager afterwards and just like step out a little bit out of the protection of his team and get picked up in return, which I think was not needed, but still this Revenant is doing great, and they're going on the mini prime on the other side of the map.
Yeah, OPD's had this pressure in this side of the map the entire game. They stole the blue buff, they took the first tier tower. They definitely are looking towards this. As finally taken out, I imagine Simbi has it. There's no real need to secure it. Hunt here, yeah, has got it. So this just Steel's life is going bad to worse. Andlo has not had a good series here. Unfortunately, we put on the Grux in the first game against the 7-Rog raid boss, and now it's against the Simbi, who has the rave clear of a mage, so it's not going to have a fun time. But again, here's Steel, as we see that Synergy has been picked out, has got the Muriel ult on top of him, so it has nice shields, and it's just going to start walking away. Chimera has got the healing though, does survive for both of them. He's on one auto left. Synergy does manage to finish off as a pick for Howitzer. Actually turns out for a pick for the Chimera, as the team fight continues as the rest of the team comes in. Decker takes out Synergy finally, and it looks like the rest of the team is running away for Team OPD, as they just let Ray in the solo lane continue pushing out and trying to get this tier 2 tower whilst everyone's over here.
In the end, only a 1-for-1 trade, but at the advantage for Team OPD because, like you said, Ray was on the left side and managed to get the tier 2 tower. So more global goal for the team, more goal onto this Shinbi, and this Shinbi has been uncontested so far. And Shinbi, when she starts to reach a little bit of a critical mass, when she will join this team fight, Team No Name needs to be careful because she can start to deal a lot of damage and delete people pretty fast.
Yeah, definitely with the right builds can either be built as kind of a bruiser, survive as long as they can get as much damage out, or just straight up mage assassin, kind of like Countess where she's going for one target and ulting on it to try and kill as much as they can. But at least on the bright side of Team No Name, that is both their towers and solo lane gone. Simbi can't really get much more with the mini prime on that lane, so it's going to have to look in the other lane. So Steel should be able to get some farm at least there. As we see Import helping the dual lane. Take the tier 1 in dual lane, as I think OBD's momentum is starting to come here. No Name has to stop this in some way.
So it feels like No Name was kind of dominating the dual side of the map, while we see that the camera got picked up as well, keeping the fight in the mid lane. Not sure, trying to stay alive. The Shinbi is pretty low, but...
As the Silentium does actually have the stun as well. This should be Simbi down. And then she's still alive. Steel coming in from behind though. OPD is aware of it. From downtown, Revenant jumps down from the top, ults onto the Simbi. You ain't going to escape hell like that. So takes the kill at least for that. Gets probably a nice shutdown gold as well. And that is the one saving grace for this. As actually it only turns out for a 1-for-1, and the Team No Name gets the mini prime for Simbi as well. So that is probably a benefit for them. They did lose 2 towers in the process of that, but they can stabilize here and see what they can do. The FangBooth's up in another 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, and I feel like Team No Name needs to play now around this Revenant. That's the main character that does a lot of damage and that is pretty fed. Team OPD done a better job opening the map from their advantage, as we can see in terms of structures. There is only 2 tier 2 left at 14 minutes in for Team No Name, while none of the Team Omeda Post department structure has been taken out, and that in the end, that's a lot of goal difference, even if in terms of kill we're pretty even. So they have to be careful of that. They're probably like a little behind, purely from this occupation of the map. And so we will see what happens probably in the next FangBooth when teams are gonna fight together.
Yeah, rather than picking on a big item here, getting the Imperator, it is definitely something that you don't normally pick up second item, but due to the fact that Revenant's crit has been guaranteed on his 4th auto, it is something that's going to be much more consistent damage compared to any other ADC picking it up a second. So he is ready to go and try and kill anyone on that team. As it looks like OPD's already in there, has got the Iceborne Talons, only down to 1400. Jando going in, but the Chang's already taken, has got the Radbound taken on, and the Gag Grenade as he continues to just try and dissuade. A nice black hole on top of everyone for Team No Name here. Takes one out and takes a Simbi out. Gideon is getting out as well as he takes a double kill onto the Crunts. The Drongo does take out the Chimera, but the rest of Team No Name clears up OPD. They got the first FangBooth for them, but at the cost of 4 of their lives.
And very well played by Team No Name in this fight. I don't know if you noticed, but once the Steel got in, his first question after he didn't manage to get the kill, while the Revenant was maybe chewing a little bit too much, but they managed to trade the kill here. But what I really liked about Endo is just he goes in, he saw that he didn't manage, and he don't stick to anyone. Immediately was, where is my team? Where should I go to be safe and also help them peel? So he bull rushed towards his team, everyone grouping, following the Steel that dash out, and the Black Hole on top of that, waiting a little bit with low HP until they go back into the fight using the CC to help peel for this Revenant. And in the end, the team fight was a 4-for-1, and in the end, a 5-for-2. Very well played by Team No Name, and we can see their strengths when they're not too far behind in team fight. They replayed that well together on peeling each other, staying alive with low HP, and that was very beautiful to watch.
Yeah, this is what we said in draft again. If Gideon is slightly in the air, if he's away from the Crunch knockup and the Howitzer Mind Blast, or the whatever it's called, Mind Pod, there's no real way to stop him. He was barely in the air there. If he had a Decker, Steel, anything like that, they would have been able to stop him, but he got the entire black hole cast off there and ripped through OPD as the Team No Name's not stopping, gets the pick on to import here, goes to Wade or Decker, but that means there's no hunt for the mini prime here. They should be able to pick this up, hopefully give this to Revenant, as we'll see what they want to do. I don't think OPD is going to contest this too hard here, as it is a 4v5, and their front line is gone. As we are starting to see the lack of front line on OPDs being an issue.
And in the meantime, we see
went
that,
away.
yeah, Red trying to get as much farm as he can. They decided to not contest this mini prime, so they're just like taking as much farm out of the map as they can, trying to chase this Shinbi, but apparently they're not really finding her. Here she's backing. Maybe there is a stun. Very good stasis into the call, going for the full damage, but just rushing bit away. The Drongo is here with the gag grenade. That should be a disengage with the comeback of the rest.
Yeah, they might get a 5v5 here. Drongo already down to 1 HP. A nice reversal of fortune takes out the Revenant. That's their mini prime gone as well. As we take out the Chimera as well. That's 2 down already, 3 down already. As Julie picks up a double kill, Howitzer picks up the other kill. As Gideon was also very close, but hopefully with his portal will survive a Team No Name. A very nice trade back for Team OPD. Maybe No Name being a bit too aggressive here as they continue looking for Ando. Gets a nice knock up. The tower dive continues, but it is a steal. He is going to be quite tanky and is not going to be able to take him out too far. Gets that tier 2. As I feel like No Name there just kind of outstayed their welcome. They had the mini prime, but they didn't reset or anything like that.
It feels like Red Boss was still on their mind, and so when they saw him like alone, they saw Red, but a little bit too much, and they just got collapsed on. And in the end, it was like 3 kills for nothing and a tier 2 in the mid lane, and losing the mini prime. So that was very costly for them.
Yes, a big blunder by Team No Name there, but they are still in the game. The kills are actually pretty even still, and No Name has got quite a lot of standing gold on the map still to take with towers, but does require them to actually take them before they can do anything. Revenant is still big. He has 4, 4, 4, and 6, so he's died quite a few times. Hasn't got a big bounty on his head, and is building towards the Vanquisher here, and probably finish off with Oliver. As we see calls for FangTooth to be taken here, as Team No Name starting to reset themselves, get the health, get any last couple of items they can, and we'll head towards that FangTooth. As both teams again on 1 FangTooth, so going for that movement speed, and I expect to see a 5v5 team fight coming out pretty soon here.
I would assume, even though like we see that the Steel is advanced, trying to go onto the Howitzer, I think, just disengaging now.
Yep.
Crunch trying to catch up people with the forward crunch. Every team trying to find a solution. We see the camera going onto the Shinbi. The Gideon is kind of like in the middle of the enemy team, but probably have a torn space away to flee, using the black hole actually.
Yeah, Howitzer looking, gets a nice kill on the Drongo there, unfortunately left to dry there. As he blinks, comes over, gets a ult onto the Crunch. Crunch is going to try and fight him, but he hasn't got much HP in the world. Trying to do as much as he can here. He does survive the rest of the fight, but the rest of the Team No Name is there as Simbi does take down the Steel, and Revenant is very low, so I don't think this team fight should continue much on longer, as it is a 2-for-1 Team No Name so far. Simbi trying to finish off anyone they can. Gideon's on solo hates. Gideon is dead with the Simbi ult. Revenant is back full HP. That is the power of Terminus right there. But I don't think anything else is going to continue on. Both Chimera is going for the second FangTooth. He is to survive, and Team OPD's jungler is dead. But this could be quite risky. Simbi is still around, and the rest of OPD is coming over. And here we go. Are they going to be able to do anything? FangTooth is still quite healthy, so Howitzer coming in. He has got a lot of poke. Does force off No Name's off, but Simbi is round the back ready for them. As he is on 1 HP, as well as Chimera and Obelisk Pop comes out for Howitzer. As Drongo is back in the fight, has the red rounds, but Chimera, the Howitzer secures the kill on the Revenant. No Name being so greedy trying to take that FangTooth, knowing that the respawn time is coming through. Decker also taken down by the Howitzer.
Yeah, it was very risky. Like if they managed to sneak out, that would have been fine. But if Team OPD knew, that was basically a free FangTooth for Team OPD, would happen like the second FangTooth go towards their side. Like I was impressed by the containment fence stopping the rushing bits from the Shinbi, almost saving the Revenant and almost killing the Shinbi, but Ren managed to slip away with a slither of HP. And that was once again very close. Maybe the reckoning into the crunch. I was surprised the crunch being able to go so fast and having empowered a right crunch into empowered, right crunch into empowered, right crunch that almost Revenant died in that fight from there, and he needed the steal at the end of the reckoning to save himself. And in the end, like OPD getting ahead of this engagement. Both teams like still pretty close, but I think one more team fight like that, and No Name will be on the back foot.
Yeah, it's definitely getting to the point where death timers are getting longer and longer. Any single mistake, any sort of pick can lead to this orb prime being taken. So both teams need to be careful what they are doing here. And from the things, it looks like Crunch actually picked up Dynamo again. So is a bit tanky here. Probably why he survived the Crunch so long. As Simbi is trying to get picked here. Just misses the Chimera ult. Doesn't manage to lock him down before the dashes come out. That's a decent cooldown gone, but at least they get the pressure back there. As dance continues around this orb prime, and the poke continues onto the Decker.
And here, like OPD having the better positioning, they can get the control of the full orb prime pit. We see that Rays keep applying pressure. They also have the pressure on mid, which means that team OPD are kind of in the dark, and they have to be very, very careful, because like any pickup in this moment of the game, that can snowball out of control in terms of getting the orb prime. And with the orb prime, since you have absolutely like almost no defensive structure left besides the tier 2 on the right side, that could be like inhibitor, and when you're an inhibitor down, then it's a uphill battle to come back into the game.
Yeah, but I don't think they can really take that route pick. Simbi is trying to get picked on again, gets a nice steel bash, does take a bit of damage, pops the Tempest though, and does just walk back onto them. Going for the 2v1 here. Both sides taking a bit of damage, but nothing really serious. As OPD decided to just push out the mid lane instead of go onto the orb prime for the moment. As I am worried about Team No Name here. They have no vision left in that jungle. As we know, at least 3 of them on the map, so they're not doing it at the moment. But any sort of try and invade on that, as a Mike comes out, tries to get another pick, and Simbi continues just pressing on this solo lane. As it looks like they've just abandoned the idea of orb prime entirely here for the moment.
And Shinbi is so hard to dive on, because like you have with the circle realm so many shields, the rushing bits, it's very hard to catch. But on top of that, if you finally manage to get on her, there's still the reversal of fortune available to just come on top of her, and you have to take that into account. Like you can't really hold in on her, because otherwise you can probably get turned on. We see that apparently Team OPD decided to go for a full reset. They farm quite a lot, and they don't want to just take this priority into the orb prime. They're not fully confident taking this 5v5 fight. To be fair, like a steel Gideon can be very, very scary in those 5v5 into the jungle. But now they have reset, spend the goals, and I would definitely expect Team OPD trying to force something on this timing while the FangBooth is done.
Yeah, that does allow Name to get some wards back into the prime, into their jungle though, but not for long as Crunch starts clearing them out. He gets picked though, gets a nice containment fence, actually blinks out as well. I'm not sure if that was needed, but having a steal nearby is being safe, rather than sorry, as that is quite a big cooldown. If they pick out this Crunch again, that does mean that they can definitely stop any sort of orb prime attempt. As we see Gideon coming towards the solo lane, they are looking towards the Simbi once again. Not sure if they're going to be able to pick them though, as Decker has walked up on top of them.
Yeah, we're really like watching like the dance of the orb prime, like I like to call it. Like both teams really respecting each other, trying to get an entry point before forcing anything. They want to have this advantage, but no team like leaving an inch. Every time OPD has the priority, they're not in a position they can go, but Shinbi trying to force a little bit the action here against the steel. Just trading blows, but trading blows, it's a lot of HP on steel.
And here comes the rest of Team No Name, getting a lot of damage on Simbi. Reversal of Fortunes come out, Blink coming out, but that leaves Muriel on their own. You're not going to survive that. That is the pick, but it's only on support as Chimera decides to continue on. The grenade is enough to stop him as Steel just decides to come in. He's blinking ult, gets the nice cleanse onto the Drongo, but Drongo doesn't really care. Black hold on top of 2 there. But here comes Howitzer from the side. Steel is on 1 HP, gets killed by the R2000 missile. Chimera's not in the fight. Dekker's barely in the fight. Revenant does finally take out Import, but the rest of the team, No Name, is not there to back him up as OPD takes him out finally. They have no jungler, but I think this is the case of never mind. Simbi just decides to go for more kills. He's on 1 HP, probably is going to die to the Gideon, but can they kill the Decker in the meantime? Never mind, Gideon's deciding to back off as well. But why are you going to have so you're back towards the Howitzer who has a missile that can fly 5,000 miles as they take 2 more down? Chimera's on the other side of the map. OPD must see this and must be going towards your prime.
Yeah, very, very well played by both teams. I felt like here it was definitely the right call. The Muriel a little bit unfortunate, like getting picked up, and so that meant that was like a good like 5v4 for team No Name. Unfortunately, like on the Steel Engage, like a perfect Liberator timing to dodge the knock up on the Drongo, and not a lot of damage to follow up. I assume the Revenant was occupied by other people in the backline, so only the damage of the Gideon, and in the end they were kind of like damage. We have seen the Decker no mana, the Gideon no mana, and OPD realizing that and managed to get like a few more kills in this situation, and we can see that now they're kind of forcing the All Prime with the timing advantage on their respawn.
Yeah, Steel over there. Revenant coming over as well. There's only 2 people. They really should just give this up. I don't think it's worth fighting this. It is taken, and they need to really get away here. They're still split up, Team No Name. And Revenant themselves having no cleanse, no ult, no blink. Very much a sitting duck at the moment if any sort of team gets on top of him. As OPD is not really caring too much about pushing here. They're just going to go straight to the primal. They can get this third stat, get the 8% stat buff, as well as the burn over time.
And Team No Name has to take a decision here. I think they want to try to go for the contest, but it's already too late. And unfortunately, maybe they're gonna get engaged on the Decker trying to get away, but...
Bye, Decker. Yeah, that's a double mage right there. So that's not what you want. Not able to actually contest it at all and still get the pick. A kind of worst case scenario there. As Steel also gets picked, gets knocked back. Has got the balls to get out though, and has got the hate speed to survive. But kind of needs to continue walking back here. He is just taking a free poke. Another landmine just knocks him over. As OPD is just looking to get the kill, but gets away still. As Revenant does finish his 4th item, walks straight into the landmines. Oh no, he's gonna die to the bleed. Oh no.
That hurts at that moment when you are with the enemy on your doorstep and you just like take the teleporter and you just bounce and you just got destroyed by one abilities of the Howitzer.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. It's just that free frame off. We'll be right back just before we land into it. Does actually die mostly to the final there, as OPD kind of has a free reign to do what they want. Drongo takes down the Steel. Gideon has portaled in. Epoch. That's going to survive for a couple more seconds, but left to the Lions afterwards. As only 2 people left alive, Chimera and the Decker. OPD having everyone alive, with everyone having final, everyone having all prime, and No Name not really having a base left as Team OPD takes the 2nd game and will advance to fight Team Immune in our grand final.
Yeah, they managed to get their revenge here from earlier in the tournament where Team No Name actually managed to beat OPD, but we will have a final showdown, and that means that 2 teams that not have faced each other yet in the tournament, so that should be like very exciting. And I guess we will take a short break before the final game of this tournament. Well, the final set of this tournament, sorry. Stay
Final
tuned.
set, Team Immune versus OPD.
I think it's 3 or 4. Yeah, it was fine. I mean, this whole draft was like just actually taking away all their shit, right? So. I mean, like we basically just like played to completely cut their comp, right? Like, which is a hard comp to play, and we did it. But yeah, it is extremely hard to play.
Ten teams started, only 2 remain. Welcome, everyone, to the grand finals of FangBooth 3. Fighting for your crown are your reigning champions, Team Immune, in their 3rd consecutive grand finals appearance, and they take on the Omeda Police Department in a best-of-5 series. My name is TJ and I have Falcon alongside me on the casting desk for what should be an incredible set and a fitting climax to this weekend's games. Falcon, I don't think we could have picked a better set to end on, my friend.
No, definitely not. I can't imagine many people in the chat not expecting Team Immune to be in the final, but having OPD as well in the final is such an exciting thing. It's definitely the case that I felt these are the 2 most popular teams. Team Immune just being around for so long, being this dominant, and OPD, they're people that everyone knows. They're the developers. They're the ones who make this blooming game. So let's see which one's better, the players or the developers.
It's going to be such an awesome test as well. And I think a lot of excitement comes down to, well, the fact of the teams involved, but also this is a unique game as well. Like the other sets we had earlier, aside from Team Immune versus No Names, OPD versus No Names had already been played previously as well. So we had maybe a little glimpse into what we were going to expect, but now we're kind of in uncharted territory, right? Between these two gigantic teams, which they've made it all the way through to the grand finals. Team Immune with the cleaner record, not dropped a game all tournament, and going against OPD, who had to claw their way out of the lower brackets to make it to the grand finals as well. It's going to be so good.
I can't wait. And we got to remember as well, Team Immune is one up by winning in the upper bracket, so they only need to win 2 games to clinch this series, whilst OPD needs to get the 3 wins on their board.
Well, that's the advantage of coming through the upper bracket. They got a bit of a break as well. They get to watch their potential opponents, whether that would have been No Names or the Omega Police Department, have a bit of extra time to theorycraft, have a bit of extra preparation as well. Because with OPD, they just had that set. They've only got 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and then immediately they're straight back into it for a 5-game series. But yeah, very important to remember as well, as you say, Team Immune starting with the 1-game advantage. So for the best way to think about it is basically Team Immune are playing a best of 3, whereas OPD essentially have to play a best of 5.
Yeah, so odds are definitely stacked against them, but it's not something that they can't insurmount, as we are just waiting for them to start the draft. Now, are we going to see these Revenant bans against Neft? Or do you think we're going to see... Never mind, the first ban is the Severock. I'm not sure which team it is. We'll find out.
Okay.
For OPD.
So, not sure which team won the coin toss, but OPD will be your first pick and your first ban as well. So, yeah, Severock, the first one to be removed. And there's actually a lot of... quite a few heroes that on it would be fairly understandable target bans. Rampage would be one of them. Actually, kind of for both teams as well. Like, you just cannot you have to respect the Rampage pick wherever it goes, and OPD want to get things off with a blast. The Howitzer going to be your first pick as well of the grand finals.
Getting deja vu from the last game, both bans being the same, first pick being the exact same. We'll see if Team Immune wants to go for the same picks as Team No Names, but slightly deviates. Has to steal the same, but takes the crunch as well. So we'll see if that's the crunch in the jungle for Ivor, as that is going to be their front line as well. Decker finally picked up the Cynic as well. We haven't seen this all day yet, so we can't wait to see him try and KS a couple more kills on it.
Secure. The S stands for secure, I assure you. But yeah, those stasis bombs were on point constantly, and this is what OPD really bring to the table as well. I've been very impressed with just the mechanics that they've been able to bring up. Not to say that Team Immune aren't shabby themselves, of course, but the Omega Police Department in that last set as well. You look towards Shinoji in that mid lane. That Bellica game is going to live rent-free in my head. Shinoji had the time of their life throughout that one. Ray playing the Shinbi as well. But this is what I was going to say at the start of the draft, is that there's a lot of targeted bans that you could realistically take away here. So we still have that potential for the pocket pick here with what's at least been taken. We could still see something like the Shinbi, but looks like Julie is going to get another game on the Drongo.
Yeah, I don't like taking the Drongo this early. Neft has played it once this tournament, played it in the first game, but Revenant's on the board. I can't imagine a world where Neft would take Revenant or take Drongo over Revenant. So you don't need to prioritize it that much. Yes, Drongo is a strong pick. He has the Frag Grenade, he has the Rad Rounds, he's got a very strong ability to take down front lines. But Immune doesn't prioritize him. Let it go for 8th, 9th pick. Let's pick up, I don't know, some sort of jungle here or a solo laner if you want it. But
this is the thing with a steal and a crunch, right? Falcon is like we don't know. Like, either of these picks can be flexed into. Well, the crunch can go solo. It can go into the jungle. The steal can go solo. It can go support. It can go jungle as well. But we're going to see
we still don't know.
Staple. We still don't know, but we are going to see some staple Immune picks. As it looks like Neft is not going to go for the Revenant, and they're actually going to take the Murdoch. But Empty gets the Gideon.
Yeah, Gideon. Empty on Gideon is terrifying, I will be honest.
Oh, he rotated 3.5 minutes into the duo lane. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's probably his most played champion, probably most comfortable, I'd say. Against Howitzer, he's probably just going to be looking to clear wave and get those rotations on as fast as he can. There's no real point trying to poke against Howitzer, you're just going to lose that fight every single time. So, in fact, just try and get the rest of the match, rest of the team even, ahead, and try and use the black holes as much as they can. Has got a couple issues, has got the status bomb against him, so that might be an issue.
Yeah.
Needs to make sure he ults in the air as well to make sure he doesn't get silenced at all. So wait for OPD to pick what looks like their jungler and the solo laner, as we have started running out of options. Oh.
Grux and Feng Mao to round out the draft for the Omeda Police Department as well. This just feels like a classic predecessor draft right here. Most likely that Grux going into the off lane, the Feng Mao in the jungle. Of course, that can switch around. Grux could also go into the jungle as well, so is the Feng Mao. But I think maybe the former is what we're most likely going to be seeing at least. And this leaves Team Immune with options on their last pick.
Yeah, we still have the Steel and the Crunch. We don't know where they're going. I know in Team Immune, I can't imagine Tang playing the Steel. I'll be 100% honest. So, the Richter.
Well,
we know Crunch is support. That's the only thing we do know.
I mean, something like this though, where that Richter, in the hands of whoever does get to play it again, the flex potential comes out. I'm leaning more towards, Murdoch actually having the Steel support, or maybe the Richter support at least. Maybe Raw twice actually taking Steel into the jungle. I think Tang has to get the crunch, considering
Tang has
that
crunch.
considering the tournament that Tang has had, probably up there for MVP with some of their performances, getting this staple pick of theirs is truly a monstrous thing to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine having the crunch in the solo lane, the Richter in the jungle, and Steel in the support role. But then I look at Team OPDs and know that they have a Decker, and Steel into Decker does not really work. They can cage or bull rush. They can just stun you anytime you're trying to engage. Yes, once you have ult, you have a couple more options, but it's not a good time. So it's kind of up in the air. I can't imagine it being flexed either way, but I still feel like Team Moon will put that Steel on Clearcast, put it in the support role, let them those dual lane try and bully out Julie and Cynic as much as they can, and just have the Richter in the jungle and try and get a couple of ganks going with this Gideon.
And it also presents another target for Cynic on this Decker as well. It's like, you've only got one stasis bomb. Granted, it does explode in a bit of an AoE, but I think Team Immune going to be fully aware of that. So I don't know if Cynic can actually hold that stasis bomb for the Gideon black hole. So there's a lot of interesting intricacies into how these teams are going to play. But for me, it comes down to, can the Omeda Police Department deal with Team Immune's early game? We saw from the previous set that Omeda Police Department, didn't blow no names out of the water in the early game as Team Immune did. They really did get them through with their mechanics and their team fighting. Whether or not Team Immune actually lets you get to that stage is the question I'm wondering for this set.
It's going to be the big question on everyone's mind, that's for sure. If anything, this comp is early game. They have this Feng Mao, and he needs to get going. If Feng Mao doesn't snowball, it's kind of like Chimera. If he doesn't get going, you'll not do anything. The only thing he brings is damage. He can transition to this bruisery front line, but it's nothing compared to any sort of proper bruiser or tank. Same with Grux. He needs to get ahead in this solo lane. If he doesn't, then they're just going to have a bad time.
Yeah, this really does feel like immovable object versus unstoppable force. Like something's going to have to give in this game, and it could be off lane, it could be dual lane, could be mid lane, could be anywhere. There's so many matchups for us to look into, but the proof as ever is going to be what we see on the battleground as we go on to the game itself with the players. We're going to be following the Omeda Police Department's perspective for this game, as Team Immune will take the option of the enemy team. And already on that right hand side, a little bit of argy-bargy going on, as you can see maybe some health bars going low. Actually, it looks like Tang starting to get a little bit low himself, but it's a bit difficult to see. We're quite far away, but Mortal Member's going to be committing here, and it actually looks like Team Immune losing out that one on the HP wars themselves. So Omeda Police Department do get a small advantage.
Yeah, it's hard to say if anyone used Blink on Team Moon. We can see on the top left that all of those yellow lights are still on, so OPD has not wasted any of their Blinks now. And just quickly at the start of the game, we had a small tab best by Cynic, thank you for that. And we saw that Clearcast was on the Richter, so there is going to be this Richter support, Steel Jungle, and Crunts in the off lane. So slightly different from what we thought, but this works better for Team Immune, and it is probably the most optimal choice they have for their things. As we go into lane, as immediately they try and start fighting.
Well, of course, I mean, you've got to go for the level 1 Rip Flash, right? You have to attempt it. Unfortunately, Clearcast is going to start with a 0% hook hit rates that we've at least seen on broadcast, and immediately getting bullied out. You have the double range going into the ranged melee. And even then, Cynic just adding to that as well with a stasis bomb whiff of their own, just bowling it straight down the terrain as well. Got to be careful, but I feel like as soon as any amount of CC, any amount of lockdown comes down, this is just a kill lane for either side. And there's going to be that first Rip Flash, the book shot as well, connecting onto it. Now Julie's having to back away, but a blink follow from there. If he really wants this pick, and he is going to get it. First blood will go the way of the duo lane for Team Immune.
Yeah, and that's the power of Richter right there. Level 1 still does get the hook in. Julie not paying attention, or either just being off guarded and getting a nice first blood there. Cynic trying to body block on to Neff there to try and stop the auto attacks, but Neff deciding to blink in, trading blinks with the ADCs and getting the first blood, as that is not how you want to start this game.
And already we've seen that the prowess of the Team Immune duo lane. It's been for everyone to see, not just in this tournament, but in their previous ones as well. And a first blood onto the priority target, that's gonna feel amazing. But it's gonna be on the Omega Police Department to respond here as well. I believe we did see a gank towards the mid lane pre-river buffs as well. No blinks being used. I don't know whether Empty was forced to use anything. Gideon, incredibly safe mid laner anyway, so unlikely. Just a bit of a show of face, a bit of pressure relief as well. But there's no vision coming out for OPD on either of these river buffs.
Yeah, we see that Gideon has got one of the river buffs. We don't know what Iwar is, so he might have gone for the other one. But Gideon would have had level 3 by that time to come up, so very much had the portal. I can't imagine him wasting the blink for that. As he is getting pushed on there, only has the attack speed buff, so it's not the most useful river buff to actually do a fighting with. As even with very little mana synergy, can bully Empty out with his HP bar, and is actually going to force him in the back. So didn't get any river buffs, but not needed here.
It's going to be fine. I think Shinji actually had the green river buff as well in that fight as well, so able to at least tank one of the Cosmic Rifts. Stasis Bomb's going to land, and another Rip Flash coming out from Clearcast. It's going to be instantly blinked away as a gank comes out as well, trying to get the burst onto the support, and it's so close as well. Clearcast drops down to less than a quarter HP back under the tier 1 tower. And also the cooldown being utilized as well. So it's a big thing for Clearcast to be missing his blink as well. But you have to be careful of the Richter under tower. One Rip Flash could spell demise for anyone.
Yeah, for people who don't know what Cynic was doing there, is just typing in the blink cooldown. So blink cooldown has a 5-minute timer. So Clearcast used his about 4 minutes. So you put down 9 minutes and then just put the support down. So the rest of the team can have a quick notice and see that's happened. As that was a good gank attempt. It did have the gank grenade go down. Like the cage was a bit off though, allowed him to walk out of it and get the blink off. As a nice trade comes into mid, not losing too much HP though.
Yeah, Empty's not really had the opportunity to actually rotate here. Synergy's done a really good job of just keeping Empty forced under tower. Click has been very early rotation, and that's a Rip Flash. Going to be hitting the silence as well, as Empty's going to drop down as well to blink away. But here comes Cynic, at least with the containment fence, will dissuade any further advance. But it's another cooldown being used here, this time on the mid lane howitzer.
Yeah, a brilliant rotation there, as that was actually from base. So Clearcast had to back, decided we don't need to do anything endure just yet, that's going fine. Let's go straight towards the mid lane. Get a nice hook onto the howitzer, force him to use a blink. Iwar was there as well, didn't unfortunately able to follow up with the boulder for Team Team, but able to follow us. Import decides to try and see if he can get anything, just decide to set some farm instead. But a good rotation for Sting as well, making sure that the howitzer can back off safely.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just making sure that these mid laners, aware of the junglers and just relieving pressure. You don't necessarily have to get the kill or the cooldown for a air quote successful gank. if you can just relieve a bit of pressure, if you can enable a bit of rotation, a bit of warding down, it still goes down as a successful gank. It's just that we don't see it, and it's not quite as explosive as an important kill, at least. But 6 minutes in, only the one kill separating them, and that was isolated into the duo side. You can see, Imports are really trying to make their mark on this Feng Mao, wanting to get online, wanting to get involved. One of these picks, wanting to utilize that early game strategy, but hasn't really been able to find it yet.
No, it's a big issue. He hasn't really countered jungle either yet, which can be a bit of a problem. As Ivor is on the steal, he hasn't got the best clear in the world, just compared to a Feng Mao. He should be looking.
Oh, Tang might be in a bit of bother here.
Let me get this continued.
Yeah, the rotation coming around is going to be a power dive underneath, and Import is able to get the first kill on the board and evens things out in the scoreline as well. You also had Synergy just in the vicinity in case Iroh turned up. But this is actually pretty decent timing. Mini Prime Sport, the Fangtooth going down as well. River buffs available. The Meta Police Department just in a firm control of this right-hand side map.
Yeah, ganking at the perfect time as well. Let everything come up in time. As they finally start using this Grux's presser in this solo lane, has been pressed up quite a bit. But this allows Team Immune to get the Fangtooth. They know everyone was on right-hand side. That means that at best their dual lane was going to be able to contest, but that would just be a death sentence to them. Have 4 people rotate over the Fangtooth, easy pickup for them.
Yeah, and Immune, we've seen this in their playbook as well. They've wanted to not necessarily bait teams into fighting them, but at least they want to force a contest, because it's just kind of maybe a bit of swagger about them, a bit of confidence as well. They feel they can win these early game fights should they happen. And here comes Import looking to start one in a duo lane as well, looking towards Claycast, going to find one with the Earth Shatter, and he gets one kill back. The reset will not be available for this one. Just going to back away. Takes that one kill, but kills and assists on the board.
Yeah, he didn't get the kill, so the reset didn't go through, so he couldn't use it on to Neft as well. But Julie getting the kill there allows her to maybe get an item a bit faster on and tie up to kills with Neft. So that is always going to be a good trade for them. Maybe being a bit too aggressive after taking Fangtooth, not really allowing them.
Oh, wow.
But never mind. TMV just winning the macro, I feel like here.
Well, there's winning it, and there's absolutely dominating it as well. Fangtooth taken on its spawn as well as the 7-minute spawn. Immune it feels like they were already on it, or at least going to start it as well. And now they've grabbed the mini prime as well. This is one of the reasons why Team Immune are that highly rated, and why they are back to back FangBooth champions as well, is their macro game, their understanding of the map, just leading the Omega Police Department on a leash around these objectives. And every time Team Immune have been the first ones there, and they've also finished it as well. So getting a bit of the lead is not being seen inside of turrets going down or kills necessarily, but that XP and gold from the objectives is going to start to add up.
Yeah, the question is, who did they put it on as well? Is it on to Ivor on the jungle, or did they manage to give it over to Tang in that solo lane, who probably needs a bit of help now? He has got 6, so with the Crunch Grux max up, the way I feel it works is Grux will definitely win it with 3-6. He has the CC, he has the ability to stop this Crunch doing anything. As we see in the dual lane, Neft getting a kill onto Julie. Looks like Cynic is going to survive though. But as soon as it comes out, the Crunch has his augmented abilities. He has the extra damage. He has the ability to double dash. He has the ability to knock up or to do any more true damage, as well as the healing. And that just flips that combat on the side of its head, leaves the Grux having a lot of issues. And if Tank has that mini prime, that could be causing a lot of issues in that solo lane soon.
Yeah, just dealing with the minions as well. And it's been so important to Team Immune in this tournament to get Tang ahead. And granted that they've been very self-sustaining as well, but this is a matchup I think we need to be watching with bated breath. Tang versus Ray, as just going with how this tournament's gone, is definitely one of the hype lane matchups as well. You can see that the Omega Police Department's not letting Team Immune find their stride here. Constant rotations from Import, doing what they can. It's a tricky gank onto that Gideon, at least able to have so much safety with the torn space and even a blink of their own. But now Ray's in a huge amount of trouble. Tang's going to actually go for this kill as well into the river, but Import is there, and so is Shin as well. And Tang just goes way too aggressive, and Ray will bait the solo laner in and is able to pick one up. OPD take a lead in the kill count.
Yeah, perfect rotation by Import. They're seeing that the fight was going on and Synergy following up behind him. I was a bit concerned for a second there. Has the Import gone around too far and left Ray to die before he get traded over? But Synergy, luckily being there in time, gets a nice knock up onto Tang and secures the kill before Tang can actually kill Ray. And we can also see from that fight there that he didn't have the mini fight, so that must have gone to Iroh on the steal. Not the best target in the world, but might have just had to secure it. So we'll see what
Yeah.
Iroh can do with that.
And speaking of as well, is that it doesn't look like we've seen Iroh impact these lanes much. Just been focusing on the clear. As with the steal anyway, you want to get your abilities underneath you before you start making an appearance. And you can see actually just getting a little bit of an invade going down. But the first brick at least will go the way of the Omega Police Department. For Immune actually, as Nef and Clearcast have taken that first one. FangTooth spawning soon, so a very important tower to take down in preparation for this. Pings are going down as well. Empty in the vicinity. You've got Clearcast actually just pushing up into the tower as well. Neft is alongside them. See Shinoji just looking that way. Raw twice over there as well. 4 members. Tang still on the right hand side, so it just is going to be a free versus free for now. But no one really committing.
It easily can turn into a 4v4 with these mid laners rotating over, both having ultimates and both having a decent amount of damage to secure them. Import going in onto MT, trying to do as much damage as he can. Takes him just above half HP. A nice case by Decky.
Oh, the knock off on the landmine as well. Actually, Claycat's going to hook in Shinstone. Now he's going to wait. The CC chain can't get the ultimate off, and Immune layer the CC perfectly to get a pick onto the mid lane. Iroh twice is going to hit with some of his own with the knock up. Import going to blink forward and actually takes down Neft as well and gets away with it. Empty inside the black hole, pulls members in, but it's only a one-way ticket. He actually is going to find 2 on the low health bars, but Ray will at least answer back. It is a bloodbath outside of the FangTooth. It's 3-for-2 overall.
Yeah, and Tang is still in that solo lane. He's going to get that tower as well for Team Immune. So even with the number advantage, they lost more players. I don't know how MT got those 2 kills. He doesn't have any dot ability, so I guess he just mistimed it for going in, as they were all very low. So very good play on MT there. But that was a very good fight for Team Immune. I would say they definitely won that one, and no one really got the FangTooth either. So we'll have to see if that's going to be another contest soon, or if Team Immune's happy with that and is going to look for something else in the meantime, and maybe let OPD just take that for the moment. But
There's probably going to be.
I very much doubt that's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, there's got to be a bit of a lull, right? Because we saw a number of ultimates and big abilities thrown down outside of that pit as well. So it wouldn't. I mean, maybe if Immune didn't have this steal, maybe something like the Chimera or a bit more of an early game jungler, it wouldn't surprise me to see them maybe try and sneak it off a reset as well. But I think with just the amount of resources actually used by the team, they don't really want to go for it. Empty going to be on the receiving end of yet another gank, but once again, torn space away. But that's what Import's been doing, just keeping Empty constantly on his toes, as well as a meeting to the right-hand side of this FangBooth pit as well. Clearcast just waiting for an opportunity.
Yeah, Clearcast getting a really good pull last team fights. Might be trying to repeat the things, repeat it there. But instead, they're just going to look towards the mid lane. Their mid synergy is already quite low. Import is pretty healthy, but can't really survive on his own here. As Ray gets a solo kill on Tang. That's some sign of life from OPD in the solo lane here. They might be able to get the turret here as well. But in the meantime, Team Immune gets this mid lane and is going to look towards this FangTooth again.
Yeah, I really like the play. And actually I love that from Empty, using the torn space to get members into the pit as well. Import coming around, but he's got to deal with some of these traps as well. Still looking towards the FangTooth. It hasn't been taken yet, and it will be picked up right now. But Empty preemptively uses the Black Hole to stop anyone coming through. And Earth shatter onto 2 members, but can't find a kill. And Empty's going to find a pick onto Cynic, but they're going to turn the attention away. The rotation coming out. Julie starts to get the damage down, and also Synergy able to find one of their own at least. The FangTooth is taken down. A follow through from the torn space. Empty with no mana and now very little HP, but the Reaping Dash, there's no blink available for the follow. But Synergy underneath the tower, R2000 will find a kill onto Empty. They lose the FangTooth, but they will at least grab the kills on the back end. This game remains neck and neck.
Yeah, no need to FF here, OPD. You're still doing quite well. They do lose to FangTooth, unfortunately, and turns a very messy fight. I was worried there when Import missed his ultimate, didn't get the execute, didn't get the reset. But luckily for him, Julie and Synergy had the damage to take out Neff, take out the, I believe it was Clearcast as well, and get the numbers advantage for them. MT trying to do what he can with the Gideon ult, but didn't really hit anyone in that team fight, and unfortunately just had to keep running a beautiful mine under the tier 1 tower by Shinji there. Managed to pick up that final kill for Team OPD as they now look towards the mini prime here. They've got most of the team around here, so they are going to get this. Team in might look for the team fight here though.
Yeah, down to at least 1.5k. This should be and is a Omega Police Department mini prime. Goes on to Import as well. And this is normally where we see the playbook is to go straight into a lane of their own and try and utilize it. But back into the jungle, Team Immune were hunting for any members, any stragglers from that fight. But instead, all of the Omega Police Department get away. And that's just a very clean mini prime take by them.
Yeah, it gets level 11 as well. It gets tier 2 ultimate, so should be doing even more damage. Hasn't got any auto stacks though, so that is a bit of an issue. So every time you get a takedown with autos activated, you get some extra permanent AD. That's going to be helpful for a lot of his abilities, but hasn't been lucky with that, unfortunately, yet. Has been quite unfortunate with a lot of his fights. Hasn't been able to get like the full burst yet. But as the game goes on, as you get a nice double ult,
yeah, the Iron Strike is going to slow down Clearcast. Can't blink away, goes straight into the wall. Having to use his Rift Walkers just to get a little bit more distance. But Clearcast just backing away instantly. Knows can't use any of his own CC as it might even just spell his death with Imports knocking around in the area as well. It's just going to be a team's going away. But Raw Twice actually, is around here, does get a nice bit of CC, but Shinji gets so much damage out of that one, and Raw Twice loses so much HP as well. The Earth Crash coming around, Raw Twice gotta be so careful. The shield screen was fantastic, but the Earth Shatter was even better. Add another stack onto that one, and now looking towards Empty as well, with the reset available to him. Empty's gonna go into the ult, but he's not taken down. Empty with the Black Hole answers back and takes down the Feng Mao instead.
Yeah, not sure if Import was feeling himself too much there, but went under tower, taking the black hole damage, taking the tower damage, and MT there. I think he had the soul barrier, so he had the magical lifesteal as well. Just just enough with the shield to get him out of that ultimate range, and Import dying for his aggression there.
Yeah, I mean, but you saw he had the reset. I mean, I think like the planets aligned for that to happen. We know exactly what Import was trying to do. But just the finest of margins there as Empty does get away with that one.
Oh, I would 100% gone for the same play. Like, as you got the you see Gideon, you
can't really fault the attempt. It's just in that execution, Empty was the one who came out on top there, and he's got to feel bad for this Feng Mao as well because Imports, is adding these kills up as well outside of these objective fights. Been very, very impactful around the map, especially as we look in towards this mid game. It's crazy to me that we're at 20 minutes in right now, and we're still in the middle of the map, not really fighting as outside of these solo lanes at least. Tang hasn't had much to do this game, but immediately takes down to quite low HP. See Import waiting for an Earth Shatter, possibly thinking of the max range one, but Clearcast will bodyguard and get the solo laner out of trouble here. Mid lane is where we're going to see some action. The recall's coming out. Raw Twice will spot it. A Reaping Dash over the wall away. Use that mobility. And the Omega Police Department want to reset.
Yeah, but Wei has had tanks nowhere this entire game. Tanks had one good rotation over to the Fangtooth, but Wei, for the most part, has had solo kill, has had basically that lane to himself, and it is one of the strongest parts of OPD. And you got to think, OPD has more kills. Yes, kills aren't the end-all, be-all of this game, but they do provide gold, they do provide XP, and with the third Fangtooth coming up, this is something they are going to have to fight in a 5v5.
Yeah, Immune immediately straight on it with their cooldown, but actually it looks like they're trying to bait it in, a bit of a turn, a bit of a burn, but Tang is the one feeling the effect of that one. The Fangtooth goes down, they have the third one in their back pocket. Import is going to go in, trying to engage the fire, but it's immediately going to be skewered and CC'd. The knockup from the steel is huge, and here comes the damage, here comes Neff, but Julie, the other ADC, still firing back damage of their own, having to back away, so little HP, a shield coming down, but it's going to be picked up by Neff, grabbing the second of the fight as well into this one. More trades coming out, the Obelisk enhanced auto attack, finding the mark. Raw twice, the next target, and 3 members drop once again, blow for blow. But the Fangtooth goes the way of Team Immune.
And that's the third Fangtooth as well. That's the 8% increase in their stats for the AD, the MR, the AP. All of their stats that they would want has been increased. But OPD still winning the fight even after that. Synergy basically being left untouched, just throwing spell after spell after spell into Team Immune. Julie basically being the punching bag because of that. But because of that, OPD still is in this game, albeit they are definitely behind now.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. This is where I think, you know, we really want to look into specifically where the gold actually is throughout these players, who has been the main beneficiary of it. We want to look more in depth for the XP lead. Granted, you know, the limitations that we have, we can't get a full picture, but we can just see. So most of the time, you're looking at the map control itself. You know, how many towers have gone down, the Fangtooth counters as well, and just what you can see from these team fights. It still feels, you know, that there is a kill lead for the Amanda Police Department, but those 3 Fangtooth and also a mini prime as well, the objective was being won out by Immune. So that kill counter, in my opinion, is a little bit a bit of misdirection, misleading. Thank you. That's the one I was looking for.
That's the word you want. Yeah, but you got to see on terms of towers, both teams have taken out all the outer towers in the game, so all the inner towers are still up for both teams. So a bit of standing gold there. You've got to think Neft on Team Immune is the most expensive character on that team. Actually takes out Synergy with a hell of a clear cast. As I was about to say, I think Synergy is the main carry for Team OPD.
Hold on.
But when you go down like that, this might happen.
Yeah, it's just, you know, 3 members coming round, Raw twice and Empty still around, and even there's going to be the rotation from Ray as well on this Grux. Neft is just saving Private Neft is the mission right now, but Clearcast is going to run straight to the jungle and they're going to retreat. They're going to regroup with Raw twice as well. Ray goes in looking for the priority target. It's going to be a pacifier away. The bookshop to buy a little bit more time, but Raw twice with the huge ultimate. But Neft's one is even better. A long arm of the law is going to find 2 of their own. They turn around, they engage, and Immune come out fighting. Meanwhile, over on the right hand side, Tang is in a spot above, and the rad rounds will tick down, but on the left hand side, Neft comes up huge.
Yeah, and they're not done. They're still going onto the inhibitor. They've clear cast.
Oh wow,
maybe pressing a bit too much there.
Oh, and they make it rain as well. I don't think Neft has got anything left in the tank, and it's going to be the kill coming out, and also a Raw twice able to with the bull rush as well. Meanwhile, Empty picking off Cynic as well. And just action all over the place as this game just explodes inside that left hand side.
Yeah, so we had one pick off by Neft and Clearcast onto Synergy. Again, collapsed on afterwards, but they managed to survive for so long that actually Iwar managed to come over, and the peel for Neft was so good there, managed to basically just stand still on his trap and just auto attack. Again, lovely ultimate on 2 of them, but maybe just staying for a bit too long there, as Clearcast wasn't the most healthy person in the world, as OPD is actually going for the All Prime here, so we're going to stop talking about that.
It's a bold call as well, you know. Neft is still sitting on a grey screen in the spectator mode. All Prime is going down relatively low, losing a 3rd HP. Empty at least appearing over the wall as well. Now Member's going to collapse as well. Tang, the priority target, has to be imports with the Slay as well. But Clearcast hitting onto Synergy, and the Howitzer goes down as well as the jungle. Long Arm Law helps out the damage. Immune find a huge collapse outside the All Prime and find 4 members.
Yeah, OPD just not having enough damage to take this All Prime out fast enough. Even with the timings of Neft being down, you still have the rest of Team Immune there. They still do damage. Tang is still going to be the crunch in the front line. They went for Synergy. Synergy is the main carry on this team at the moment. Has probably got the most damage on them, but with 2 CC monsters on him, he ain't going to be able to ult. He ain't going to be able to blink. And Team Immune has got 3 Fangtooths and now has All Prime, and is knocking on OPD's inhibitors.
Utilizing these enhanced minion waves, the inner tower goes down. Right hand side inhib. Not going to be long for this world either, as Team Immune find that haymaker team fight that they've been looking for. And this is, you know, this is what we've known for. The objective control has been in favor of Immune, and they just get the jump on the Omega Police Department. You can see the wards around are only on the outside of the pit, so Empty just gets a free torn space into the prime pit and causes absolute chaos. Raw twice follows in as well, and well, everyone drops.
Yeah, that's. I mean, fair play to them. I think the call was correct. You can't really say
Yeah, I
that
mean,
what
well,
they
Neft
did
was
was
there.
wrong, but maybe they didn't set up the wards fast enough. They didn't set the wards up well enough. Maybe something to do with their comms. We're not 100% sure, but they just didn't really fight to
Hmm.
survive and take the fight instead. They should have done that as a 5v4.
Yeah, then with the
Fighting
fight,
on.
and also Team Immune as well, how they actually played that one as well. Identify the priority target, that is going to be import. You take away the smite, so you know that Raw Twice has just got a free slay kill onto the Prime itself, and then the members just fall like dominoes as well. Fangtooth, the Infernal Fangtooth, shall I say?
The primal.
Primal one, it feel, you know what I mean. The Primal Fangtooth is going to be the next target. Import trying to get some of these minion waves cleared out at least, knowing that with the all prime buffed minions, any siege is going to be deadly. Clearcast to the right hand side as the fight is going to start to break out. Julie and Ray pushing out here, but there's Clearcast, the Rift Walkers, the Skewer as well onto the back line as Immune tries to engage the fight. Empty goes in big with the Black Hole as well. Ray's the first one to go down, and Cynic can't get away. Neff comes up big once again, has found 3 kills as Immune take the lot of them outside the Fangtooth pit.
Clearcast being an absolute psycho, just Rift walking into freedom, getting the skewer. They did have the cleanses, but MT following up, getting that black hole on so many people. As they don't need the rival, they're just going to take the core and take this game 1 and actually be on match point here.
Match point is championship point as well, thanks to the 1 game advantage. The core drops, the victory screen will go up for Team Immune and the Omega Police Department. Oh my word, because that was a absolute barnstormer of a game. Like that felt so neck and neck throughout, but Team Immune, they just turn up, and these players, it's Empty that comes up absolutely huge. Clearcast stepping up as well when the team needs him, and Immune do what they do best: wipe the Omega Police Department.
Yeah, Neff being 12 and 4 as well, having so many kills. It's just able to basically free hit on the backside. And it was close, but then you got to remember, Team Immune basically had 2 free Fangtooths. They had to fight on that 3rd Fangtooth, and even though they won the fight, they lost the Fangtooth. They had a 3-0, and that stat increase is so important for this game. As OPD did lose just on the macro, honestly.
Yeah, and Immune showing why they are your reigning champions as well. We're going to go to a short break and we're going to bring you game number 2. Championship point for Team Immune. 1 more win nets them their 3rd FangBooth crown. We'll see you in a few minutes. Well, I hope you've all got your breath back after that game number 1 between Team Immune and the Omega Police Department. We certainly have a draft is in front of us. Welcome back to our coverage of the grand finals. Team Immune on championship points. 1 more core take, and they're going to be your back-to-back champions. Standing in the way of the Omega Police Department to prevent them, and they're going to have to do this the difficult way. It will have to be a full reverse sweep from the devs to answer back this one. TJ DJ here, Falcon alongside me. We got a draft coming up in front of us, but just lamenting really on Team Immune and OPD in that first game as well. Have you gotten over it yet, Falcon? Because that was sick.
Not really. It kind of was fine for like the first 20 minutes. They were taking a couple of team fights. There were a couple of sectors taken, and then it just went insane. Like it didn't stop for like another 10 minutes or so. I'm not sure how long the game actually was in the end, but it's just if we get another game like that, I'll be down happy for that.
For sure, it's one of the things where you saw the best of both teams. I think in that game as well. Immune, their macro play, their team fighting, fantastic, and I made a police department did such a good job of actually weathering the storm as well. That game was very close. We saw a lot of skirmishing going on, and OPD were able to at least trade back. 2 for 2, 3 for 2, winning some of these trades. But you just saw that macro difference coming out, the FangBooth buffs as well, the mini primes, it all starts to add up.
Yeah, if OPD wants to reverse sweep, they need to get better at macro. They need to be able to match these calls by Team Immune. If Team Immune are doing something solo, they need to be able to do something on the other side of the map. They just need to be more, I don't know if you can proactive, because they were proactive, but they need to get better trades on the map sense.
Better trades, and also I think in these moments where the games feel so close, it's those individual players, those moments of brilliance come out, and that's what we saw from Team Immune in the closing stages of that game. As I said, Clearcast, Empty, Neft, all going absolutely mental. Raw twice finding huge amounts of ultimates as well. Just playing as this cohesive unit, and they got to do it again. For the second game, the draft is in front of us. Team Immune, will be on left-hand side. They have the first ban, and will have first pick as well. Sevarog will be denied once again. And I wonder if the Almeida Police Department want to throw a bit of a targeted ban.
They have to ban Rampage here. They have to ban Rampage here. IWAR has primarily only played Rampage. They will 100% pick it if it's available. Of course, it leaves a couple of other things up, but I can't think of anything else that I'd rather get rid of for Team Immune. But see if OPD are of the same mind.
Yeah, there's definitely options. As you say, the Rampage can be taken away. You still have to respect something like the Revenant, but they're actually going to remove the Decker this time. And this has been more of an Almeida Police Department pick. These are the ones that have been championing this Decker, but that leaves the Rampage open. And I think iRoll Twice is going to be very happy to be playing another game on Rampage.
Yeah, as you said, if that wasn't bad, it's going to be first picked. OPD does come back with a howitzer. Was pretty strong last game. Steel as well, taking that away from Team Immune this time. We'll see if we want to put that into the support role. Cynic did play it. We'll see, but we'll have a look because they can be flexed into multiple different positions. Rampage, not so much. That is going to be the jungler. But we'll see if with a 4th and 5th pick, I would like to see their mid laner being picked up here. Maybe their support as well.
Yeah, looking what available as well. Honestly, with how Empty was piloting the Gideon, I'd be pretty okay with a Gideon being taken at this point as well, because you've removed 2 of Gideon's biggest thorns in their side, really. The Stasis Bomb, the Boulder Toss coming out. Don't get me wrong, you still have other options available with, like, the Riplash coming out, some more CC from a Grux as well, but the 2 main ones being taken off. Tang gets to have a bit on the crunch, and Empty gets a repeat performance on the Gideon as well. Tang had a rough start in that game.
Yeah, not the most fun time in the world for Tang, but he did come back into the late game and do crunch things, so there's no real issue with how he played. We'll see if they want to go again with Grux to counter it. Probably see that here picked if they do. And again, Gideon on Empty, or Empty on Gideon even. You saw it last game. We don't really need to explain why that was picked, and especially if there's no real way to stop him. You got True Silver, and how are you going to stop a Gideon about 10 feet in the air?
And it also just fits Team Immune's playstyle as well. As you saw, the Torn Space not only is a personal teleport, so you could chuck your entire... Anyone can go through the Torn Space, and Empty was happy to chuck it over the walls, allow his big frontliners to get into the action very easily as well. And Empty just, ults on the top, and chaos ensues. throughout this one. But yeah, definitely some ways to go as well. It wouldn't surprise me to see something like the ADC pick coming out here for the Omega Police Department. You know, Julie could go for another Drongo game for this one, but you know, having near enough free reign of the available AD carries, but Julie will stick to the consistency. Another game of Drongo, and also going to pair it with the Muriel as well.
Yeah,
Twice
Julie...
banned away, but here it is.
Yeah, Julie just comfy pick on the Drongo. Most ADCs in this game are very similar in terms of strength. There's no real reason to pick one above the other. It is going to be more of your comfy picks on that. Muriel, very much a strong support, has got rid of the Decker, so there's no real reason not to pick her. See, okay, this is, I don't know if you've seen this. This is the Clearcast Countess. I said this at the start of the tournament. Clearcast Countess is terrifying.
My word. The Team Immune really know how to turn it up, right? The Countess pick the Revenant as well for Neft. Oh, good grief, they've managed to fit it all into a composition. This feels like assembling the 5 pieces of Exodia.
Yeah.
Chimera, a response from the Omega Police Department, but where do we start with this Immune draft?
Oh, I guess we start with the duo lane. So Neft on the Revenant is, again, a comfort pick. He has probably played Revenant the most out of any player in the world. Probably the best Revenant in the world as well. It's just going to be able to bully out Julie with that. And then you put Countess in that support role. Countess's job there isn't to do much in terms of peel for Revenant. All you're there for is to Q onto Julie. You press right click, you press E, and then you Q back out. Even with the shield and Muriel, you're going to be able to do a bit of damage, and it is not going to be a fun time. And I think that is where Team Immune are going to be focusing as well. Get that duo ahead, get the FangBooth again, and just repeat basically what we did in Game 1.
It definitely feels like the snowballing team comp here, as you feel that if Team Immune do what they have done so many times before, if they are able to get that lead early on, I don't think this is a train that can be stopped, really.
Yeah, and even in team fights, they have the Rampage, they have the crunch at the front line. It's not like Team OPD can just really dive onto that Revenant if they want to. I think even if they did, the Revenant would just ult out. So, in terms of draft, I think Team Immune has definitely won that at least, and OPD is going to be having issues in this early game.
It is a gauntlet being thrown down as well, but you know, I have to ask my favorite loaded question of them all, Falcon, and also I invite this to the Twitch chat as well. Get your predictions in. Is this the draft that Team Immune win their 3rd consecutive FangBooth crown? Or did the Omega Police Department pull it back and give us some more games? Falcon?
As much as I'd love to see more games, Team Immune has not lost a single game this FangBooth. They have won every single best of 1. They've won every single game in the best of 3s they've played. It is going to be a uphill climb, maybe even a mountainous climb for OPD to get this first win on the board for them. Is it possible? Yes. Is it going to be hard? Definitely. But they need to start somewhere, and maybe this is the game where it happens.
For sure, and you know there are ways that the Omega Police Department can play into this one, utilizing that Muriel Chimera composition, that duo, just kind of pocketing whoever goes in. We know Shinichi is very adept on the howitzer as well, so you still have the potential of the carry from the mid lane as well. If Julie is allowed to have another performance on the Drongo, there's so many variables in this one that it's going to be absolutely awesome as the players load into the game. Team Immune potentially minutes away from another victory, but my mind's telling me that it's going to go that way, but the heart wants some more games, and I want to feel that hype in the chat. Let us know as the players start to take their positions, and I wonder if we're going to see a repeat from game number 1 as well, where we saw some bit of argy-bargy in the in the left-hand side towards that solo area.
I'd very much doubt that. We have been port on the other side of the map, so if they do that, they will be going into a sort of a 2v3 situation. They might look something on the dual lane though. as we are on OPD's side again. We can see for a second there, it looked like MT just peeking out from that staircase. I will actually be on the blue side as well, so if anyone wants to go aggressive here, as actually that's not MT, and that there is Tang. We don't know where MT is, but we know where the solar laner is. And one of those things, nothing's going to happen for 3 minions. Everyone's just going to go to lane, and
Yeah.
we'll see the action there instead.
You see, well, empty on the Gideon, jumping into position as well. Synergy very far up as well. Actually wanting to get an early clear on these minions as well. Able to utilize that passive, get the AoE down as well. The R2000 will give them a little bit of priority with this pick as well, trying to deal with the melee minions first, and then the rest will follow. So just it feels like the game plan's very similar for how Synergy wants to play this. Is just keep empty underneath his tower. We're going to see the rampage as well. That's just information, I think, here. They need to know where that rampage was starting.
Yeah, I will actually hunting at the end. A lot of junglers just hunt at the start just to get the cooldown going, because you're going to have 2 stacks to get being there, so you want the cooldown being reset as soon as you can. But he's just keeping it just in case anyone would come and do some funny business, like Synergy did here. So just look like he's on the 3 camp, but probably on the 5 camp as well. As we see in solo lane, Tank having a much better time, actually pressing Ray under tower as you expect from a crunch. Getting probably ward onto their blue side jungle at the moment. But a bit different on the dual lane as Julie and Cynic have actually pushed up past the river and might be putting a bit of pressure on.
Still has to be a bit careful, you know, not quite as respectful as dealing with a Murdoch and a Richter duo lane, but still, you know, that stasis bomb can still be causing a lot of problems. But right now, actually, you got Import invading the right-hand side jungle as well, taking a leaf out of Raw Twice's book as well. Probably able to take away some of these camps, and you know, with the position here, you can maybe infer that Raw Twice actually doing a bit of vertical jungling themselves. They actually know they're going to be hit. Empty is well, the boulder toss is not going to find a target, and now it's going to be a full retreat as 3 members start to collapse as well. Empty clear cast, and Raw Twice will banish them away from their jungle. They're actually going to want to try and get some more, but Raw Twice going to blink as well and force out a response from Synergy as well, utilizing both of the blinks to get away.
Yeah, it looks like, I'm not 100% sure, but it does look like the blue buff was taken, so it did actually get the steal there. So good job by Import, but they did waste 2 of their blinks, and we can also see on the top that Cynic has lost his blink as well, so that could have been in that fight as well, as he might have been turned on, or it could have been in the dual lane, not 100% sure, but this gives Team Immune quite a bit of time, next 5 minutes or so, to basically do what they want. If they can gank onto this mid lane or try and invade onto this Chimera, as see the first blood on for Tang onto Import. Looks like in the solo lane they're trying to do a tower.
Oh, he got both! He got both! Huge plays coming out from Tang. He outplays it underneath his own tower. What is that HP, I'm wondering?
I don't know, we're trying to see. If Synergy can just slightly look to the left, it'd be lovely to see, but that's not what you want to do to start this game off.
It was their first blood in the duo lane for game number 1, and now it's a first double kill for Tang in the solo lane as well. It's a huge start, and honestly, with the game that Tang had in the opening exchanges of game number 1, that's gonna feel so good on this crunch as well. Gets Tang on the board, and definitely they're gonna help themselves here. Big outplay over on the left-hand side.
Yeah, massive outplay. It's not. We don't know if it was the case that they screwed up the tower dive, or if Tang just played like a god. It might have been a bit of both. But either way, that is going to be 2 kills, and that's going to accelerate him so much. He is probably going to mutilate here just to do the percent damage onto the steel, because you're not going to really do anything else onto him, and that is very much terrifying. And I would love to see Team Immune here. See that the mini prime is going to be up in a couple of minutes. Get that on the tank, get that first tower, and just accelerate the game from that solo side.
For sure, and you have to think as well is that this that the Omega Police Department needs to be aware of this one as well. Raw Twice's invader is going to at least be spotted out by Imports. Was in the right place at the right time. I'm not sure if anything was stolen away, as they were just inferring on the minimap here, but there's not one thing that we don't have to is that Neft is inevitable on this Revenant, going to find a pick onto the Muriel.
Yeah, Muriel having no blink from the earlier exchange, still just getting killed. Didn't look like it was a jungler intervention either, just a straight 2v2 with the kill, continuing onwards. Mid lane, not actually doing that much. We haven't seen a 3-minute Gideon gank this time.
That is true. If anything, MT is about 2.5 minutes late, actually, for that one.
Yeah, we might see he has got 6, so he has got Black Hole, we might see something, but where's he gank? Both lanes are winning. He doesn't need to do anything.
Sure, here, actually, right. I mean, I don't think that's going to stop MT in the slightest, actually. Right-hand side, very far pushed up to the tier 1, but immediately going to peel away. MT playing towards the right-hand side of his mid lane as well, indicating we knew that Raw Twice was around in the vicinity as well, so this looks like the Fangtooth is going to be started soon. It spawns in 20 seconds as well.
Yeah, very much going to be contested on, and MT just trying to push Shinji out. He's going to have to back. He hasn't got much mana, as this is even better, and we know that. He's a bad man.
Torn space, going to go followed up by the Make It Rain straight into the Bugle of Empty as the abilities come down. A Cosmic Rift is actually going to miss. It's going to be sidestepped, and now it's an auto attack trade. No mana. Who has got the better aim? Empty is the one that's going to win this out. Import still looming around as well. Actually, the teleport coming away. Just got to find a way. The ambush is going to follow over the torn space as well, and Empty's got to deal with not only a mini prime, actually the mini prime might down Empty. Oh my word, that is brutal. The ambush import is going to put him out of his misery for that one. But what on earth was that inside of the mid lane?
I thought for a second Import didn't see Empty on the ledge, but it must have been comms there, as Empty just being absolutely insane and just going for the skill check, teleporting through the tower, not really getting the tower dive on it, more of a kind of a, I don't even know what to call that, but gets the ultimate off as they trade them, and auto attacks do eventually win with the Gideon passive. But Import's lovely use of the mini prime to just get the extra damage onto Empty there.
A fight going on the left-hand side as well. Tang did step up, but 3 members going to force him out as well. Raw Twice in the Behemoth as well. The boulder toss will at least defend the crunch as well, but here comes Import looking for some picks, but there's no more CC to follow down, and the Chimera has to leap away. Very getting a little bit tetchy over there in the solo lane.
Yeah, but
he's got a bit more than he can chew there, but he does get.
Whilst that happened, I think Neft got another kill in the dual lane.
Yep.
Not 100% sure who it was on, but it is going to be an issue. I say issue a lot in these games. That's because, I mean, Neft is playing Revenant, and if he gets ahead, then he can probably 1v5.
It's probably one of the best ADCs to actually get ahead on. I'd probably argue actually the Sparrow would be even better, but for a character, for someone like Neft as well, because you have to remember the Revenant passive getting bonus gold from killing blows as well. Even getting kills inside your Reckoning gives you even more bonus gold as well. So with this lead and a few of the kills, I think Neft is currently sitting on 2 as well. That bonus gold is going to start to add up as well. Just having a little look around as well. You can see just both teams wanting to just go back to the farm and try and get some of the creep score up as well. But Fangtooth, is around.
That's been started, actually.
Yeah, Immune, living up to their name. It's going to immediately start it, but there's going to be the ambush to cull onto Clear Cat. Actually, he's able to get a blink away, at least. Might be able to blink back, but Julie is able to get the first pick. Empty in the air, takes down Shinster as well. Attention all onto Neft, trying to take down the AD carry. They will take down the primary damage dealer, but here comes the rotation. Tang is the crunch, and he likes to punch as well and finds so much damage following up Ray as well. The Omega Police Department full retreat as well, but I don't think Immune are going to let them, as they're going to pick off Cynic as well. The knock up onto Julie. The next target, the Drongo, will go down. Cosmic Rift from behind the tower. Empty just pinces them. The ambush as Import has to get something out of this one, but it's just way too much. Immune collapse on the duo lane. Synergy actually appearing off of a respawn as well. Might be able to get some defense down at least, but I think this tower is not long for this world.
No, it looks like he's going to be able to just survive. There's only 2 minutes left. That looked like that looked like it's going to go well.
Synergy's actually following this one as well. Follows through the torn space. The landmine boulder toss from Raw twice. My word, that was clutch. And Synergy is punished. Neft adds another to his kill tally.
Team will eventually allow us to talk about this fight for a little bit, but yeah, it looked like it was going to go well, and then suddenly Tang just coming in with that mighty Fed crunch as they continue fighting. Never
OBD
mind.
want to keep on going. That's the ultimate coming out from Ray, and they're able to pick off Clearcast on the support as well. They at least find one back, but I have to feel the damage has already been done by Team Immune there.
Yeah, I mean, they managed to take out Neft early on in that fight, so at least he wasn't part of it and didn't get the gold. But having Tang pick up those kills, having Iwar there just being able to tank up as much as he can and empty from behind, that tower didn't matter. They were just going to tower dive and get those kills anyway. But Synergy coming in again, I definitely a major mistake trying to follow through on the Team Immune. He should have known that they were still around, haven't been reset yet. Didn't really have time to, and with the respawn time, he wasn't the only one who died. So, just a big mistake from there as well. Norton 3 not having the best game of his life by any means, and them getting mini finals as well. I have to imagine that's on Tank. As the FangBooth as well.
Yeah, this is, by the way, the Fangtooth was just the afterthought of that one as well. That's how this fight actually started, but Immune decided to just go for the team fight, and they win out as well. Just that flank coming out from Empty into enemy territory, but in between the two towers as well. My word, you just gotta feel, I just love watching Empty on this Gideon, because just you can feel the amount of confidence coming out. Here
goes the rampage.
Yeah, even in the Behemoth ult as well, Rod Twice wanting to get that instant boulder toss up by the looks of things, but Import is there at least. Now 2000 finds his way onto Empty again. This is not a fight they really want to take here. I mean, trying to get away at least. See, Ray did find a bit of a knock up, but Immune do at least get the disengage.
Yeah, just a bit of a skirmish there in the mid lane, trying to see if either team can get a decent pick, maybe get this mid tower down, but neither of them coming out with any fruition. But in the meantime, Tang is continuing to hit this tier 1 in the left lane, as doesn't manage to take it down. As we have a look, yeah, so MT's got 4 kills now. That's slightly terrifying. He has got the 2 silver online as well. So any sort of instant CC they use on him before they take out that shield is not going to be able to disrupt him at all. Not that it's probably going to be able to anyway if he has any decent ults. And the rest of the team is doing well as well. OPD in the meantime has got 4 kills. I believe most of them are on import on the Chimera, so he might be able to do something, but from the looks of things, he went Overlord, so he's going more of this bruisery type, and it's not going to have the most damage in the game as well.
It's going to be so tough as well for the Amanda Police Department to really get that gold, as you say, onto the other members as well. As you can see, just the scoreline on Synergy as well, that 0-3 and 2. The 2 assists, not too bad, but definitely wanting to find some kills. And with how Immune are playing, it looks like they've taken yet another tower. That's the left-hand side one going down. Tang actually still keeping this push up very far forward. You can see 3 members on a rotation. Raw Twice, though, was in the opposition jungle as well, waiting for this one. Ray and Tang still having it out. The Bull Rush knock-up was used as well, but Tang's still trying to chase out underneath the turret and might have just gone a little bit too far. Synergy is able to pick up a free kill on the Immune solo laner, and now Raw Twice popping the Razorback. He doesn't have the Behemoth available to him, and that's going to be 2 picks, a double kill for Synergy, and OPD can find something back.
Yeah, how about that again, then back into the game, getting a nice shut down onto Tang as well as the kill. And Iwar, I don't think Iwar had that much of a bounty on him. Already, Synergy has 2,000 gold in his inventory, has got the obelisk ready to be on his back. But Team Immune, whilst that's happening, are their mid laners in the solo lane. But let's go and take mid lane, shall we? So just never losing something, always getting something in exchange.
Absolutely, and this is the sign, of a good team as well. Is that in the game of the MOBAs, it's always, we've done something. What can we do? Oh, if you've shown members on one side of the map, we need to do something on the other. There has to always be a response. And taking down the mid tower as well for a team like Immune that want to rotate, that want to find these invades and team fight. That mid tier 1 is the most important tower for them to take.
Yeah, most definitely. As soon as the mid tiers one's down, that opens up the jungle so much. So
Not that it was
decent amount of damage.
I'm going to say, not that the jungle wasn't already open, actually, as Raw Twice has been permanently living in it
Oh yeah, definitely. But at least he has abilities to ward a lot better. He can get in and out a lot better now. Not that Team Moon really cares about that sort of thing, but at least it's all a bit of safety. His tank doesn't care about his previous stuff. He's just going to continue fighting under that tier 2 tower.
Yeah, and this is the point that Tang wants to get, just being a constant annoyance for this side. And this means actually he's just going to get turned on as well. Ray does hit the shield push. That's going to get that first bit of CC down, but it's going to be following up as well. Actually committing the ultimate as well. Ray will fight down Tang, but this is what I mean. What do Immune do on the right-hand side? They're currently in the opposition jungle as well, and they're looking for Import, who's having to get away and get out of dodge. He will at least, you can see he's got a scar on him as well. Neff was able to throw some damage down, but the retreats come out. Immune, firm control of that right-hand side, but yeah.
And look at FangBooth's timer, it's nearly back up. They should be able to just rotate back onto that.
It's almost like it was calculated for Alcon.
Oh, it's just, you love to see it, honestly. Like, I feel so bad with Team OPD. Every single thing they're doing, they're getting the kills, they're getting Synergy back into the game, but they're losing so much on the other side of the map. Like, I can't imagine how much CS Neft has on this Revenant, but
Too much.
that's one word. I would imagine it's around 10 CS a minute at this moment. It's probably about 170, 160 CS. Next time we see Tab, we'll see if my prediction is correct. But that FangTooth is back up, and even with the jungler here, with the Ray in the mid lane, I don't think they're going to be able to really do much against it.
A lot of posturing in the mid lane as well, but we don't actually know where Raw Twice is. And that, to me, might even say he's over towards the right-hand side. Actually, there is the Raw Twice. Actually, and Neff is going to go in and just delete Cynic inside the Reckoning, but it might be a little bit too far. He's got to blink away up towards the ledge as well. There's going to be a follow-up of Raw Twice bodyguards, but Synergy, the R2000, is just a little bit too much range, and Neff will be shut down as well. But what more can OPD get out of this one? The Behemoth comes out and a blink away. Boulder Toss trying to find a stun, but Ray under the tower will punish, and Clearcast on the counters can return a fair amount of damage, able to add one of their own. But meanwhile, the FangTooth goes down.
Hang must have been on that. That was the only person not really seen. Maybe empty as well.
Can't account for
to get out. But
this one is.
I thought they would get the
reversal comes down. At least they're able to enter back onto Clearcast, but just as the Maida Police Department find a winning fight and get some great shutdowns, they still lose the FangTooth.
Yeah, I was thinking, Neff is going so aggressive here. They must be just trying to get this 5v5 fight. But no, it's just a distraction. He just wants to kill. The rest of the team is like, I will just leave him to die. I will try to help him. That's why I felt like they weren't doing FangTooth. They didn't have that secure. But I guess Tang and Gideon together, they have the escape with the portal if needs be, and able to pick it up whilst the rest of Team OPD was distracted. And speaking of distractions, here comes the mini prime again.
They're going to be taking that one. Import is in the vicinity, but it just goes down too quick. Honestly, the amount of damage that Immune can pump into it, these objectives just melt. Actually, don't even need Raw Twice on them to take them down fast. And Tang is more than happy of just a courtesy on next day delivery. The Boulder Toss straight into input there, as Ray actually going to find himself in a spot above. Raw Twice wanting to come for the rotation, as Tang gets a lot of damage down with the CC as well, but import is there at least. Razorback will be popped by Raw Twice, but no further damage going to be going into the Rampage at least, and they will back away. Import does get his solo laner out of trouble.
Yeah, Mini Prime being on Tang again, he can just continue this aggression on poor Ray. As a steal, you're not going to be doing much. Yes, you're going to be there for the team fight, and you can pick up items whenever you can, but you're not going to 1v1 with Crunch. So he's actually doing a pretty good job trying to just stop the bleeding in this lane as much as he can. So fair play to him. But what can they do on the rest of the map if Tang is just continue pushing on that tower? That's the real question.
This is all part of the game plan. We know what happens when Tang is just able to freely move around the map, even just popping up in locations you didn't even expect them. But for Maida Police Department, you can see on the map as well, because of that tier 1 tower going down in mid, if you imagine that dotted line going down there, where is the Maida Police Department's territory right now? Probably just a little bit further than that tier 2 tower, and this is where we get an indication of how far Immune are ahead, because what happens if you go beyond that line alone, you're going to get picked off. Empty finds a pick onto Cynic.
Yeah, so just trying to ward down that Orb Prime is coming back up, wanting to make sure that it was going to be ready. As we get another fight, Chimera ulting onto Clearcast, trying to do as much as they can with Synergy, as ClearCast trying to
will.
take him out with the Q, but doesn't get out of the way. As
It is a distraction, and so it's going to be a black hole as well behind the wall. The All Prime goes the way of Team Immune, and now what more can they do? You can see the low health bars. A double knockup will go down from Ray on this steal, but it's just a lot of damage coming down. Neff is free casting in these fights and near enough frontline themselves. You can see Import trying to focus down Neff, but it's just too far gone. The Revenant is too far ahead, and the jungler will bite the dust. The All Prime goes down, and the Omega Police Department lose 2 members.
Yeah, it looks like Team Immune's just taking turns to just be the sacrificial lamb, deciding to distract OPD as the rest of the team takes that Orb Prime and has it on all members outside of
Boulder
ClearCast.
toss?
And
Oh, the
goodbye.
boulder toss onto Julie, and the reckoning, it tolls for Julie. That was an insane link up from Raw Twice and Neff. Immediate CC, immediate lockdown, immediate death. And they're going to pull away for that primal Fangtooth.
Yeah, you got to imagine anyone who gets revolted at this stage of the game is just going to die. He has 7 kills, 215 CS. Like, oh dear, that is 10 CS a minute. He has 3 items. Neff has got to be the strongest person on this game at the moment.
It truly is incredible as well, and you can just see the depth that Immune have in their talents. You know, we've seen what Tang can do. We can see, I feel like just in the sets alone, just in the first 2 games, every member has already had like a highlight reel clip of them. Clearcast, on a support assassin, just takes down Cynic. The kill credit goes away of Raw Twice, but we know that was a steal coming out for that one. That was definitely Clearcast's kill there, but Raw Twice will at least get the kill credit.
Yeah, even when playing an assassin on support, he still can't take the kills, unfortunately. His Clearcast probably doesn't care. He's going to go into the next person instead.
Oh, but Clearcast says actually might be in some trouble, but Neft is the true support here, at least. She actually does take down Clearcast, but Neft is the one that you want. And now in the jungle towards the right-hand side, Empty goes into the black hole, taking down the damage on towards his Chimera. The Behemoth comes out from Raw Twice, and they want to end this game and want to end it now. Neft getting one and Raw Twice getting the other. That's a double kill coming out for the jungler. They find 3 kills. It's Shinergy and Cynic, the only ones left to stop this Immune push. You still have all 5 members up.
Yeah, OPD just dying to that Razorback on the Rampage, just basically killing themselves on that one, as the rest of the team was just able to free fire onto OPD. They're easily going to take out this inhibitor. Iwar go for another rock. Does miss it, but what does it matter at this point? There is tier 2 tower on the dual lane they can still take, and the 3rd Fangtooth as well. As OPD's death timers are still going through. They're coming back up right now, but they need to clear this mid lane first.
Yeah, at least with the mid lane inhibitor going down, probably the easiest one to deal with, at least, right? That mid lane, you want to keep it out as far pushed out as possible. But Immune taking that 3rd Fangtooth as well, getting the 8% bonus stats on everything, just to make things even more difficult. But now the Omega Police Department might have caught out some members. You've got Empty on the left-hand side, but at least Immune are able to sense the danger. The Spidey sense was tingling, and they are able to get away.
Yeah, Bus doing quite a nice disengage there. OPD going for something at least, so they're not still signs of life, which is brilliant. But Fangtooth has been taken, and we're kind of in a similar position as we were last game now. Maybe a bit further on, as it's only 25 minutes into the game. All Prime is going to be running out soonest. They won't probably have the buff for the next sieges, but it is not going to make it any more easy for Team OPD, as it looks like Team Moon are setting up in the solar lane to try and siege.
It looks like they're going to collapse actually onto Tang through this one. It just was split pushing towards the left-hand side. 3 members are over there. See, Import just like keeping their head looking around because like, okay, where are the rest of them? Where are the rest of them? They're in the walls, I swear, at this point. But now members starting to arrive on the left-hand side, and it's actually Team Immune who's getting there quick. Neff is going to pacify forward and get the pick onto Ray at least. Tang was the target and survives through it all. Immune coming to help them, and Empty just split pushing on the right-hand side. The Vice starts to tighten as Immune pull down some more towers.
Yeah, Import just seemed to roll a natural one in his perception check there, not seeing any of Team Immune as they just go down the lane and manage to pick up Ray, as that's their main front line gone. As Empty, in the meanwhile, is just going to play his own game. He's going to keep that inhibitor on the other side. No one's going to try and stop him from the looks of things. As
I don't think there's no one who can actually. Yeah, Allied Inhib going down. MT can at least push the mid lane minions in as well with Tang free over towards the left hand side. Import is just not happy with his positioning, going to reset. Thinks about taking the jump pad, but now look at Immune flooding into the base wall. They want to end the game. They want to see that victory sheet empty, the black hole to engage, and immediately the mid laner falls. Empty finds their opposite number and now pushed underneath the core. The boulder toss will land Empty on the ledge, dealing down the damage. The core does land onto multiple members as well, but it's not, the bodies aren't dropping. Neft firing shot after shot into whoever faces them. Team Immune grab more. They've taken the third inhibitor. Now the core ticking down the damage as well as only the minion wave to deal with it. Ray doing the best they can will find a nice knock up, but Neft is inevitable. Team Immune are inevitable. The FangBooth community, I present to you your back to back champions. Team Immune take the 3-peat crown.
What else is there to say? Just a perfection, not losing a single game, never actually looking like they were going to lose in any game we've seen. Just pure domination. One day we'll see a team take down Team Immune in a tournament, but today is not that day.
I think that sums it up. Really, a huge congratulations to Team Immune, consistently setting the benchmark for what other teams will follow. This should be an inspiration as well, as a huge challenge has been thrown down. The more wins that Team Immune can pop up, it's like, when will a team be able to contest them? As I say, they walked through this FangBooth tournament without dropping a single game, and they take the grand finals with a 3-0 victory. GG, very well played, and commiserations to the Omega Police Department as well, as they went up against this Team Immune side that just never looked like losing, honestly, but it was such a great effort there. It was a really fantastic game to watch.
Yeah, first game especially, doing as much as they can, actually winning quite a few team fights as well, just never really having that ability to convert it to objectives already taken, or Team Immune just making sure that whatever was left on the map wasn't there to take. As it is a fair play to them, it is their first tournament, so hopefully in the future we're going to see them a bunch more, and we'll see the improvements as we can, as well as I want to say commiserations to No Names as well for our third place. Prize going through both semi-finals, unfortunately losing to both Team Immune and to OPD, but again being their first competitive tournament, doing really well.
Absolutely. So that will be the final results, really, as I believe we have an interview lined up, as well as we're going to have Tang joining us, the offlaner for Team Immune, who's just entered the call. GG, very well played, and congratulations all round to yourself and the Team Immune squad. What a performance.
Hello, thank you. Was a very fun tournament. Props to OPD and to No Names. Was very enjoyable to play. It was nice to get carried those last 2 games. Had a big smile and had a lot of fun.
Yeah, I can really sense the morale. I mean, the group call right now, the voice chat must be absolutely jumping after that one.
Yeah, sure. yeah, we're all very happy. We're good friends with the OPD guys, right? So it's always nice to play against them, and yeah, I think they have to go back to the draft a tiny bit, because like I think that's where the main problems were in those 2 games, but they played really well. And my teammates, of course, played phenomenal as well. Neft carrying in the dual lane, Clearcast holding Neft's hand, Empty like drooling in mid, being toxic as usual, and Raw just farming. That was great.
Yeah, yourself as well, doing quite well in that second game, getting that 2v1 tower dive.
What happened? We didn't catch it on broadcast. I'm terribly sorry to say that that 2v1 in the off lane will forever be a mystery as to what happened on broadcast. But just take us through it at least. What happened
In that first game, or
second game? We just saw Tang has got a double kill after just outplaying a 2v1.
That was. I don't know. Like apparently, like it's pretty easy to pay Ray and import off. Like I just sent them $5 per PayPal before, and then they decided to tower dive me. Yeah, and then I got a double kill. That was pretty sick.
Rivalry, you hear it here first, folks.
But first-hand account there. As I like how you don't actually explain what happened. Just well, they tower dived me and they died. Like 1 minute they're there and 1 minute they're gone.
No,
Seems
it
that,
was a bit of an iffy trade. Both Ray and I, like Ray was playing Steel, I was playing Crunch. Both of us were low. Then import came as Kai. He jumped on me because that's what Kais do. And then I was on the tower, and then he jumped on me again. And then, yeah, I don't know. It's not a 2v1 anymore when I have a tower there. And yeah, that's what happened.
MVP being that tier 1 tower as well. But you know, as I said, you've played a bunch of games today as well. Going back towards No Names in your first game of today as well. Just fantastic performance. I'm constantly impressed, by your macro sense as a team. It feels like whenever an objective spawns, Immune just have 3 or 4 members already around it as well. So from like a game plan perspective, I imagine that's kind of been drilled into all of you really for your objective timers.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing obviously is, like, if FangBooth spawns, it's not enough 10 seconds beforehand to realize it. Like, you actually have to set waves, you have to do, like, all the boring stuff beforehand, and then you can have fun at the objective. Like, the thing I see a lot of teams do is, like, they wanna contest objectives, and all their lanes are set against them. They didn't really do the prep work, they didn't have any wards, they don't really respect the enemy team, and we try our best to, like, set up waves, set up everything, and fight on our spikes.
Say, well, the results kind of speak for themselves as well. And Tang, as you sit in this voice call, the three-peat champion back to back to back.
Ooh.
You also Team Immune winning ATS in February as well. It seems that your team just cannot be stopped.
You're jinxing us right now.
But it's true.
I
You
take
did...
kindly to that. No way. No, NA was a bit surprising to us as well that we won that, because like ping is actually a thing. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, you didn't make it look like you were affected by ping at all, really, during that finals. But
we tried our best, and then like the EU scene is getting a lot better though. Like the teams in this tournament, like it actually felt like we could lose like the tournament. Like it felt like the 2 tournaments before. We felt much more confident than this one. Like we're still pretty confident that we're the favorites, but like I think like every team is getting better, and we're looking forward to it.
Yeah, I think we cannot wait to see your team again and what you get up to as well. I think April as a whole is kind of a big month really in the Predecesso esports scene. There's quite a few tournaments going on, knocking about as well. So always look forward to seeing Team Immune on the team sheets as well. Falcon, do you have any more questions?
I guess my last question is really, how do you feel you get solo killed against Ray?
I mean, it's Wei, right? Like, there's no shame in that. Like, I can still sleep after getting solo killed by him. Like, he probably just changed something in the code, like made like one ability to broken or something, and then changed it back after the game. So I'm just gonna say he's a death, and he probably cheated.
Like, bribery and cheating, we're gonna have a lot of talk to do about to OPD then.
Yeah.
And just finally, before you go, Tang, I do like to do this as well. I want to give you the mic for a couple of seconds. I would say you can say whatever you want, but of course, remember, we are on broadcast and everything is live, and this is Tang from Team Immune, so we definitely know it is you talking as well. Is there any final thoughts that you have after, well, that finals victory?
Whoa, you're putting me on the spot.
As always.
I actually don't have anything to say. I'm actually just hungry, and I'm looking forward to eating something. So I'm actually deciding what I want to eat. That's like the biggest thing going through my head right now.
As you like. I think that sums it up. Let us know in chat if you have any suggestions for what Tang is going to have for dinner tonight. But once again, congratulations to yourself and the Team Immune squad. What a performance, and what a bunch of games we got to watch. So thank you very much for your time, and we'll let you go and get your dinner, I think. Yeah.
Thank you guys, and nice casting. Bye bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we also have a second interview as well. This is going to be Ray joining us for an interview as well. Ray, commiserations for your loss there in the grand finals, but my what a set, what a game that actually was.
Yeah, it was a banger. We did our best, you know, a little bit brutal at times, but you know, immune or immune. They're immune to losing. They're immune to everything, bro. I don't know what to tell you. So, but no, it was definitely a good set. Hard fought, but you know, it happens sometimes. But you know, we can look to learn from it, see where it end up in the future, and yeah, who knows.
Yeah, definitely a very close fights for a lot of the games there, especially game one. But you're always just slightly behind on the macro. Was there any sort of feeling in the call or anything like that where you're just continuously just one step behind on the objectives?
Yeah, it's really difficult based on what picks you play in certain lanes. You know, you've got Crunch into Grux. It's a really swingy matchup, but it can be like quite Crunch favored, so he can get the push, and the same with like the Richter and things like that. These are really, really volatile matchups where the jungle can just swing it. So based on the map state and what's going on, you know, you can just be 5 seconds too late, and you don't necessarily want to give up waves, give up levels, XP, whatever it may be. And I think we were a little bit slow on the pulse at times. It's one of the issues that we know we have. But you know, in that game as well, I'm not sure if you saw it on stream, but we ran to dual lane. We're like, okay, Nefta's got no blink. Me and Import went for it, and he broke our ankles straight up. You know, I'm just a sad, depressed rhino. This is why we're an endangered species. It just, yeah. So a little bit slow to the plays, but yeah, moving forward, it's always something to look at, right?
I got a feel as well, like, you know, going against Team Immune. When we had Tang in the interview as well, I spoke about, you know, the preparation that goes into near enough every decision that they make on a macro side as well. So, you know, did you really feel like the like how good Immune were in those games? Because no, game number one, like you kept it close. You know, a lot of those fights, you know, going 2 for 2, 3 for 3, actually winning on some of the trades as well. I know Import seems to be having quite a lot of fun on the Feng Mao as well, but just these objectives just kind of started to stack up against you.
Yeah, it's usually how it goes. I mean, like Tang said, you know, we're good friends with all the Immune guys. Like, we love each other. You know, I hate them as well, but it's all love. So, you know, we're familiar with what they like, what they play. They know what we like and what we play. And when you've got a pick like the Feng Mao, you know, the beauty of it is when you're running the Painweaver Mallet build, it's all about running quick, you know, full-on Sonic around the map. And the difficulty is in a draft like that, especially when I'm playing something like the Grux, is we don't really have somebody who can walk in for the Feng Mao and create space, right? All of the tanks are banned out. They have to steal. We don't. Oh, I think the steal was banned as well. I don't even remember. Point is that without the front line, it makes it a lot more difficult to actually be the first in there. And that's where a lot of like the objective fights are kind of dictated by, right? Who can lock down those chokes, get the vision out, and actually pushing into it and breaching it becomes really, really difficult. And if even a single lane is behind, or if Neft is doing Neft things, as he usually does, it can be really difficult to navigate, you know? And one mistake and the tempo can just flip, and that's that.
Yeah, Team Immune definitely good at taking those advantages and just opening up the game with them. And I believe Ivor was playing Steel in that fight as well. So Tang did say that you had issues with drafting. Did you feel that yourself? Do you think that you could have gone back and looked at them a bit better?
Not necessarily. I think we just kind of value different things, right? Like, we believe that Feng Mao is decently strong, but it's all about how you navigate it and what that does to the team comp, right? And like I said in draft one, being on the first pick, not having the front line to pair with the Feng Mao makes it a little bit more difficult. So, you know, maybe we could navigate that a little bit differently. But I mean, the hard thing in the current metagame right now is Severog kind of dictates the draft. There's not really like a good answer to it. You know, the only things you can really play are, God, I don't even know. You can run Crunch into it, but even then he's okay. You can try and play a carry off lane, but that makes the game really volatile if you just get ganked over and over. Or you can do some complete grief stuff like me and just run Chimera into it and pray to God it works, right? So when you're kind of navigating around the prio picks of, hey, you've got Rampage, Severog, and, you know, what we think is Howitzer is the best mid laner as well, it's really what trades you want to make back and forth. And then, you know, clearly Immune are quite comfortable playing the Gideon into it, and that seems quite reliable and quite stable, so they're happy to give that up. You know, we felt like we could play into the Rampage, so we were happy to give that up, and it's just back and forth really of prioritizing it. I think a lot of it really comes down to, you know, they were just a better team on the day. A few missed executions. You know, as the hero pool opens up as well more, you know, more heroes in the future, whatever it may be, you know, hopefully that becomes less dictated by like one or two specifically what, you know, I would say are overpowered picks, and then, you know, you can actually see some far more versatile drafts coming in.
For sure, it definitely feels like, you know, that drafting phase. There is an art form to it, and I do enjoy really picking the brains of both teams as well. I should say, like, you value certain picks higher than others, and you know you allow certain picks to go through because you got a plan against them. It sets you up very well. So it'll be interesting actually to have you know, yourself and Tang actually together to just talk through a draft. That would be quite a fun bit of content anyway. But
And I was going to say, with the teams as well, like every team has their own strengths and weaknesses and their own preferences. And one of the realities of Pred being a relatively young game is that, you know, people have still got tons to improve on, myself included. I'm sure Immune would say they're trash if you asked them, right? They're really not, but, you know, they're humble. So, but the point being is that you have to kind of play to your strengths as well, right? And sometimes you have to band-aid that with a certain pick, right? And that kind of comes into the methodology of how you want to draft. It's not necessarily what's best for you, or no, sorry, not what's best for the enemy team, or what is dictated to be like OP at the time, but like what fits your style the most. And, you know, we leaned into that quite heavily. And, you know, as we get more games in, more time with the game, hopefully that opens up more.
Well, fantastic, and well, commiserations to yourself and the Omeda Police Department. Just a quick question as well, obviously, because we've had a lot of action over 2 days of some pretty intense predecessor as well. Is you did actually have to play a lot more games than your opponents as well, actually having to drop down into the lower brackets over in day one. I think it was a loss towards No Names as well, so you got a little bit of a revenge as well. Do you think that really made much of a difference as well, just having to play near enough 3 times the amount of matches instead of your opponents?
I think for us, you know, like No Names, they rocked us in that first game. You know, they played it well, they played to their strengths, and we kind of gave up certain picks we didn't want to. And so having that loss was kind of like a learning lesson for us, right? We put more priority on the howitzer. We're like, yo, we're just not going to give it up. And you could see that through, you know, either banning or picking the howitzer. That's what worked for us. Playing more games, I mean, we just need more practice, right? And so we're happy to play as many games as we possibly can. Anybody that knows us, we are scrimming all the time. So I don't think that really impacted our performance in any sense. The big downside, obviously, is that the more you play, the more you draft, the more you show your hand, right? So if you want to do some more volatile picks, or, you know, you've got the Pocket Chimera coming out, or, you know, I know Iroar likes to play Kalari as well, right? These sort of things can be exposed the more you have to play. So that's the one downside, but, you know, I wouldn't say it affected our performance too much. We're just happy to play. We're happy to see everyone enjoying the game, and that's what it's all about, really.
Cool. Well, it certainly was a fitting climax to the 2 days of predecessor. So I'm going to do the same thing that I did with Tang. Ray, I'm going to give you the mic for 15 seconds. Do you have any closing thoughts? Anyone want to shout out, or, you know, the mic is yours.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, shout out to you guys for running the tournament. Like I said, it's great to see, you know, like Predecessor isn't anything without the players. I know that sounds really PR, like, oh, we made a dev thanking people, but, like, honestly, we mean it, right? And many of the devs, they consider themselves just members of the community. We know a lot of us come from Paragon, things like that. So we're just happy to see people enjoying the game, excited for the competitive scene, and also from our perspective, you know, myself, I'm a former competitive player, Import, Shin, like, you name it. We're just happy to be able to still, you know, dip our toes into the water. And yeah, we got blown out. You know, we wish we could have given you a slightly more exciting final, but we'll be back. Don't worry.
Wait. There was a more exciting final available? Really?
Oh, damn, we got the worst option.
3-0, man. Come on, it's not a good look. So, but yeah, don't worry. We'll be back, and next time we'll make it even more interesting. Don't worry. But no,
I'd like to
thank you
hear
so
that.
much.
Yeah, we cannot wait to see you and the rest of the Omeda Police Department come back. Thank you so much for your time, Ray. We'll let you get back to the rest of your evening. Thank you for giving us your time. And I think that's going to allow us, I think that's from me and Falcon. That's everything from the casting desk. We're going to invite our host, production, Kanna, is going to say a few final words. And then I think that will do it for today.
Hello back, guys, and thank you again for everyone to play, to cast, to help, to be here, to watch, to how do you say that? To share the stream and stuff like that. I'm really happy to host this. If people are happy to play it, to watch it, to cast it, and the thing like that. So yeah, I'm really happy that people are happy. That's the only thing. Yeah. Thank you guys for casting. Thank you, Mugi, who is not here. Thank you, Tails. And looking forward for next time, I guess. And we're gonna be raiding our dear any player Seismic, guys, go show him some love, and we'll be back soon. Bye!